And here we are live at the Southern-Fried Gaming Expo in Atlanta, Georgia. We are cutting in at the end of round one. This is going to be game 3 matchup on Attack from Mars. I'm Mark Steinman. I'm sitting in the booth with Doug Polka.
Good morning, everyone.
All of our regular announcers are still qualified. That would be Steve Bowden, Adam Lefkoff, and Pete Hendricks. Some of those fellas are going to be sitting in on the mic a little bit later. And we are actively rooting against them so that they can get here quickly. In some cases, we've actually sabotaged the machines, but
because we're really nice guys.
It didn't work. They keep winning. Up now on Attack from Mars, we have Pete Hendricks. And this is game 3 of this matchup.
So just as a little preview of what this game's been about all weekend, this game was involved in qualifying. It's a really fast-playing Attack from Mars. The outlanes are wide open. And the tilt is definitely a little bit on the sensitive side, so you probably won't see a lot of nudging action on it.
Other people have been talking about the pinball rubbers on this. This isn't the Super Bands or the Saturn Rings. This is a new company, correct? Is it Titan Pinball Rubbers?
Correct. It's one of the sponsors of the Southern-Fried Gaming Expo, Titan Rubbers. I was talking to Matt, who runs the company, and he said these are actually a silicone rubber, not urethane like the Super Bands and the Saturn Rings are.
Looks like Adam's going a traditional strategy here, firing away on the lock right out of the gate. Typically in Attack from Mars, there's 2 different tournament strategies, one of which is tournament or a total annihilation with a billion hurry up, or another, I would say more common strategy is just to go locks all day and go multi-ball over and over. But most, I would say realistically, most players end up just combining the 2 because you end up just...
Yeah, as I shoot my locks and I get my multi-ball build up, I will miss enough shots that I will make some progress towards total annihilation. And when I've only got a couple shots left, I'm like, why not? Let's go for that.
I'm trying to give him credit, but the truth is you just end up missing a bunch of stuff and get, whenever you're not that far away, total annihilation doesn't look too bad.
And that was a really, really tough drain there. As you saw, the outlanes are wide open. That just gobbled up the ball down the left side there.
These are 3 pretty terrible scores here to start on this game. It's been open so far in the tournament. I think we've had some scores close to 10 billion, and I know just a game or 2 ago, earlier in the quarterfinals, we saw 6 billion, 5 billion, a couple 4 billion. So the game's available. These players just don't appear to be putting it together.
With the tilt set the way it is, you really have to be nailing your shots, because if you're hitting posts, you're going to pay for it.
I would say in Attack from Mars, it doesn't bother me that much that the tilt is tight, because this is a game where if you hit your shots, it's safe. If I'm playing Metallica or Iron Man and the tilt's set up real tight, then as a player I'm kind of annoyed, because it's a game where you have to nudge it because that's the way the game was designed. In Attack, just don't miss.
Yeah, most of the returns are going to be back to a flipper. The scoop is really controllable on the kick out on this particular Attack from Mars as well. Gives you a nice cradleable feed to the right flipper.
I see some of the flashing lights spinning around the saucers there. Is that Bill Lung's mod?
I believe so. There's been a couple that have come out. Bill Ung's was the first and usually the most popular.
We're talking about the spinning lights around the saucers. For anyone who's new to Attack from Mars, that's not a normal feature of the game. It's something that players put on in the aftermarket.
There was also I believe it was Marco here, was selling another mod for AFM where you could get alternating colored lights on the main saucer as well, which I didn't see it in action, but I saw some pictures of it. It looked kind of neat.
We're going to have to see if we can flag down Brian Broyles at some point. Brian's the fellow who's been helping run this tournament the whole weekend. He's been putting in a lot of time over here in the Atlanta Pinvasion area.
And this is the first year for this event, and it's been a fantastic event. It's been a really good weekend.
Yeah, I have to agree. The Southern-Fried Gaming Expo, I had a great time all weekend. It's a lot of fun stuff. I got my picture taken with Darth Vader last night. That doesn't happen a lot.
I got to meet Billy Mitchell. I was really stoked about that.
Well, Darth was a real nice guy. How was Billy Mitchell?
Billy Mitchell was great. I got the thumbs up from him.
Did you get to touch his hair?
I tried to touch his hair, and his security guards pinned me to the ground. I don't know what was up with that.
When is your restraining order up?
I don't think I'm allowed to come back to Atlanta for at least a year.
Yeah, I tried to steal Walter Day's referee shirt. That didn't go well either.
I didn't know it ever came off. Thought it was a
It's
tattoo.
actually a skin. Back to Attack from Mars. We just fell out of multi-ball here. It looked like he still... Is he going to... it looked like he still had 2 jacks left before he got to the super. Didn't quite get there. And this is one of those situations where total annihilation isn't that far away. What you're watching, he's probably going to go right orbit now to try and stack the hurry-ups. And what I mean by that is in Attack from Mars, anytime you complete one of the primary shots, and by... Let me dial it the whole way back. Each primary shot, left orbit, left ramp, right orbit, have 3 inserts in front of it. And every time you shoot one of those shots, one of those inserts will light up. And whenever you shoot each one 3 times, you will start a hurry up at the center saucer. And I believe it goes, 3, 5, 7, and then a billion? Is that right?
I believe so.
And the more of those hurry ups you can stack, as you just heard me and Doug discussing, the higher the hurry-up total will be, or the higher the collect will be at the center saucer. And what a lot of players do is to try and stack all them together and get the build. So right there, he just did it for just 100. So it's, 100, 300, 500, and then a billion?
Then a billion.
Okay, so that's why players try and stack all 4 at once, is because of the extra points you get for doing all 4.
That was a player error there that forced that mistake. Hit a post and went right off his right flipper and down the center.
So, Doug, you don't see a lot of players just wailing away on saucers in this game, and there are some good points in the saucer. Why is that?
I was actually going to bring that up because this game is compared to Medieval Madness a lot in terms of both layout and rule set. They both were designed by Brian Eddy, who worked for Williams. In Medieval Madness, a lot of times the tournament strategy is castle, 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 castle. And Attack from Mars, it's rare you see people go just for castles because it's more of a dangerous shot. In Medieval Madness, the castle gate is kind of off-centered and tilted, so you usually get a better feed to the flipper. This one, you're just wailing away at the wall right in front of you. It can just rocket down the middle sometimes.
So correct me if I'm wrong. Brian Eddy walked into pinball, did Attack from Mars, Medieval Madness, in the shadow, and then just disappeared into the ether.
We can say that as far as pinball's involved. I believe he still works for Williams and makes boatloads of money. He just doesn't do pinball
Obviously,
anymore.
Brian's still around, but he pretty much just came in and dropped 3 bombs that are considered great games, and I don't think he did anything else, did he? I know he worked on other games, but is he primarily credited with doing any other games?
I believe those were the ones where he was the lead on.
Okay.
There may be 1 or 2 out there, but those are the ones everyone loves, so those are the ones we're going to talk about.
Here we're watching Pete Hendricks. Pete's not doing too well this round. I think he only has 1 point coming into this game, so he's going to need a little bit of mathematical help to advance. And in the event that doesn't happen, we're going to get Pete over here in the booth, and we're going to ask him about his hat. Pete's from Washington, Pennsylvania. He's one of the players in the Pittsburgh Pinball League, which is a league that's not going to help Pete advance. He's a member of the PPL, which is a league that you're familiar with.
Yeah, Pete was one of the founders. He's actually the only person who's been in all 20 seasons of the PPL. Had as many as 124 players in a single season. It's grown from 7 to 124, so very proud of it. Pete's done a lot of work, as a lot of tournament officials do.
Adam's not happy about that.
Oof. Sling, outlane.
He gives a look over here at the booth, and we say, blame Doug.
I didn't do the setup on Attack from Mars. You can blame me for Iron Man.
I did it. So the Pittsburgh Pinball League is it's one of the bigger leagues in the world. There's a sizable league in France, from what I understand, and Seattle has an enormous league. Obviously, FSPA.
New York has the team league that's huge.
Yeah.
It's great to see leagues popping up everywhere because it's really a great introduction to pinball and competitive pinball. And if you have one in your area, even if you aren't involved, I would encourage everyone just to get out there, meet some local pinheads in your area, and play some competitive pinball. In most leagues, you have your hyper-competitive people at one end.
Check your IFPA calendar and see what's going on.
And I got to say, what
nearby.
a beautiful enhancement they've done to the IFPA calendar. Lots of credit to Brian Shepard, who you don't hear his name mentioned very often, but he does a lot of the behind-the-scenes work for IFPA and some of the tournament software that you see when you go to some of these major events.
Yeah, Brian's a great guy. There's a lot of good people involved with that organization. They're doing a lot of good things for pinball, and pinball is on the way up. So we're looking here at Chris Basler. It's Basler, correct?
I believe so.
And he only got the single danger there, where Adam pretty much had double right out of the gate. And he's got his locks lit. Probably going to see him attempt to plug those. 1, 2, 3, get into multi-ball, and see if he can chase down that billion at player 4.
Yeah, I'd be going for some quick, easy points in this game because nobody has really taken a hold of it. So I would probably go for that multi-ball, just shoot straight multi-ball and try and get some jackpots and hopefully the super off the top of the sling and right out.
Yeah, we haven't been talking about the game really a whole lot, but to be honest, this is one of the weaker games on Attack from Mars that we've seen all weekend. From one of the weakest games on Attack from Mars all day, rather, not all weekend.
Yeah, I mean, people have been getting a hold of this game, and just it hasn't happened in this round. As we mentioned earlier, you miss your shot, and those wide open outlanes will really make you pay for that. So here's one of the younger up-and-coming players you'll see in competitive pinball, Timothy Street. He had a really good appearance at the Louisville, was it?
Yes.
He won the tiebreaker to get in, which was a really exciting game against the Pittsburgh local, Fred Cochran. Once again, he bricked his shot right out that left out lane.
So just to give a sense of scope, you are looking from a corner cam through the tournament area. This is one half of one room that comprises the Southern Pinball Gaming Expo. There are, I would say, about 5 other rooms. Doug's breaking out the map. There's about 5 other rooms that are stretched throughout the entire facility. We're in a Marriott down in Atlanta. And each room is dedicated to a different type of gaming. They have a console room. There's a room for Xbox. There's a PlayStation, a dedicated PlayStation area. And really just a well-run event.
Yeah, they had a room with a bunch of old consoles. They had a Vectrex in there. I haven't played a Vectrex in a really long time, but I had a lot of fun last night jumping in there and playing a couple games on that.
Can I point out that Pete just said, "The hell with this, I'm shooting saucers"? One of the things I love about watching Pete Hendricks play, he's what we call a flow player. He doesn't stop the ball a whole lot. He just likes to let it rip, and definitely not afraid to take chances. We have an affectionate. Looks like we have a ruling going on over here on Dirty Harry in the background. Doug just got called out of the booth. I'm not sure what's going on, but we'll get you updated on that whenever I know the details. Anyway, as I was saying about Pete, he's not afraid to shoot dangerous things. And in this case, it's paying off. Doug stepping back in. Looks like we're going to get some details on what's going on the other game. So what's going on over there, Doug?
So over on Dirty Harry, Escher Lefkoff had loaded the gun, but it didn't load it properly, so the ball was stuck in there and not registering on the switch in multi-ball. So at PAPA, as you know, we disable the interlocks, and what an interlock is on the modern machines, you open up the door and it disables all the high-power coils, so which means your flippers, your kickers, all that kind of stuff, so you don't hurt yourself if you're in there working on the game. Because these are games that other people have brought to this tournament, interlocks are not disabled. So in a case like that, what we have to do is we have to instruct the player, because he's in multi-ball, and if we open the door, the flipper's going to drop, he's going to lose his ball, and he'll be out of multi-ball.
So what is the point of an interlock? Why would someone design a feature like that into a game?
So it is for maintenance on the machine. So if the game is turned on and someone wants to get inside of it and work on something, the interlock is all the high-power coils in the game, the ones that can really give you a good juice if you would hit one of them.
The ones that'll make my hair stand up.
Exactly. So they disable it as a safety feature so that the only thing that's active in the game is low power.
Well, Adam just laid a goose egg on Attack from Mars, but that's not going to affect him, I don't think. He's still looking pretty good.
I'm pretty sure the Martians are winning this one.
He's in third. It's not quite a goose egg yet, but I don't think he's too upset because in the previous 2 games he gathered enough points to advance.
Yeah, he has already advanced, so he may not have been playing to the best of his ability. Sometimes you take a chance after you've been advanced to relax a little bit and maybe practice some shots on a game that you might not normally shoot for in case you play that game later and you need those shots.
So I cut you off. What was the resolution on Escher Lefkoff's situation?
So what we made Escher do is Escher had to shoot one of the kick-out holes, and when he did that, we were able to open the door. The ball won't kick out of the kick-out hole because of the interlock, so then we could open the door, extract the stuck ball, place it in the shooter lane, close the door, and then he can continue playing his game without losing his multi-ball.
So Timothy Street is stepping up. He's back 1.2 million points. Looks like he is 4 shots away from total annihilation, and this is not good.
He's got the ball on the wall.
And if this ball searches, then it's going to kick it out, and I've seen this go down the middle several times.
Here comes. Oh, he actually got a really good feed there.
Yeah.
He's lucky. Really lucky.
If you're a pinball player, that's typically a spot that you don't want to see the ball hanging up there, and right between Ironmonger's legs on Iron Man is usually a bad situation.
So what would be the ruling there, Mark, if the ball's stuck on that lip? Does the player, are they required to wait for a ball search to knock that out? Or can they call for a stuck ball?
Well, they can call for a stuck ball, but the rules state that it has to go through a ball search before we can declare it a stuck ball. Moving into the booth here is Adam Lefkoff. Adam, how's your round going? It seems like you put together a monster Attack from Mars game, but otherwise it was pretty good.
Yeah, I got tired of playing. I felt like I had enough. I really thought 300 million would be enough to get the win. I'm surprised.
So let me ask you, Adam,
yeah.
when you're moving into a game like this and you're pretty much locked up, you pretty much know you're going to move on.
I needed a point, so I wasn't going to move on. I was going to get myself into a tie with that effort.
Hey guys, real quick, Timothy Street's about to.
He's going to get to a tie with.
What's the point situation here?
Chris has 5 points. Timothy has 2. If Timothy, Chris will take last. Timothy will get through clean if he passes Pete Hendricks.
And I think he just did.
Wow. Otherwise, he would have been in a tiebreaker with me if Chris Brasler had passed me.
So it's looking like you and Timothy Street are going to be moving on out of your group?
That appears to be the case. Chris is going to be very disappointed. It was 6-5, 2-1. Timothy had to win, and he needed a little help.
Wow. Nice job.
Look how excited he is.
Yeah, nice job.
Good hug from Escher there. Those kids, they roll together.
So, Adam, what's your experience with the Atlanta Pinvasion tournament so far at the Southern-Fried Gaming Expo? Are things playing well? Have you had a good time?
Mark, it's been a really nice show. The space is great. They had 9 games set up, different errors. It was a good challenge. There were a lot of good local players. Guys, it was nice scorekeeping because I got to meet a lot of people and pretty good skills. And a lot of guys I've never seen at some of the other circuit events. And I, when I talk to them, I'm like, hey, you guys should travel some. Come to Pinburg, come to PAPA, do other circuit events. Every local community seems to have players, guys that can really play well. And saw quite a few of them this weekend.
So how did you end up in the Classics tournament last night?
Classics was played last night. It was funny because I kept getting to play schlubs. I had this guy from Pittsburgh. Mark Steinman? Matt Steinman. Yeah, I heard he works at PAPA. I think Bowen Cairns, the world champion?
Yeah.
I think that's his boss.
That's his personal janitor, actually.
So I got to play Mark Steinman twice. I had a good run, and I was able to beat Chris Warren in the finals late at night. It was actually a 2-day tournament, technically, so maybe the IFPA will...
get a few extra points for that. Maybe it should be 2 separate events.
We still got some good matches going on. Can we switch over to...
Yes, we can. Let's go to Dirty Harry.
I was going to say Mustang.
Mustang?
I think is the
yeah,
more...
we haven't seen Mustang yet. Let's jump over there.
I'll tell you on that group, Trent Augustine and Escher Lefkoff, I think, are going to go through. They were the two. They were both at 6 points. And if either of them don't take last, then they're through for sure. Otherwise, there's a tiebreaker. I don't know what Trent could still be in trouble. Oh, he just took a little danger. That Dirty Harry was playing really nice yesterday. I played it today, and the safe house kicks out to the sling every time now, and 2 sling drains on it. Oh, but we're going to Mustang, so I'll stop talking about Dirty Harry. Joshua Henderson, who just stepped down, was player 1. He's only on 4 points. I believe this group is 4-4-2-2 right now. And look at those scores. I wonder if they've all played multi-ball yet. Probably, huh?
So I was talking to Brian Shepard about this game, and he hung, I think, 130 million points on it last night at the end of qualifying.
Without multi-ball.
Yeah, and I said, what did you do? You know, what are the rules? And I was looking for a real in-depth explanation. He said, I shoot the flashing yellow arrow. And that's pretty much it.
But he told me he was making a conscious effort to avoid shooting the gears in the center of the playfield.
I don't understand.
Is that like a protest game?
How does that make any sense? From what I understand, the gears are the primary feature to start multi-ball.
That seems to be what most people go for.
You know, it's funny because Escher plays it a lot, and he's like, some of the modes are really beefy, like $2 million a shot, and if you make them in combos, I think you get better value, or if you do them quick enough. Or I haven't played it enough to know all the modes. But.
Why don't you give a basic primer on the rules? What exactly is a mode in Mustang? Is that the yellow arrows that Brian was talking about?
No, the 6 cars you see flashing, those are your 6 modes, and at the start you get to choose one. And unlike other games, that mode never times out. You have to finish it before the next mode is available.
Do you think that's a result of the Star Trek situation with the rules?
You can time out till you die, and that thing will still be running. You'll be cruising for the rest of your life. So, you know, it's a little different approach than Star Trek. I like to sharp out my modes, but you can't sharp them out here. There is one multi-ball mode, which is the bottom center one. And that's the problem is to get that, you got to drop your gears. And the gears we're talking about, it's hard to see on the overhead, but there are 5 drop targets there where it says shift. And if you drop them 3 sets, you will light multi-ball. And what's a really cool rule is if you can start multi-ball at that point, but your jackpots aren't that good. But if you drop another set, your jackpot value becomes higher, your super becomes higher. And you can get to gear 5 and 6, which means you got to drop them and hit a target behind them in a hurry up. If you get to gear 6, the super jackpot becomes, I believe, 25 million. That can be doubled. There's a doubler on the playfield somehow. I haven't played it very much. But the big scores, you see people get to gear 6 on balls 1 and 2, start their multi-ball, and...
So I see Steve has flashing green here. Typically in Stern games, flashing green insert means lock or multi-ball.
His multi-ball is lit, and you can tell he's at gear 4. So he's, I think it lights sometimes at gear 3. No, it's gear 4 that it lights. He, with only $1 million to get, I think he's probably he's one of the 4s here. Actually, Steve should be in the lead of this group. We got to check the scoring. He just one stat multi-ball. The other interesting thing about Mustang is the flippers are a lot deeper than that was a nice little bump, other Stern games.
Which is unusual. Usually the lower playfield is something that you don't see a lot of variation with, or at least the flipper alignment.
That's true, and what happens is a lot of times you'll do dead bounces, your brain will say dead bounce, and that ball will just go right down the middle because they're so steep.
One of the games in the bank here today that we may see a little bit later is World Challenge Soccer, and I've been having a lot of conversations with Brian Shepard about it, who had played a bunch of it during qualifying, and he was saying how having to adjust between the different flippers, Gottlieb and Bally and Williams and then Stern and whatnot, is sometimes an issue. But on this World Challenge Soccer, there's lightning flippers, and so he said it's really not as big an adjustment as it normally would be whenever you're moving to a Gottlieb of that era.
I really enjoyed the lightning flippers on this one. You can hold the flipper up on the left side and it always stops, but on the right one you got to do something. And we all spent a little bit of time trying to figure out what the best thing to do on that right flipper.
So there's a 10.7 million super jackpot.
Yeah. So what happens is your jackpots are fixed at like something very low, 200,000, or maybe on gear 4 it's like 400,000. So there, jackpot 300,000, right? So you get a progressing number of jackpots, and you can get them just on the drop targets. You get enough of them, and the super lights, but it's timed. On the left ramp raises, or what is it? It lowers actually. So you got to make the big ramp shot. So here's a jackpot. He probably needs one. It's up to 400. I think he needs maybe one more here to light the next super. Well, let's see. He's getting, all right, so now the super's lit. You see it strobing. A nice post pass there. And boom, there's his super for 23 million. That was doubled, I'm going to guess. I think it was a 10 million plus the... Steve's had some brilliant ball threes. Did you talk about what he did on Metallica at the start of this round?
No.
So Joshua Henderson was in the clubhouse with 75 million on an extremely tilty Metallica. Steve Bowden had $1 million and only like 2 hits on Sparky. And he survived a double danger and a lot of hits on Sparky and got to 20 million on his first multi-ball, and he went for it again. And he managed to get back to Sparky, started a second Sparky, got to 40 million, and as soon as it ended, his coffin multi-ball was ready, and he parlayed that into a 120 million point ball.
And all of that on a double danger.
All on double danger. So he went, and this is his first game of the round, so he went from, disastrous start, couldn't be worse, to suddenly he's, flying high. And Adam McKinney almost came back. I think Bad Beat, it was like 20 million, was last place in that group.
Yeah, Brian Dye had like 30 million on
right,
that.
and so that was a tough beat for Joshua Henderson in the clubhouse at 75 when the other guys are at 2. Looked like a pretty safe score.
Well, I think Brian Dye in that game finished 4th with 34 million.
Yeah.
37 million.
Yep.
It gets really tough when you're talking players of this caliber at these circuit events. Your score is almost never safe. Anybody can come
That's
back.
absolutely true. And what we see here is Adam McKinney has already played multi-ball.
Speaking of Brian Dye, last night in Classics, he scored 12,000 points and rolled it. And then Adam McKinney, the player we're watching now, scored 16,000.
On 2001.
On 2001.
Right there is a Mustang drain, right? The flipper was so deep for Adam there. He still had the right one raised because it takes so long for that flipper to go back down. On a normal stern, that's probably not going to be a drain. So I believe with that finish, Steve Bowden will not be commentating for another round. And I don't know, is Joshua Henderson looking happy? We need that screen over there. Let me go find out what the results are.
While Adam's going to check out the scores, we're going to check in with the final group, who's currently playing Dirty Harry.
For anyone who would like to follow along on the bracket, if you go to the PAPA webpage, we should have a link to it right at the top. You will just click on the link that says Final Round Bracket, and you should be able to follow along with the players, the progress, the different rounds. We're currently in Game 3 of the quarterfinals. Once again, this is PAPA TV broadcasting from the Atlanta Pinvasion tournament at the Southern-Fried Gaming Expo in Atlanta, Georgia.
So in that group, Steve Bowden got a 12. He parlayed that double danger Sparky comeback to win.
Round.
Yep, and it's funny how, if he had drained out there and not done that comeback, I bet he'd have a lot less than 12. But he did 12, and Joshua Henderson took second. Gets comfortably through with 6 points.
This actually seems like a perfect opportunity to discuss the finals format for anyone who may not know. Since all of the games score differently, we even out the scores by just saying if you get first place on a game, you get 4 points. If you get second place on a game, you get 2 points. If you get third place on a game, you get 1 point. And if you finish last, you get 0 points. And so the players play 3 games per round in groups of 4. And so the best anyone can do by winning first place on all 3 games is a 12-point sweep. Right now, we're watching Brian Shepard play Dirty Harry.
So that should also be pointed out that 2 people from each group advance.
Yes. So half of them advance, half of them go home.
Which is a change from how PAPA scoring used to operate. You used to, even though the other groups were not with you, you were competing against them as well.
They would combine all. They used to combine all of the scores and just take the top half of the field. But now it's 2 per every group, and I think the players generally like that a lot better because you're competing against the players you're playing.
It's something you have
against.
control over.
Right.
Okay, so what's going on here? Brian Shepard has 2 points, and Escher and Trent both have 6. So Brian has to win and have Trent or Escher take last to get to a tiebreaker at 6 points. And Brian is doing his half of that deal right now, putting up a good ball 3 here.
How has this Dirty Harry been playing all weekend?
It was playing really, really nice. I suspect Keith Elwin would have put about 12, 15 bill on it, one-handed, blindfolded.
I've seen that happen.
But this morning, I played it earlier, and that safe house kick out is dodgy into the sling. Makes it a much tougher game. I had the cannon rejected a ball during multi-ball. So, but you know what? The side ramp is eminently makeable, and it plays really nice.
That's one of the things when you see
Little floaty.
a
Little
Dirty
floaty.
Harry sometimes on location.
As
if you're
soon
lucky
as I
enough
say
to
that,
have one near you.
Yeah.
It's tough. It's tough to have a strong upper flipper to make that ramp. It's a lot like Star Trek Next Gen that way.
Right. Oh, he was in shootout. I thought he was like done.
So as a basic primer on the Dirty Harry rules here, there's badges around the play field. There's the different modes. Does anyone want to go ahead and jump in and give a quick rundown of what exactly Brian is doing right now?
This is the shootout mode, which you get. I don't know. I never play it. I'm going to say you get it after all your badges. Not badges. I'm sorry. After your promotions, you get a chance to shoot all the bullets. But it's like a ball 3 thing. He had it lit on the right out lane. It's like a little bonus ball at the end. If you get to something or other. I don't play Dirty Harry a lot. I just shoot badges and safe houses. That's all I do.
So one thing we do know is that the sheriff badges around the play field, if you collect those, then that's going to light your multi-ball. And then there's a different series of modes at the safe house, which, correct me if I'm wrong, you light by shooting the upper ramp.
Yes, the side ramp. And you can stack them. I don't know if it's a setting or not. Come on, Trent. Jeez.
And
Trent was
not,
Escher's.
Oh, it is.
Okay. Wow. Trent is Escher's co-pilot here. If he passes Brian, then Trent and Escher will go through. If he doesn't, then there's still a possibility for... There it is again. Same drain. Okay, so Escher is player 3. If he passes Trent, then it potentially comes Brian and Trent in the playoff. Let's see what Escher's got.
If you come into your ball 3 down 60 million, what are you going for?
60 million? I would just, safe house. All right, he starts a mode there.
Yeah.
Man, look at that, 26 million.
Almost
Pretty
half of
close
it.
at this
Card
point.
chase is pretty beefy. If you can make the magnet save shot and the side ramp. Oh, Esh.
He's almost
All right,
there.
let's see if this is a hurry up. Oh, I thought he got it in the safe house. Hard to. All right. Multi-ball is lit. So he needs to lane pass. Nope. Oh, wow. It started from the side ramp. What's he doing?
I think
wow.
That'll do it.
Jeez.
That'll do it.
That's my boy. When you start multi-ball from the side ramp, your supers are worth more. Oh, come on. What was that? That was a good shot. Sorry, I'm a little there it is.
Adam's the proud papa of this young player
oh my
right
God.
here.
Well, you guys saw how I did on ball 3, right? $550. He's past Trent, right?
Yes.
So now Trent is hoping that Escher passes Brian Shepard right now. It's funny. Trent was what we say Escher's co-pilot. Now they've switched seats. Escher is now driving for Trent.
Good control here.
Lovely. Let's see
So what do you have to do to light the super jackpot on
It's
this
always
game?
lit. It's always lit. There's no relight. And that's why you see guys like Keith Elwin and Robert Gagno just abuse it. You can two-stage that flipper. You see the magnet save, that purple light in the upper right corner is lit. So you can shoot it from the left flipper. It stops perfectly for a side ramp. Oh, lovely. Now, Brian Shepard knocked Escher out of Classics last night, so this could be a little payback. Boy, he's dialed into that headquarters shot. It's good ransom. If Michael Morrison were here, he would yell, yeah, whenever you get that was a good car chase. Look at that. He just knocked Brian Shepard out.
A fist pump there.
That's a little payback from Classics last night because Brian knocked Escher out. So they got a good little rivalry going now.
I heard that you also took some of your frustrations out on Escher in Classics last night.
I had to play Escher last night in Classics, and you know what? He won the first one, and I won the next two. It was a very close match, and I never enjoy playing against him, but he played really well, and that's, we just try to play well and enjoy it, and he had a great time. That's his first classics he's ever qualified for. He usually just does modern stuff. He's okay on these modern games. The classics,
just okay. Just okay.
So this is the hurry up mode. This is your second Safe House award, and he just locked it in for. I'm sorry. He's playing. This is the warehouse mode. This is every shot to the warehouse gives you contraband. The third one is extra ball or so. Brian Shepard has just walked up and shook his head. And
so if you're just joining us, we're at the Southern-Fried Gaming Expo in Atlanta, Georgia. PAPA TV broadcasting. I'm Doug Polka.
I'm Mark Steinman.
And Adam Lefkoff here briefly. In the other group, Bob Matthews actually did not make it through. He was the top seed in that other group. And I'm not sure who else was in that group, a couple local players. I got to go find out who that last group is, but it'll be an interesting semis. A lot of names people will recognize, and probably a couple or a few that you don't recognize. But everyone knows how to play.
That's one of the great things about the traveling circuit, going around the country. You get to see some of the local players who don't usually go to a lot of the national events, and there are some great players out there who we don't see on camera much. I know you were playing a fellow last night. Was it Chris Warren? In Classics, who put up some amazing scores.
Time Fantasy, man, he played it great.
And here the 4-ball cradle.
There it is.
And the opto interrupter on this, it's really hard to separate you. There's no wiggle.
Just blow that 4-ball cradle up. And
there you go. Now I would trade that.
It's a
I
little bit
believe
more
they call that
manageable.
the sombrero.
It's some nice work, tight work from Escher here. You see, he plays a lot, and he's
very methodical.
Yeah, he's very familiar with what to do when you're playing with multiple balls. He's got to the bill, which is a solid score for him on Dirty Harry. Oh, and another multi-ball is lit. Let's see if he does the. What a shot! He
rejects.
Yeah, the pinball gods should drain him. Just for that effort. That's cheeky there. I'm going to talk to him about that. Ooh.
So would you say that Escher takes more risks than you do when playing?
Oh, yeah.
It seems like he's a...
He beat Trent on Attack from Mars earlier in this round, 7.2 billion to 7.1 billion. And I was asking him, I'm like, how's your progress on your next multi-ball? And he's like, I'm on my 4th solve, sir. And I was like, stop. I don't even want to hear it. Stop talking. So, yes. He still takes more risks. But you know what? It seems to work for him.
Seems to work out.
He's not having any trouble at all with that upper ramp. It looks like it's pretty generous today.
Yeah, it is. The upper ramp is great. It's just that safe house kick out is the only wonkiness. But Escher getting some good time on Dirty Harry for he'll probably end up playing it next round too, I'd suspect.
With this format, a lot of times we end up seeing the same games in every round because the high seeds get their choice. And so what you'll see happen is a lot of the players who are... Nice clap there for Escher. As I was saying, what you'll see is a lot of the high seeds just kind of dial in on their games and get used to them and then keep on choosing them because they feel they have an advantage.
But that usually also means that the players who aren't getting choice are also playing the same game. So sometimes you'll see a guy have a really bad game on Attack from Mars, and then whoever's driving the bus the next round will take him back there, but he learned from his previous experience where the kickouts are, where the shots are, and you'll see them play a little bit better.
I think really just what it comes down to is players want to play safe games. They want to feel like they have a shot. They want to feel like that they're going to be able to put their skills on display and that it's not just going to be a luck box. I know we have we have an Iron Man here, and there's an 8-ball deluxe, and there's definitely skill involved in those games, but the randomization factor is so much higher that in a tournament setting, they're just not real common choices whenever you have games like Attack from Mars and Shadow and Dirty Harry next to them, where virtually every shot feeds it safely back to the flipper.
So also in this bank this weekend, we had a unique game that I haven't seen in a tournament bank before, World Challenge Soccer, which is a Gottlieb. A lot of players didn't know how to play that game, and there was a lot of conversation between players on what they need to do to play that game. Do you think that that's one that we'll see possibly in the finals?
Yes.
Yeah,
If
we
I'm
will.
there, you'll see it.
Yeah, I think it really just depends on who advances, because a lot of times whenever players see games like that in qualifying, they'll put a lot of time on them just to get used to them. And
I'm going to step out now and play the next round. And
right.
you were talking earlier, I had 300 million on Attack from Mars, and I get to drive the bus again. And I'm going to try again on Attack from Mars and see if I can't do a little better this time.
are these the two separate groups here?
They are.
So we have Joshua Henderson, Steve Bowden, this Chris Tabaka, and is that Chris Warren? Yes.
It is.
And then we have Adam Lefkoff, Timothy Street, Escher Lefkoff, and Trent Augenstein.
So 2 old grouchy fellas and 2 young upper whippersnapper kids.
I'm pulling for the youth.
Yeah? Are we going to get to watch, are we going to get... Well, since you have a little skin in this game, what would you recommend we follow here?
I would say follow the Henderson and Bowden group.
You don't want us to put your failure in on camera?
I suspect, I don't know, we need a voting, we need the ability for our chat room to be able to vote. I think they'd probably like to watch Escher and Timothy beat up on me and Trent.
Adam, I've been razzing Adam all weekend because in the Classics tournament last night, he beat me twice, and so I try to get pot shots in any chance I get. Good luck to you, Adam. And
Good luck, Adam.
Thank you. I hope I don't talk to you for a while.
So there goes Adam sitting in for a moment.
We're going to see what games are chosen and then make a decision on who we follow then. We're going to try and get a variety of games onto the camera today.
I really hope we can get a World Challenge Soccer in there, because...
I'd like to see that as well.
And a lot of players after this weekend, we're left with the impression that that really is a good tournament game.
Yeah, I think it's kind of weird. It's a quirky game, but players enjoy it. It was one of the games that Brian Broyles earlier during setup wasn't sure if he wanted to bring it in, because you don't see it a lot of places, and a lot of times games will have exploits or different just things that players can do to make them bad tournament games, because they'll either take forever or they're just so obscure. Yeah, that's a good point here, Doug.
We'll pull up the playfield here so everybody can see what it looks like. The one modification they did to the game is they did disable the extra ball target, because one of the random awards, as I understand it, is to light the extra ball, and there's no way to turn that off in the settings, so they just disabled the target. That seemed like an acceptable solution. Once again, we're at Atlanta's Southern-Fried Gameroom Expo at the Atlanta Pinvasion in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm Doug Polka along with Mark Steinman, broadcasting live on PAPA TV.
The delay right now is we're waiting for the next round to get started, and players have to pick their groups. Yeah, so we're looking at this this playfield here. It's kind of unique. It's not something we see a lot. And as I was saying, sometimes games have exploits that make them bad tournament games. And Brian Broyles was a little shaky on whether or not he wanted to put this in. And we asked around, and no one knew of anything that was bad in the rules or bad in the playfield that would caused a long game time or problems. And so we said, yeah, go ahead and put it in. And from the players that I've talked to, it turned out to be one of the more fun games. Sometimes these high-level players get bored playing the same stuff over and over and over. As we were talking about earlier, you see a lot of Dirty Harry, a lot of Attack from Mars, and a lot of these controllable games because they're safe in a tournament final setting. And then whenever players are forced to jump onto something like World Challenge Soccer, it's like, hey, this is a breath of fresh air. I get to play a play field that I'm not used to. I get to take shots at angles, that are a little bit different, and I get to try and use some skill and some strategy to work through a different new rule set.
Yeah, and I think from a tournament director's perspective, sometimes you get nervous. For example, these are all crowdsourced games. People brought these games to the tournament to be used in the tournament. I can see Brian's point from a tournament director. You don't see a lot of World Challenge Soccer. I couldn't tell you the last tournament I ever saw it used in. And you're trying to put on the best event possible, and you're like, I don't want to put in a game where there's one shot where people are just going to loop it over and over and over and over and over again and end up with huge scores because it's boring and it's no fun. So I could see why Brian was a little bit apprehensive about putting this in the bank. It turned out to work well.
As a tournament director, you're always a little bit wary of the Gottliebs, too, from this era, because they have some pretty unusual situations. Some of them do have some bad rule quirks. I know that back at the PAPA facility, we've been hammering a bunch of games of Vegas recently, just trying to explore that rule set for all it's worth. And we've discovered there's the ability to loop 10 million shots on the left orbit in a
But
game.
I got to cut you off a little bit there. If you have a chance to play Vegas, you must play Vegas.
Oh, definitely play Vegas. The game is absolutely worth it. It's actually one of the most fun games that I've been sinking my teeth into for a while now. But in a game where, at Pinburg, you're seeing 3, 4, 5 million point scores. There, if you set the game up right and navigate the rule set, you have the ability to loop 10 million shots, and repeat them, seriously? And then if you actually spell Vegas and get through it, it lights a stand-up that you can double with multi-ball for 16 million a shot on the stand-up. And this is a game where 4 and 5 million points is a big score.
So with all those positives, however, there is one huge negative. And that would be the double or nothing shot.
I think that's a positive.
Which, joining us in the booth now, Pete Hendricks. But the double or nothing, what it is real quick before we get to the next round is there's basically a mystery award that is double or nothing. And what it will do is it will either double your score or it will reduce your score to nothing, all zeros. So that's a really bad beat if you are totally dominating that game and you get the nothing.
Just adding a couple thoughts to what you were talking about with World Challenge Soccer. That game belongs to Ray Smith, and Brian checked with him, since he was the game owner, about things that could go wrong with it, and Ray took out random mystery awards, and he was sure that there wouldn't be any exploits. Part of being a tournament director is trusting the people that are bringing the games and that they know all the possibilities with it.
Yeah, absolutely. And to that point, if you're a new tournament director, there are actually some resources available on papa.org. There's a director's guide, and in that director's guide, there are a whole series of game notes that we've added in based on our experiences. So,
Did Henderson just give us the fake out, or are we actually going to play Metallica?
I'm not sure. I think
He's walking up to it now. Okay.
These semifinals are pretty exciting. We have a lot of the pinball youth, and they all seem to be great sportsmen. Josh taking a minute to shake all his opponent's hands.
Josh is a very courteous player. He's someone that you want to see and you don't want to see in a tournament setting, because you want to play him because he's a nice kid, he's a great guy, comes from a good family, and he's someone you don't want to see because he'll kick your butt. He's a really good player. So we're looking here at Metallica. It looks like this group's getting started first, so this will be the one that we follow this particular round. And once again, just to refresh everybody, this is going to be Joshua Henderson, Stephen Bowden of FunWithBonus.com, Chris Tabaka, and Chris Warren. And game one is going to take place on Metallica. We'll keep you updated on the Lefkoff Street, Lefkoff-Augenstein matchup as well. But if you want to follow along, the brackets are accessible via papa.org. There should be a link at the top of the webpage, and I believe they are updating that.
so. Pete, on ball one, you're stepping up to Metallica, and we should point out this is the LE or premium version. Stepping up, ball one, ready to plunge your ball. What are you looking at? What are you checking for? What are you shooting at?
Well, being that the LE's not that different from the standard one, there's not much extra to look for. You look for the outland rubbers and see what's been removed, if anything. A lot of it is just watching hopefully get a chance to watch the player before you, see how the magnet around Sparky's acting, the kick out from the mystery hole, the kick out from the snake.
So
try to gather as much information as you can before you actually play.
So I'm looking at the color of the flipper rubbers, and are these also Titan pinball rubbers? Because they don't appear to be normal HAP.
I am not sure on this game, to be honest with you.
They're just that same colored orange that we see on Attack from Mars, which makes me wonder if these are also the
Titan
pinball rubbers.
Silicone pinball rubbers.
And for anyone who's curious why we're talking about the flipper rubbers, the players notice whenever you get to high-level pinball, players are very aware of what the structure of the flipper rubbers is made of. What's sort of the compounds, the types of flipper rubber. They're definitely aware of how they affect gameplay, and there's certain flipper skills that are made easier or more difficult depending on the consistency of the rubber or the type. So looks like Josh Henderson dives right into Sparky Multi-Ball, and Sparky Multi-Ball, you're going to want to pick up the 4 guitar picks, which he just did. The guitar picks are the little triangular shaped flashing white inserts that line The tombstones, 2 of them, 1 to each side of the tombstone on the left side of the playfield or the right ramp. And during multi-ball, you want to pick off each one of those.
Preferably while your ball saver's going.
Yes, and then that will light the snake for an out-of-ball and double scoring. And the snake is the big green snake head. That's an easy one to describe. Pete, how's this Metallica treating you this weekend? Did you get a chance to put any games on it?
I only had to play it one time. I put up like 130 million the first time I played it.
Well, that's a pretty good score on
I
this,
got a very quick Sparky, and during it I crushed the captive ball that I was so close to coughing.
That's an interesting point. One of the things that you can do in pinball
Tough drain
is use modes in multi-balls to start other modes in multi-balls, and you can't always start everything in everything. A lot of times by starting one particular mode, you'll be locked out of other aspects of the game. In Metallica, you can use Sparky multi-ball to move towards Coffin multi-ball, and Coffin multi-ball in this game, it really opens things up.
Yeah, on my game, I had I had Crank It Up lit almost the whole game, but I kept being so close to different multi-balls, I just stuck with that approach, just playing multi-balls over and over. I finally did get Crank It Up on ball 3, and the players will have decisions here. What route do they want to go? Going for Crank It Up and big points, or going for the multi-balls?
So we have Chris Tabaka up now on...
No, this is Chris
Metallica.
Warren.
I'm sorry, Chris Warren up on Metallica.
Chris Warren, a local player from Birmingham.
So you mentioned about the Crank It Up modes. That's something new that the programmer just added, Lyman Sheets just added recently to Metallica. Basically what it is once you complete the 4 big inserts at the bottom of the playfield, the cross, the the electric chair, the coffin, and the snake, you will light on the mystery hole scoop a mini wizard mode. That's the Crank It Up wizard mode. And what's that all about?
I haven't played too many of them yet, but basically it's a one-ball wizard mode where shots continue to build up a jackpot that can eventually be collected in the mystery hole, and players will have a choice. Do they take the value of it at that point or continue to try to build it up?
So it's a big risk-reward.
Right. And in the first round, Josh got Crank It Up, and he built the jackpot up to 16 million. He collected it there, and it ended up maybe he needed more because Steve was able to run him down. It's an interesting dilemma. If you're player 1, what approach do you have? But it does add a element for players coming from behind.
That's one of those shots in pinball, too, that when you get it lit, it seems like it is impossible to hit. It becomes the hardest shot in pinball when you have that sit there waiting for you just to shoot it.
And I think we still have Steve Bowden to play. Is that number 4?
Yes, it is.
I think with the latest update to code with the Metallica, too, it's really become a super solid tournament game.
I think the Crank It Up rules in this game really added a lot of breadth to the rule set. They added a risk-reward scenario that I don't think was there in the early iterations, and I have to say this game went from being one that I was lukewarm on to being one that I really enjoy playing. And I'm not a huge fan of games that don't reward me for shots that I want to hit. Like in Metallica, well, that's kind of a poor way to put it. I'm not a fan of games that immediately put me in a lot of danger, but force me to hit things that do that. Like Sparky is a dangerous shot, but in the early iterations of this code, I feel like there really wasn't any other way to go about it. So you're basically just playing a coin flip. In later iterations, the scoring kind of mitigates that. I think the Crank It Up just adds a different dynamic to the game and makes it more enjoyable.
And it makes you shoot more of the playfield.
Yeah, we were talking about it earlier. It's really not dissimilar to the Creature from the Black Lagoon multi-ball. It's a game that forces you to explore the playfield. And one of the things that, well, frankly kind of sucks about certain pinball machines is whenever they're one-shot wonders. Steve is saying there's no ball in the trough. That means you lose, Steve. We're going to go ahead and take a look at this. I don't know if we have a stuck ball somewhere or whatnot, but hey, pinball's a mechanical action game, and sometimes things don't happen the way you think they should. I had an interesting conversation with up at PAX East, which is a gaming convention in Boston, with one of the pinball designers. I believe it was for Farsight, and we were discussing how in the virtual pinballs they have to program for different variations of reality, but in the real world the variations are infinite, and so it's not that they don't want to program games to do random or weird things. It's just that they're limited by memory and Hey, Pete. Looks like Doug's sitting back down here and we get a better explanation of what exactly happened there with the game. So what was the issue up there?
So a ball got stacked in the trough, so it never kicked a ball out for Steve. So I manually actuated one in, and then it kicked out a second one. But the nice thing about Stern machines is if it has two balls in play, you can normally let one of them drain, and it will just figure out where it should be. So I just instructed Steve to drain the extra ball, and then he was able to play out his ball like normal.
Well, the game didn't treat him too well. Basically, players 3 and 4 have nothing going into ball 2. At the very least, even if you don't score a lot of points on ball 1, you want to start getting towards Sparky.
You want to hopefully get some Sparky going. You want to collect some of your, crosses and coffins and stuff. Maybe get a little bit closer to one of the crank-it-ups.
So in the foreground here on Attack from Mars, we see Adam Lefkoff, who's just sitting with us in the booth, and in the background, we have the, is it the B Division Finals or the B Division Semifinals?
It'd be the semifinals.
And we'll have to get an update on that. I'm not sure if they're putting that bracket online as well, but if they're not, then we'll make sure we get you the information on what's happening in the B Division.
We have Josh Henderson stepping up to Metallica to play ball 2 with what seems like a rather large lead, but on Metallica, that's actually not a huge lead.
Yeah, we were talking earlier. Steve Bowden was in this situation in round 1, game 1. He was sitting there on a double danger with not much in it, and then pulled out, roughly another 100 million points on a double danger. So everyone is still in this game. Players 3 and 4, even though they're under a million, are still sitting there strategizing, and no one's got their head hanging low.
We've already talked about the snake multiplier during multipall. There is also a fuel playfield multiplier as well that can be collected. If you can combine the two, have quadruple scoring, your points will fly.
So where's the fuel multiplier at? How would someone collect that?
There are 4 targets on the left side of the playfield there. Fuel, actually I think it's 1 target that spots for each time you hit it, it gives you credit for 1. When you get enough of those, the left lane, sort of like the
left in lane or
creature
the
shot on Monster Bash.
The dead end shot.
Yes.
Can you stack those multipliers as well? Can you get them both going?
Yes, you can. And that's what many players will attempt to do. They'll try to set up for a super jackpot, or in some cases light the extra ball, then get both multipliers so that you can maximize your scoring.
So to me, that's another good sign of a really solid rule set. When you have rules, basic rules that a normal player can step up and understand, but then when you get to a level like this, there's also the elite players that are going to wait till they start multi-ball till they have both of those multipliers going. Adds a little bit more risk, a little bit more reward, more to think about as a player when you step up to the game.
Chris, being 1 shot away from Sparky, takes the super skill to get the ball to the flippers fast and collects it. Last night, Chris finished 2nd in the Classics tournament here, losing to Adam Lefkoff.
So Chris is going to have to work towards the guitar picks to see if he can get his add-a-ball ready and get into that 2x scoring. And then after that, he's going to want to see if he can plug the dead end shot and get the... does it go automatic? It goes to 4x. Does it go 2 and 2?
It's 2 and 2, yes.
2 and 2. Okay.
So one could time out, and then you go back down to 2.
And at that point, it builds the supers up to 6-7 million.
I think the first Sparky with 4X is like 3.5, 4 million. But I mean,
okay,
there's tons of other points on the play field. Like there, that you got a 3 million super right there.
Okay.
And then you did see on the DMD extra ball is lit. On this game, it rewards you points if you collect it over in the right mystery hole. I believe it's 2.5 million.
I think that's standard for Stern at this point.
But the multipliers do count for it.
So you could, if you have it doubled, it would be 5.
Right.
Nice clean shot up to Sparky here. Gotta love this. Gotta love the lighting effect that goes along with that. I was talking to Bowen Cairns once about his son playing this game, and he said his son didn't want to hit the Sparky shot, and he said why? And he says I don't want to hurt the little guy. Made me laugh.
It really is it's a simple mechanism too. It's just basically a bobbing head on a spring with a coil behind it.
Yeah.
But used with the lighting, it's a great effect. It's a good design. John Borg designed Metallica, rule set by Lyman Sheets.
Yeah, there's a little bit of the Monster Bash lighting in this game whenever it kind of builds up to Sparky. You get to see it start at the bottom of the play field and just sort of grow up towards it. It's really a great effect.
And while a lot of people dislike the use of LEDs, I think it really adds the ability to just turn it on full blast at times. It really adds a lot to some of the light shows.
You know, I have to admit, I'm one of those people. And it's not an issue. I think the issue that a lot of players have aren't that they look bad, because they look great. The issue is that pinball, in a lot of situations, are in areas with very low ambient light, and it's just difficult to see or follow the ball. Whenever you're talking about a game where,
wow.
Right into
the
Tombstone.
multi-ball. Unbelievable.
Just to finish that up, whenever you're dealing with a game where it's really high precision and you're talking about milliseconds mattering and tenth of millimeters making a difference, and if you can't track the ball, you're at a massive disadvantage.
Some games don't convert well to LEDs, and I've also seen, as somebody who has games on location, I have a lot of LEDs in some of the games. A lot of times it's the quality of the LED you put in the game as well. The lower quality LEDs do not provide the lighting that you need. You need to have, if you're going to use LEDs in your GI, you need quality LEDs in the GI, because if the entire play field is lit well, then the LEDs don't really matter.
And we're sitting on 41 million here with Ball Saver still gone. As we were talking about, there's a lot of points on this game if you stack things in the right order, so none of these players are out of it at this point.
And during the multi-ball, you can collect the items towards Crank It Up. You can see that Chris has 3 of them completed. All he needs is to collect some snakes. And I believe at this point, every shot, every major shot is...
He's got it lit.
He's got it, yes.
So now he wants to shoot the mystery hole on the right.
There. Oh, just missed a little high.
Which quickly becomes the hardest shot in pinball.
Almost got the slingshot to put it in there for him. That's always nice.
This seems to be one where it's really more difficult to shoot it straight in. It seems to bounce in a lot easier than
just close your eyes and machine gun flip. It'll go in eventually.
Usually when I have it lit, I like to shoot it off the left slingshot, man. Tends to work out well for me.
It is amazing how whenever you only need to do one thing, it just becomes the hardest thing in the entire game.
He's taken at least 4 shots at it at this point.
Left sling. Left sling. No, I'm not going that route.
I'll talk to him about it after this game. Oh, man.
Nope. Just instead of rolling it over with a little nudge, he fired away at the tombstone and Bally bricked down the center.
But it'll be lit for ball 3, and you made some great progress there.
The good news is he destroyed it on that ball. He's got 50 million. He's got double the second place score right now, and it's only ball 2.
He's in a good place for sure. But now he gets to think about a Crank It Up waiting for him, and the shot he's got to make for 3 more players. See if the nerves affect him on his way back in. Here's Chris Tabaka stepping up to the machine. Chris really didn't have much into it on ball 1. See if he gets a chance to control it and put his skills on display. Going for the super skill shot, looping it around, firing it into Sparky. trying to make the most of that short little ball saver they have there. You see a lot of players oftentimes will take the riskiest shots in a game whenever during the grace period at the beginning of a ball, just to try and get them out of the way or get a feel for them, or usually just a lower risk to get it over with.
If you're going to shoot for scary stuff, it's good having insurance as a ball saver.
One of the mistakes that you see novice players make a lot of times is they'll try and save balls whenever the ball saver is lit at the beginning of a ball or at the start of a multi-ball. The more advanced players are always aware of whenever that insert is flashing between the flippers, and you'll see them just let balls go if it's not in a position that they want to be in. They will not shake the machine and just kick it back out into the trough. So here we see Chris Tabaka moving into Sparky multi-ball, and in Sparky multi-ball, as we've described several times, you want to work on the guitar picks and then shoot it into the snake to get your out of ball and your 2x, and then if you're feeling particularly brave, you can try and double that 2x by shooting the dead end shot on the left side, the little left alley. And also, I would say a sub-goal during this, in addition to picking up the jacks and the super jackpot, is to get to get some shots on the coffin and just start working towards that.
So are you allowed to stack coffin with this multi-ball?
I don't believe so. I'm not crazy here, Pete. Correct me if I'm wrong. You can work towards coffin in electric chair. I don't think you can start it and stack it, but you can take shots at it.
You can build towards it. I know one of them, when Steve's game, he did start coffin in the middle of a different multi-ball. I think that may be a settings that can be set, whether you can actually start it or not. But I believe in this one, you can start coffin in the middle of the multi-ball.
Oh, okay.
But with the LE here, there's a lot of issues with the hammer hitting the ball into the coffin and collecting the locks.
Does the software compensate for that? Sorry, I cut you off. I believe you're talking about that the hammer doesn't work all the time.
Right, and Lyman has programmed in settings now that you can choose how you want the hammer to react. And I believe they have it set where if the hammer does not catch a ball, it will.
That's correct. There's now a virtual lock on the game, so once you've earned the lock, you will get credit for the lock, whether the hammer mechanism functions properly.
So essentially, it is playing like a regular game.
Maybe at PAPA we can modify the hammer just to stay down all the time.
At PAPA we don't have a hammer.
We have the pro models.
We have the pro models.
I'm sure that'd be an easy mod to put in. The Eckert sledge.
Usually we only drop the hammer on games we don't like.
Our technician, Steve Eckert at PAPA, he's a magician on some games, but he's not real friendly to the players in that he roots against them at all points. He's always rooting for the game to win. And I guess, whenever you fix games, and
the game always wins.
Yeah, for 30 straight years, that you may as well go that route. So he's not too far away from Tombstone here on the left side. It looks like he's a hurry-up lid on it. And does he have 2 drops down?
He's got 2 drops down. He's got 1 remaining. So, but interestingly enough, he's going for Sparky. In that situation, I don't know, dude. With only a few shots left on the grave markers, do you go for that and bypass Sparky?
Pete,
because those drops will reset between balls.
Pete, what's your strategy? As Doug just said, since the grave markers reset in between balls, a lot of times if I'm playing this and I just get a couple random hits up there, I may as well go ahead and take the last couple of shots at it and try and get it going, because if you already get 1 or 2 drops down by accident, then it really kind of reduces the investment that you have to put into getting it.
Usually the deeper the drop target you're aiming for, the more consistent feed you're going to get out of that lane. Mm-hmm. That first one's a little sketchy. You don't really know where it's going to go, but the ones in the back seem to be safer.
So Joshua Henderson here is stepping up, 21.878090.
But to answer your question, Mark, yeah, that's the way I approach it. If I accidentally get some, then I will attempt to finish it if I have nothing else to go for. But it's nothing that I focus at, because you don't want to get 1 shot away, drain, then you've made no progress to anything, and it's going to reset.
Stayed alive.
Yeah, he needs to not touch this.
He needs to let it sit for a minute. He's going to take a break. Take a look at the playfield, see what he needs to shoot.
So for anyone new to pinball, these dangers that are coming up along the DMD, They occur because there's a mechanism inside the cabinet of the game, and it's basically a little plumb bob. It's a little weight that will swing around inside of a ring, and if you move the game hard enough, that little weight will contact the ring, and it will give you a danger. And you can typically only do this 3 times in a game. You get 2 dangers, and then if you do it a 3rd time, it will tilt your game, and that is the etymology of the word tilt. Whenever you see poker players go on tilt, it's because they freak out, and a lot of times pinball players will freak out and shake games, and that will end everything for them.
So here we go. Josh is going into a Sparky multi-ball.
And the movements don't have to be anything substantial to get a tilt. As was seen in Louisville, Josh Sharp threw a game a mile and got nothing.
Yeah, I think we're going to be talking about that one forever. I think if anyone wants to see one of the most egregious slide saves in the history of competitive pinball, you can see that on the Louisville broadcast from earlier this March. You mentioned there's different types of tilts, and it's true because a lot of times they're iterative. A lot of times there will be a bunch of small nudges that will harmonize and build up into a plumb bob swinging much harder and farther than you think it would, and then some plumb bobs just take a lot longer to settle.
I think you guys were showing the attack game that I played in. I tilted off ball 2, and there was really no movement, just the adding up of a little bit of upward force as I flipped, and that was enough.
Or if you're not paying attention and the guy in front of you moved the game a lot more and you didn't know that and come up and didn't compensate your play for it or didn't wait long enough, a lot of times you can walk into the back end of a swinging plumb bob from someone else's move.
So Chris is stepping up here, and I wonder if he knows the trick on the super skill shot. He's got Crank It Up lit. On a properly set up Metallica, if you hold in the left flipper and full plunge it and keep the left flipper up, it will bounce off the left flipper and into the mystery hole. So he could actually start Crank It Up without ever really taking a shot at it. And it looks like that's what he's going to try, but he didn't get a full plunge on it. And he hits it anyway.
Just like you draw it up. So Crank It Up is a mode where you choose a song, and each particular song has a different rule set. And it's a risk-reward mode in that you spend the mode building up points. You're just building up your jackpot, but you only collect the jackpot by shooting all 4 major shots in the game: the grave markers, the electric chair, the coffin, and the snake, and then collecting it back at the Crank It Up to kind of cash out the mode.
And this is really where the game can start to open up, and you can put up some huge scores.
See, he was, for the couple shots that he did, or the one shot he did make was worth $2 million.
Yeah.
That's a tough dream, but he's got to feel okay about the $54 million he put up on it already. Another neat thing about the Crank It Up modes, if you're more into the aesthetics, is that the dot matrix display, the animation on some of those are absolutely incredible.
I see Adam Lefkoff just dove into Total Annihilation over here on Attack from Mars. He's also in view. He's sitting at 2 billion points. We'll get an update on that game here whenever we can.
So when you step up to a game like Metallica, you have 6 million, first place has got 50 on your last ball. What's the best way to get points quickly?
Pete, you want to jump into that?
I would pick which multi-ball am I closest to and go after that. Unless you're like maybe 1 or 2 shots away from Crank It Up, then that's the route that you want to go. Little flipper error there. Chris will not be happy about that.
Well, he only needs... Steve's stepping up, and he only needs 6.2 to get a point. And I think Steve's going to step up and... I don't know. I'm going to be interested to see if he's going to make strategic plays to try and just get the 6 million to get a point
he needs,
or it doesn't even matter because he's like 2 away from Sparky.
That's the route he's going to go. I mean, he has nothing else.
Yeah, well,
remotely close at this point.
The decision making to get the extra 6 or to get the 30 are the same. You're just going to go ahead and move into Sparky and then try and rip out a couple doubled supers.
So he's in the exact same boat he was in last round. Not many points, ball 3.
Short plunge. See if he can take a safe shot up the center without validating the playfield. Looks like playfield is validated.
Nice.
We're in danger time now.
He does his best work under pressure.
Steve wants to shoot it straight up the center from the left flipper. Should probably post pass here, get it over there, and he's going to want to shoot this up to the Sparky. Sparky is now lit. He needs one more shot. Another post pass. Take his time. Focus on the fundamentals. Take a clean shot up the center to start Sparky multi-ball, and then enjoy.
So this is step one to getting to 54 million and taking first place.
During these early seconds, he'll be looking to see what picks he needs to get the atta-ball. And
looks
it's
like he needs all four.
All four.
So as Mark mentioned earlier, this is when, while your ball saver's still going on the multi-ball, you want to pick off those guitar picks because they're incredibly dangerous shots.
Now he only has the one all the way to the right of the right ramp, and then that's going to light the snake for the doubler. Now, got it. Snake is lit. Ball saver has just ended. And it didn't count it. It fell out of the snake.
That's tough because he just hit a super jackpot.
Yeah, and the super was not doubled. There it is. That one stuck. So now he's adding balls back into play. He's got a ball saver going. Playfield is at 2x.
He intentionally let that ball go.
It doesn't seem like much, but still 20,000 a pop. They add up.
And he's halfway to the 31. He's already eclipsed. He's got the 6 million he needed to catch up to the 8.5. So he's already sitting at a point. This is ball 3 of game 1 of the semifinals against Steve Bowden, Chris Tabaka, Chris Warren, and Josh Henderson.
So now he trapped up, going to assess the situation. Looks like he's got the super jackpot lit at Sparky again.
This is a perfect example of someone thinking through their progress here, and using the skills that you have.
Separation.
A beautiful cradle separation there, and you see a lot of new players to pinball rush. You see a lot of them just they panic and they hurry and they think they have to get those points right now. But the points, more often than not, aren't going anywhere. Take your time and make sure you make the correct play and think through the strategy.
So an interesting thing, I don't know if he did it on purpose or if it was unintentional, but in his Sparky multi-ball, he had managed to knock down all the targets for the grave marker, so that's where he was going next to hopefully start that multi-ball, but tilts out.
So see, Steve tilts away his bonus, but he wasn't going to have 11 million in bonus, so that didn't come into play.
Chris Warren with the win there and 4 points.
Yeah. Chris Warren with the win. It looks like Chris Tabaka came in last and Henderson came in second. We're going to keep following the same group just so we have some continuity. But in the meantime, we're going to check over to Attack from Mars because in the PAPA format, they can't pick their game. I believe they're the lower seeded group, correct? So they're not going to be able to pick their game.
Yeah, Josh's group would be the higher seeded, so Josh's group could go on if they wanted, but I believe Brian's just letting them finish. And this Attack from Mars game, Adam is in the house at 3.2 billion. Trent's out at 2.3 billion. Escher will be taking a 0. He had 640 million, and Timmy is up 1.3 billion.
And there's Brian Broyles in your frame. He's the hero of the Atlanta Pinvasion tournament. This is the fellow who's been putting in a lot of hard work to make this event run. We're going to get him on the mic a little bit later and interview him.
Yeah, if you've ever put on a tournament of this scale, you appreciate the amount of work it takes to put into it. And for people that just go out and play in your local tournaments, be sure and stop and thank your tournament director and your scorekeepers and anybody who helps get it running, because a lot of times they do it for little or no reward, and it's more just something to promote the game.
And can I say that Brian's also a hell of a nice guy?
And he's got better hair than Billy Mitchell.
Yes, he does. That is absolutely
proven
has
that.
Been affirmed.
At the end of this round, I'll have something interesting to show you guys.
Oh, all right.
That's what we call a tease in the business.
A little bit of suspense.
Call that a tease.
I will say Billy Mitchell is a clue to it.
Well, I'm looking forward to that.
So Pete has a lock of Billy Mitchell's hair.
He cut it off. All right, we need to go a different direction here. What's going on with Attack from Mars? Who are we waiting on?
We're
here?
waiting on Timmy.
Tim Street's going to step up at 1.3 bill. Looks like he's still got some distance to Total Annihilation, but he only has one lock left to go to get into multi-ball, and one solid multi-ball should get him over the top here to at least get a couple points to catch. I think there's a 2.4 or something on the board. So we're going to see him shoot the lock shot just to the left of the... Oh, just missed it.
Ball save.
Okay, and there's the ball saver. And that lock shot there just to the left of the saucer is going to light the lock. He's going to have to loop that shot and then plug it back in there for the lock to start the multi-ball and then profit. There it is. Nope, didn't go the whole way around the ramp, so it does not count. Interesting. And that's a safe
feed.
Yeah, apparently that's a safe feed on this particular attack. And he's just changing up
going for
strategy
saucers.
here, going to the saucer, trying to get over the
And that's what happened.
trying to get over the
Going for
hump
some
to get
quick points.
one more point, but that strategy decision did not pay off.
So Adam Lefkoff takes first place with 4 points in that game.
Taking a picture of the score here, so he has it documented, and then he's going to go update the standings, and we'll move on to Game 2 of the semifinal round at the Atlanta Pinvasion tournament at the Southern-Fried Gaming Expo. I'm Mark Steinman, and I'm sitting with Doug Polka and Pete Hendricks. We have an all-Pittsburgh booth here for the quarterfinal and semifinal matchup at this tournament.
While he's doing that, I'm going to walk this over underneath the Attack from Mars camera and show it to everyone.
Actually, I have a camera right here on the booth where everybody can see it.
We're actually a little bit to the right here, Pete. No, that's the camera. That's the camera there.
The camera-shaped object.
So, what are we looking at here? It looks like we have some of Billy Mitchell's
we have
hot
a
sauce. Is that right?
Autographed copy of Billy Mitchell's PAPA branded
Papa 10 hot sauce.
hot sauce.
Wow.
Nothing but celebrities down here.
So we have 7-year-old hot
SFG.
sauce is the big surprise. Is that
Apparently, Billy Mitchell has moved on from
Papa
video
11.
games to making hot sauce. It is a bottle of Papa 11 hot
11.
sauce that he's autographed. It will be at the Papa facility if anyone ever wants to see it now.
This will be on display. It's a
Well, I mean,
treasured possession.
I'm gonna put that on my Bojangles on the way home. I don't think it's gonna make it.
In the Kevin Martin collection of great antiquities, a bottle of Papa 11 autographed hot sauce got to rank up there highly.
yeah.
So that's actually the next event on the circuit coming up is the PAPA World Championships.
Yes, it is. The PAPA 17 World Championships taking place at the PAPA headquarters on August 14th to the 17th. And I just received word that Adam
exciting.
Lefkoff is heading over to World Challenge Soccer.
It's too bad we're not following his group, isn't it?
We're going to,
He's warming up.
as excited as I am to see some of the World Challenge Soccer action, we're going to stick with the same group, as I said, for continuity and follow Josh Henderson, Steve Bowden, Chris Tabaka, and Chris Warren. They're making their decision right now. And I have been all but assured that if Adam makes the finals, we're going to be seeing World Challenge Soccer.
I'm really excited for that.
And we're going to be cutting over to X-Men.
X-Men's one of the newer Stern releases. This game, I believe, was designed by John Borg. In the tournament, we have the Pro version. It came in the Pro, Premium, and LE models. It late last year received a significant code update, which made it a pretty good game for tournament action. What are your impressions of X-Men so far, Pete?
I find it very enjoyable now that they have some good software updates. Initially, the software was incomplete, and it made the game almost unplayable for tournament settings. But now there's a lot more to it. You put a lot more strategies. What villains do you choose and when? Do you go for how early do you collect your multi-balls? What can you bring into those multi-balls, or do you take them initially?
And aesthetically, I mean, the game is gorgeous. The comic book artwork on the back glass and on the sides of the game, it really stands out. Even if you're not a fan of the X-Men, I just think that the artwork really pops off the side of the cabinet.
What we'll be seeing here is how quickly will the players, they'll almost all go after Wolverine right out of the gate. Will they try to bring a villain in with Wolverine, or just take him as quickly as possible?
So Wolverine's the big yellow blob kind of in the middle of your screen on the playfield right there. And how do you start a villain mode, Pete?
The in-lane rollovers, as you collect them, they will accumulate. When you have enough, they will either light the scoop on the left side for either mystery, or they will light it to collect a villain mode.
So here we see Josh Henderson stepping up to the game.
There are 2 multi-ball villain modes that are lit by hitting targets. You'll see 2 H's on the left side of the playfield to the left of the scoop. That would be for the Hellfire multi-ball if you hit those 2 targets enough times. And on the right side, there are 2 as well for Brotherhood multi-ball. Those seem to be popular villains to go for, being that they are multi-ball based.
And this game also features 2 magnets, one in front of the Wolverine target on the left, which will grab your ball and throw it, and one also a little bit further down in front of Magneto, which is the big red character at the top, which will throw your ball around as well, which adds to the randomness of the game.
Now Josh goes straight into Wolverine. The next thing he'll be trying to do here is to light the mystery hole so that he can get the Atta ball, and there it is.
Have you had a lot of playtime on this game, Mark?
Yeah, I've had a decent amount. This is a game that's went through a lot of different iterations of code, though. So I don't know if I know the current iteration here as well as I do some of the older ones, but I don't know. We'll find out here as we progress through the game. I'm just curious to see if the overall strategies that players employ have shifted at all. I do know that whenever I get older, I want to grow up and own a Blackbird, because as I see that thing fly across the back into the shooter lane, across the DMD for the Atta ball, it's just a pretty awesome piece of machinery there.
You'll notice on this game as well, there's a different type of flipper rubbers. I believe those are clear super bands that are on this game. And I've been told by certain players that the clear version of super bands plays the closest to real rubber.
Really? That's interesting, because I wouldn't think that the color property would make any difference.
I've actually heard that from multiple people. I'm not a good enough player that I even notice if there's a flipper rubber on the bat at all.
I would love to talk to Joe Scaletta about the Super Bands formula and see why a color property would actually make a difference, and see his input on that. I'll have to discuss that with him, and maybe on our next broadcast at PAPA 17, we'll get him up into the booth to talk flipper rubbers for a little bit. So Chris Warren here is a little bit upset that he got a quick danger.
Double danger.
Yeah, and unfortunately the ruling on that is play on.
Now, one thing you'll see on this version of X-Men, the virtual locks are on, as is usually the case for tournament games. If it's one on route, you'll see all the balls stack up underneath Magneto, and then when the multi-ball starts, they'll all collect on the magnet.
So what's the advantage of having the virtual locks on this game?
Well, it makes the mechanism more reliable. And also, I know on earlier iterations of the code, if the virtual lock is on, the Magneto insert for the lock will not be lit, but you can still shoot it to lock a ball. I don't know if that's still in this particular version of the code. I'm sure we'll find out.
Yes, it is. You can do that still.
So we're waiting for player 3 to step up. Josh Henderson put $6 million up on the game, and Chris put $450,000 on the game. This is Chris Tabaka stepping up and cleaning off the glass. By the look on his face, it doesn't look like he's quite comfortable with this game choice.
Maybe it's the pressure. He knows he's already taken a 0 in the first game. Just calm your nerves, and
that's one of the benefits of qualifying high. If there's games in the final rounds that you don't want to play, then you got to put more effort into trying to get one of the higher seeds and driving the bus. The high seed in each group gets the choice of game or order, meaning that they can either choose the game that's going to be played or whether they want to go first, second, third, or fourth. So the high seed has the advantage because if they perchance like all of the games and don't care what they play, then they'll just play fourth and let someone else pick. But, in this case, if there's games you definitely know you don't want to play, don't put yourself in that situation.
So as a tournament player, Pete, when you are in the position to drive the bus, how do you base your game selections? Do you base it on, boy, I'm really good at this game, or do you look at what your opponents maybe don't play well at and pick those games?
I think if you try to take that approach, you dig yourself into a hole. You want to play the game that you feel the best on, and if somebody beats you on your best game and you've given it your best, so be it. You want to play to your strengths, not to your opponent's weaknesses.
I know that Trent Augenstein, one of the players in the other semifinal matchup that's going on, he's known for going back through the qualifying scores, and he will pick games specifically based on the failure of the players that he's playing. If he sees that someone is not doing well in a game and he wants to and he wants to put them at a disadvantage, he will make his choices based on that.
We could ask you about that, Mark. You were a high seed last night in the Classics final playing Trent. Did you feel comfortable going to Time Fantasy yourself, or did you want to keep that away from Trent?
Well, actually, we were in kind of a unique situation last night because whenever you're playing in a Classics bank with a limited number of machines, if you're a high seed, you basically know what people are going to pick if the games are balanced, if there's clear favorites. Because whenever you're deep into a tournament, no one's going to want to play what we affectionately coin a luck box, a game where the randomization factor is so high that you just really don't know what's going to happen, or at least not with any degree of certainty. And if the choices are limited by that type of game being in the bank, I was in a position where I knew that Trent wasn't going to pick 2001, and I figured I was going to pick Embryon, and I knew that he was going to probably pick either Time Fantasy or Abracadabra, and I'm fine with either of those, so I took second and let him choose. And we ended up going to Time Fantasy, and he stomped me into dust. So it didn't work out, but,
Just under 13 minutes of snail time.
Yeah, the logic was there. He got to 99 seconds on snail time in Time Fantasy 4 times and scored 4 million points, and I took a nap and ate roasted a turkey and came back, and then we played Embryon and Genie afterwards. So Steve Bowden here, methodically working through the X-Men multi-ball. Looks like
in the Weapon X multi-ball.
And that guy is really not quick on the trigger finger there on the DMD. Usually if you got it lined up that well, you're going to go ahead and take the shot, but he's waiting for something apparently.
Maybe he's discussing his
worst
evil
henchman in history. Yeah, the mutants need to come up with some different defense for this corridor system they have.
But he keeps coming back for more.
Is it the same guy or is that a different guy?
No, it's a different guy. They're stormtroopers, which were also here.
Which were at
the 51st garrison of stormtroopers were at the Southern-Fried Pinball Festival. Moving through the villain modes now, jumping on to Sentinels.
Could be wrong, but doesn't somebody have a picture of Darth Vader with the Circuit Championship?
Yeah, we mentioned that earlier. Darth took the Circuit belt. We have to buy a new one. So now there's 3 of them out in the wild. Daniele Azziari won the first year. Keith Elwin won the second belt, and Darth Vader has the third belt. I don't think we're going to see that one in this system anymore. But the good news is that the guy who makes them is from Earth, so we're going to be able to get another one.
It's good promotion. It's good galactic promotion.
Yeah, we're hoping to expand, PAPA's reach, and that's one way to do it. The Empire definitely has a very wide reach, and if people don't attend the events, they just blow up the planets. That was Aldebaran's problem. It was actually a subplot of Star Wars. Most people don't realize it had nothing to do with Leia. It had to do with the fact they didn't attend PAPA events. So Steve Bowden moving on here. 2 more hits to qualify multi-ball. Ball 2 is locked. Steve, great player, definitely knows what he's doing on X-Men.
I think one of Steve's best skills is actually his mental mindset as he goes into a game.
Yeah.
Steve is never rattled.
He's never rattled. It's a great point.
As you'll see right there, what Mark was talking about earlier, Steve is collecting locks by shooting it straight up the middle. That's one of the things that the virtual lock will allow you to do. If they were not enabled, he would have to shoot either the right Phoenix loop or the Rogue inner loop to the left of Magneto to get the locks.
The 2 green blocks.
So it actually makes it easier with the virtual locks on to lock balls?
Yes, it does.
It does. Oh, and that center metal post, it is shocking how much it sends balls to the outlet.
I believe they call that getting avatared.
I had not heard that.
Also another John Borg design. So Josh Henderson will be next up to the plate.
So still no one really with, 8.4. It's still not really that big a separation in X-Men.
Is this a progression game where throughout the game you're building building up to get to the big points?
Stuff gets big. You get a lot of the because I believe in this iteration of the code you can stack modes, and the scores sort of.
That is one thing they did turn off. You can only get 1 X-Men at a time.
Oh, okay.
So some of them will probably be timed out if people are getting them, because essentially all they're doing is adding to the Magneto jackpot value.
What is the version of the code that they're at now? Does anyone know? Do we have that number?
I do not.
We'll look it up.
So Pete mentioned about collecting X-Men and collecting villains. What's the end game to that, collecting the X-Men?
If you collect all the X-Men or all the villains, there's wizard modes. I've never gotten them, so I couldn't tell you the first thing about them, and I don't believe we'll be seeing that today.
Oh, enough of that then.
Great discussion.
I just found out earlier that the wizard mode to World Challenge Soccer is Super Riot, which is...
There's not just one riot in that game. There's 2 of them.
Yeah.
There's Riot and Super Riot.
One of them is Super. Ooh, wow, that was a... Was that
a nice bounce in from the magnet?
That was a wicked magnet throw.
Now, right now, Josh is in...
So Josh is shooting the right orbit, and he could just plug it right into Magneto, which is an easier shot. So this is a situation where he's not aware of the rule quirk, which I find hard to believe, because Josh is usually very knowledgeable in the modern Sterns.
And being that he was in the storm mode, that Phoenix shot really wouldn't have benefited him at point-wise any more than shooting it up the middle.
Well, we'll see how that plays out on the next ball. Josh's move, he's still in second place.
Chris Warren will be next up to the plate. He started off his first ball with a double danger, I think, which rattled him a little bit and led to a quick exit.
I'd be shocked if he didn't.
He's going to take some time. Yeah.
You know what? I think he actually just set his phone down on the game. It's below the camera, and I wouldn't be shocked to see if it has a timer on it ticking down. A lot of times players will wait a minute or so before they step up, and with adrenaline going and all the different things going through your head strategy-wise and whatnot, you don't want to sit there and count to 60, so you just hit go on the timer and wait. He's looking at it, checking to see if it's moving down.
And throughout the weekend, this game really hasn't been a particularly tilty game, though.
No, I can't say it's one of the ones that I've heard grumbling about. Actually, to be honest with you, I really haven't heard much grumbling at all for this tournament. I think Brian has these games set up really well.
They're down.
Yeah.
Metallica was the only one I really heard any complaints about.
You know what, though? You always get some level of oh, this game did this or this game did this, but that's just pinball, and things don't always work perfectly. I have to say it's been a really well-run event overall.
Awesome event. Chris starts out by hitting the skill shot on the side ramp. Immediately on to Magneto.
Chris is one of the better pinball players from the Dagobah system. And he's taking a pot shot at that right orbit, trying to lock a ball. So Pete, whenever you're playing this game, do you have a particular villain mode progression that you go through?
Oh, I try to get the two multi-ball ones as quickly as possible.
What is that?
Hellfire Club on the left side and Brotherhood on the right side. If I happen to be right before Magneto multi-ball and I don't have the other two choices, I'll take Sentinels to bring into a multi-ball because that seems to light up almost everything.
Gotta love that magnet.
Oh.
It's a tough drain. He seems to be a little bit off of where he wants to be shooting the ball.
So just as a recap, we were watching Game 2 of the semifinals in a matchup of Josh Henderson, Steve Bowden, Chris Tabaka, and Chris Warren. Chris Warren currently has 4 points. Steve Bowden has 2 points. Josh Henderson has 1 point, and Chris Tabaka has 0 points.
2 people from the group will move on to the finals.
2 people from every group, as Doug says, move on to the finals. Chris Tabaka is stepping up. I believe Pete is going to run off and check scores on the other group, so we can get an update on that.
At this point, also, you may see in the background, the B finals are going on as well, so we'll see if we can get an update on those as well.
If you would like to follow the bracket, you can do so. There's a link on the PAPA homepage. That's PAPA, as in Professional and Amateur Pinball Association.org. There should be a link there to the brackets, the qualifying standings, and also to the wonderful live video coverage that you are watching right now from the Atlanta Pinvasion tournament at the Southern-Fried Pinball Expo. I'm Mark Steinman, sitting next to
Doug Polka.
And we are watching Chris Tabaka here. Got 3.9.
Looks like he's shooting for that orbit to try and get another lock. He gets a reject halfway up.
Yeah. Gunner managed to get that one around. Boy, the magnets really do add a different dynamic to the game. They take an open space on the playfield where really you wouldn't expect anything exciting to happen, and just it changes everything. I mean, I know whenever I first played Tron, and I watched the recognizer, the spinning disc at the top of the Tron game, throw a ball halfway down the playfield, and then it just stopped and spun back up a little bit. I knew that I was in for something cool.
That's great design. It's a simple mechanism that adds complete, you never know what it's going to do coming off there, just like with the magnets.
If they're positioned well and integrated into the game properly, it can definitely add something positive to the experience. And he's got ball 3 locked. X-Men's one of the more unusual games with a 4-ball lock before you get to the multi-ball. You typically in pinball nowadays it's just 3, and then you get paid off. Pete, did you happen to get any score updates for us?
I did. The other group finished their game of World Challenge Soccer. Adam Lefkoff was the winner. He is now at 8 points. Trent finished second. He is now at 4. Escher took third. He has 1. And Timmy has 1.
So Adam will be moving on for sure out of that group into the final group.
All right, and that means that if Adam's driving the bus, we are going to be seeing World Challenge Soccer. He has already personally guaranteed me that.
Well, he just played it.
Well, in the
final.
In the
finals, okay.
round. So I will hold him to his word.
He will be the bus driver unless Josh moves on.
Okay.
Steve Bowden currently with a slim lead on X-Men, just taking in the situation here.
Slim lead, but ball in hand. So he's still feeling pretty good. And once again, you can see in the background there's another line of pinball machines. That's one of the open play areas here at the Southern-Fried Pinball Expo. This is only one room of about 5. There's 5 or 6 different spread out throughout the facility. It really is an entire... the event takes over the entire Marriott. So if anyone gets a chance to come down here to the Southern-Fried next year, I recommend it. I think you're going to find yourself pleased with a well-run event and a lot of different things to do. And being that this is the first year for it, I can only expect it to grow and get better.
Yeah, and the arcades will be open till 4 o'clock today. So if you're in the immediate area and you want to shoot down, come check it out for sure.
Ooh, little redirect there out of the scoop. Yeah, and you see that this is an example of Steve here took the lock at Magneto, so we were correct. Henderson just must not be aware of that little quirk in the rules, and I feel like it cost him. I feel like with his accuracy, taking a few chances at the wider shot straight up the middle might have paid off.
It definitely seemed like a curious choice if it was intentional, but the way Stern updates codes, perhaps, like you said, he was more familiar with an older version of it. Yeah. So that's what he was used to, and without thinking, that's what he went for.
I mean, the right orbit isn't incredibly narrow. It's got a real wide lower end, so it'll and the flipper's down there, so it'll guide the ball up into the area. But Pete, I mean, what's your opinion? I personally prefer to go up the middle any chance I get on this. I just feel like it's an easier shot to hit.
I agree with you. But Josh may have been. Phoenix is the right loop mode. It's a pretty easy one to complete if you get it started, but Josh may not have realized that he was already in the middle of another mode and he wouldn't be making any progress to Phoenix.
Yeah.
What we saw here is Steve having the Sentinel mode going with multi-ball, and his score has flown up to 28 million because with everything scoring points in that mode, just finished it very quickly.
And that's one of the tricks to pinball, is knowing where the points are and knowing how to bring them out in a safe way. We were talking whenever we were watching the Metallica game about stacking different modes and different aspects of a game together. Sometimes you can stack aspect A with aspect B, and sometimes they're exclusive, and you can't do that. In this particular case, Steve brought a mode into a multi-ball, and it paid off, and it scored close to tripled there, or
he came in with
doubled. Just in one quick multi-ball. And we've already seen other players move through multi-balls too, so it's just knowing when to put what with what. And I think probably I think we all agree the best player in the world at doing that, it would be Elwin. I know we were watching...
you can pretty much stop at best player in the world.
Yeah, he's always thinking through, and it's so fascinating to watch these high-level players work their way through a game mentally. Playing pinball is so much more than just flipping away at it. There's so many strategic decisions, and so much risk-reward scenario that you have to constantly be updating in your brain. There's so much data that goes in. It's a sight to see. I remember watching Keith play this X-Men at Expo, at Pinball Expo in October. Another circuit event takes place outside of Chicago. And he was down, I think it was 25 million points or something like that, and he walks up to the game, and he shot the scoop 48 times or whatever it happened to be, and lit Shadow King, and we're all sitting in the booth saying, what on earth is he doing? And then he rips through Shadow King for the exact amount of points he needs and wins the match. And we're sitting here saying, okay, well, this is someone who obviously understands how to play the game better than we do.
Yeah, there's way, especially on the modern games, there's a lot more to being a truly great pinball player than just being able to make shots and have flipper skills.
Yeah, it's kind of scary. It's like watching professional golf. Making the shot is, that's not going to do it. Just like making the shot is the prerequisite.
And right there, he could have tried to trap up and take the easy shot up the middle. Instead, he goes for the loop on the fly and gets it for Magneto multi-ball.
That was a huge outlane nudge right into this multi-ball, so he's going to get paid for that.
Sometimes, getting that one break out of the way, have one thing turn in your favor, loosens you up. See if you can get another string of favors here from the game. Ball saver's over.
So it looks like every shot is lit on this game for the jackpot?
Yes, and I believe you can collect each once, and you can use Magneto to relight them. certain ones are worth more than others based off of what heroes or what X-Men you have played. So since he has finished Beast, I think Beast would be worth.
So just to clarify, the shots that you hit, or the modes that you play prior to multi-ball, come into multi-ball to make it worth more?
Yes.
$14. Sitting down with 14. The way this is going, sitting down with 15 million.
Players have had a hard time opening this one up.
That may be, sitting in second place, and it's not an incredibly high score for what we've seen historically on X-Men, but in this particular situation, not too bad. I don't think he feels, incredibly safe, but I don't think he's upset.
Now Chris is taking the right loops to get the Magneto locks.
He's got one more to go. Start his Magneto multi-ball.
He started Wolverine. Wolverine bounced into Magneto, but Wolverine was first.
X-Men has one of my favorite redirect shots in all of pinball. I would probably put it second behind the Quicksilver target sweep into the lid spinner. For anyone who knows that one, it's a little bit obscure, but it's one of the most gratifying shots to ever successfully complete. In X-Men, I particularly love the Wolverine to Cyclops to upper ramp combo. It's just, whenever you pull that off, it feels great.
How many times have you pulled that one off?
It's, believe it or not, if you nip Wolverine on the right side, it'll go into Cyclops far more often than you think. And it's not dissimilar to trying to angle shots off a Monger in the Iron Man. Whenever Monger's raised up, you're not just trying to hit the Monger. You're trying to hit the blue nub on the right side of the
magnet.
Monger. Right, and you want to completely avoid the magnet, and it's a safer thing. Well, with Wolverine, it's not dissimilar. You don't want to just blast it right into the middle of Wolverine. You want to nip it off of the right side and try and send it up into the Cyclops, where it's more of a controlled feed.
So this is a huge multi-ball for Chris here.
He has a mode running with it, villain mode, Juggernaut. Lights a whole bunch of shots as well for points.
Having a hard time getting control.
Sounds like we have some announcements going on here in the next room. They're getting ready for one of the other many contests or performances that have happened down here at the Southern-Fried Expo. Right in the middle of a pretty chaotic multi-ball here. Looks like Chris is opening it up and just said, let the balls flow.
Playing on the fly, and he is nailing some shots.
And there they go.
One element we haven't talked about is combos. If you hit certain characters in a certain order, you get points for combos. You can collect them during multi-ball. They will also help build up your score pretty quickly.
Well, that's an unusual combo. Is the are the points for the combos different, or are they all the same? Are they weighted based on difficulty?
I'm not sure of that.
I would be real curious to know that, because as a player, if I'm shooting a far more difficult shot in combination with something else, I want to be rewarded proportionally to it. I don't know if that level of detail made it into this, though, because as I've said many times in this matchup, I'm not fully familiar with this specific iteration of the code.
Though we haven't seen it yet, if you get enough combos, that will light Deadpool in.
Is that going to be? He needs 15, and that's not going to do it.
Nope.
You can't hang on for a point, though.
Bonus is paltry in this. I didn't realize
The key
how
to
low.
You need the multipliers. If you finish a hero mode, that adds 3 to your bonus multiplier, and there's a mystery award that adds 5 more to it. If you can get huge multipliers, it will add up fast. But
So Henderson ekes out a point for sure.
He got a point in the first game as well.
So he's sitting at 2.
He's got to be hoping that Chris can't pass him here, because that will put him in a pretty bad situation going into game 3. Chris has just started his Magneto.
I have to say, if I had Magneto's powers, I'm not real sure that spinning pinballs around my head would be, high on my list of to-do items.
At some point, though, you'll probably get bored with all the other stuff you can do. So
Yeah.
why not?
That's a good point. He's already made several movies. So.
He could move a tilt bob.
Oh, good point.
There you go.
There's a lot of real creative rules coming out into pinball nowadays with the, shutting off flipper power and adjusting things. It's getting fun. So there's still a pretty long road here to haul for, this is Chris Tabaka.
So goal number 1 would be to pass 3rd place, so he can get a point on the board at least.
And Chris he's coming into this game with 0 points, so he definitely needs to pull something out here on ball 3.
Huge out-of-ball
Got
shot
the
there.
out-of-ball.
That was giant.
And as you see, he's ran 4 different X-Men at different times, so he has points
He's
all
up
over
to,
the board.
He's up to 14 already.
I'm not sure which one it is, but one of his jackpots is 800,000.
Okay, this is more achievable
There's
than
the
I thought
800.
right now. I hadn't realized how many points he had sitting out there. So if he hangs on and puts together something here, we may actually see him
He's making a
challenge
run.
first. Yeah, there's another
He's got Magneto
800,000.
lit for super.
Super bad.
Okay. Control it. You're up to 18. Just since the
Taking
last
a
time you
breather.
showed your score, it went up close to 5 million points. So gather yourself.
You've got second.
Chris is in the semifinals here of a circuit event. He knows what he's doing. He's a solid player. Trying to cradle separate. Didn't quite go exactly as he wanted, but not the classic over
There
and
it
out.
is.
There it is.
6 million.
6 million. So he's at 27, and I believe he needs 32. Is that correct?
I think 30 something is the next
Okay.
level for him.
I think it's a low 30. And is he Pete, where would you estimate he's at with bonus right now?
Well, he finished 1 hero during that multi-ball, so he's going to have at least 4x.
14.6 million in that multi-ball. So that multi-ball alone would have put him into what would have got him a point.
Chance to start a villain here. He
I'm very curious to see what he chooses here.
Sentinel.
goes with Sentinels. Right now, he also has the Gambit Hurry Up running. It's a tough shot. You have to shoot it through the left loop around and then hit the right pop bumper from the right flipper. It starts out at 15 million, though. If you can get it fast, it's huge points.
That
He's
almost
going
sounds
for
like
it.
a dare.
He's going for it.
And he
He got
it
5
for
million
5.
out of it.
Nice.
Did that put him over?
Yes.
That should.
I think it did
that
put
should
him over.
him into.
We'll be seeing Steve playing.
All right, so game on here. Don't. You still need to
Double.
put more into it.
Let it settle down.
We'll take a break here. Wise
Yep.
decision.
And you got 30 seconds plus on your timer, so you're really not hurting anything there. You have no modes
And you
just
don't
wasting away.
you don't want to go through all the work to get into first and then just bail out right and leave and leave it on the table.
Yeah, because
for
you know
player
Steve
4.
Bowden's coming up.
Yeah. You still got work to do, but you're feeling good because at this point you're in the driver's seat. And
tough
that
train.
is the
Tough
jinx
train.
of all jinxes.
Too dangerous, couldn't do anything
That's a
at
great
that
run,
point.
though. That was a great
Yeah,
ball.
great ball. And he needed it.
He was in last place going into that ball.
Oh, it wasn't even in the 30s. Okay, I thought it was 32. It was 29.
Rounded it to
So-
those 30s.
Yeah, rounding up, it was 32. So Steve still needs 10 million here. That's actually a better. It's an even better ball by Chris than we thought it was. Who had 0 points in game 1 and desperately needs to get something here in game 2 to have a shot to advance
So
in
I
game
think
3.
Steve's been through Magneto and Weapon X multi-ball already.
Yes, he has. So it's what multi-ball will he attempt to go for, or
He's
will
gotta-
he try to villain it out?
Needs a creative solution.
So Pete, we were discussing earlier what's the lowest point total someone could actually advance with, and I think we figured that if someone 12s out a group with 2 going from each group of 4 players, it would be 12-3-3-3.
That is correct.
So that's not something we've seen at a circuit event yet, but I have to say I'm looking forward to the first 3-point advance in a round.
I've seen 4s get through. I've never seen a 3 get through.
Yeah, a 4 can get through clean.
Yeah, 12-4-3-2 would do it.
Nice live catch by Steve there. Oh, and that magnet just whipped it out the left out lane.
All right, Magnet says no.
Sometimes it seems unfair.
That's the end of Game 2 in the semifinals here between Chris Warren, Chris Tabaka, Steve Bowden, and Josh Henderson.
So we had Chris Tabaka taking first place on that game.
That puts him at 4.
And Steve Bowden took second.
That'd be, what, 6 for Steve? Or no, that's 4 for Steve
4 for
Bowden as
Steve.
well.
Third place. Who's third place on that game, Pete?
It wasn't Chris Warren.
Josh.
Josh, right.
Gosh, almost forgot who was in the game. Chris Warren took a 0.
So we have 4-4-4-2. And Josh has the 2.
It's interesting. Josh is driving the bus, and right now he's got the least points.
Appears we're getting a little bit of bonus coverage right here. Here's some World Challenge Soccer from the B division.
So this is the game we were discussing earlier. Kind of the wild card of the tournament. Not many people knew the rule set to this game.
The wild card. It is a wild card, as many Gottlieb games are.
Well, with the World Cup going on, I think a soccer game's appropriate.
Things are moving on pretty nicely here. We might get a chance to go watch the U.S. game tonight.
Yeah.
6 o'clock.
So from what I understand in World Challenge Soccer, getting to Super Riot is incredibly lucrative, but it's a long way away. Stepping up to this particular game, you're going to want to spell soccer on the right orbit, challenge at the goal, which is in the upper left, and is World the center ramp?
World is the center ramp,
World
right.
is the center ramp, and by doing that, Pete, actually, you had a chance to play this game, and you're sort of a Gottlieb master. Why don't you go ahead and run down the rules so that
Before he does that, can I just say, if I was a soccer fan, I think I would be offended that the 2 wizard modes in the soccer game are Riot and Super Riot.
Yeah.
Is that really the front that the soccer world wants to put out there? Go ahead. Pete.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes, it is. Well, the approach that I took, I ended up like 3rd or 4th on this game. It was to go for the World Challenge Soccer. If you complete all the letters, your bonus is 100 million, which is pretty substantial in games that are.
Yeah, we can see even in this matchup right here, 100 million would be 5-fold of what anyone else has put up.
There's also big points in multi-ball.
How do you achieve the multi-ball?
There is, as you can see that in the middle, there's a orange insert that's blinking. That one says multi. There's another one that's already lit for this player that's ball. If you get both lit, that will light multi-ball in the 2 holes on the left and right side of the play field,
So
which can be a 3-ball multi-ball.
So if I was going to equate it to another game, those the 5 inserts in the middle there, one says multi, the second one in from the left, next to the flashing purple one right now, and then the one that's lit on the second one in from the right that says ball. By getting those is similar to, say, Last Action Hero multi-ball, where you have to get the words Last Action and Hero, and by completing all 3 of those inserts, or in this case, both of those inserts, multi-ball then starts, or it's lit.
It's lit. You have to shoot it in one of the 2 holes to get the multi-ball, and then that hole that he just shot the ball in, if you plunge a ball into it, when multi-ball starts, you'll have a 3-ball multi-ball. Otherwise, it's a 2-ball.
So I've seen a lot of players make that right orbit combo for the soccer letters into the goal for the challenge letters in the upper left. And it seems like that's a pretty common strategy to try and work through the letters. In your opinion, is World Challenge or soccer the most difficult word to get?
Well, challenge would be the most difficult because you're shooting it up into a target and you have no idea where it's going to go. With this game having the lightning flippers on it, the World is dangerous. If it doesn't make it all the way up that ramp, it's screaming back down the middle most of the time.
So, go ahead, Pete.
But I mean, it's a pretty wide shot. You have a lot of room to hit that world ramp.
So I have an additional question for you. As we see now, those two banks of stand-up targets there are, they seem pretty meaty. You hit one and it's going to redirect into the other. What do these do? If
you complete both banks of targets, that will start whatever insert is lit there. So in this case, if this player knocks down both banks, he will start, he would collect ball for multi-ball, and you can see it moves with certain shots.
The slings would move it.
Right. Like Gottlieb games from this time, the plunge also comes into play. It's really hard to see because the ramp's over it, but on the right side there are 3 inserts. One of them collects all the drop targets, which would start a mode. The other one is increased goal value, which really isn't beneficial for this type of play. And the third one is mystery. That will give you a random award. On this one, it's set up to be 1,000 points, or it would have been instant multi-ball on ball 3. We're going to turn away from this B division game to head over to the A bank. It appears that Josh Henderson has chosen Iron Man as the third game, and this thing has been a beast all weekend.
Iron Man was described earlier as a game that is stealing people's souls.
I have to say, I'm pretty shocked that he chose this. I did not expect to see Iron Man chosen in the final rounds. This game has been mean. The scores on it have been low. We've seen a lot of outlane drains. The outlanes have just they've been wide. The slings are active. We'll see how it treats him. But this, I will say, is a surprising choice.
Anytime I was trying to qualify on it, I just tried to stick with bogey because everything else was so dangerous. Even Monger, which seems safe, was very difficult.
So it looks like he's heading bogey to try and take some of the risk out of it.
Great shooting there, getting the double points for...
This is one way to do it. This is what accuracy. I mean, that's how pinball used to be played with the redirects. A lot of players would try and, I can't remember what they used to call it, but it was something along the lines of just continue the trajectory. The ball... You'd basically just try and keep it flowing and just hope the game was designed in a way so that those redirects would send it back into a safe place. But you don't see a lot of players do that anymore.
Josh, it'll be interesting to see. Will Josh go from he started the bogey, and I imagine he's going to go right after Monger right now.
Yeah, so we have Monger with bogey going. This is a pretty good position to be in here. And I will also say that Josh backhanded the left ramp with the Monger up, which is not something you see a whole lot.
Hey, wow. I did that earlier. It's like I didn't even know that was possible. Joining us in the booth now, we have the tournament organizer, Brian Broyles. Welcome to the booth.
Thanks, guys.
How's it going, Brian? Is everything going well for you so far?
It's doing really well. Actually surprised of how things are turning out. I was a little nervous, this being my big event, but with the help of you guys, it's been turning out really good.
Now, you have run other events in the past. Is this the largest event that you've been a part of?
Oh, absolutely.
Well,
absolutely.
I have to say that all the feedback we've been getting has been real positive. So, congratulations on that. How do you feel? How do you feel the final rounds have been going so far? You getting more and more calm and relieved as things are progressing?
I am, and I'm actually surprised how quick things are moving.
Yeah, they are moving pretty quick. We've seen a lot of fun games, but we haven't seen any that are in some of the circuit events in the past. We've seen some players just absolutely demolish games and take an hour or two on balls. Keith Elwin, I'm talking about you, Dirty Harry. Thanks for that. So Brian, how does the Atlanta Pinvasion tournament work in with the Southern-Fried Gaming Expo? Are you working in unison with them? Is this something that we can expect to see next year?
Oh, absolutely. This is an event I plan on doing every year. Obviously, with the help of the organizers for the Southern-Fried Gameroom Expo and allowing us to put the tournament here, I think it's been really great. A lot of volunteers came out from Atlanta, volunteered machines. A lot of people in our local leagues helping out. It's been really great. I actually look forward to it next year. See what I can do to make it better.
So, I have to, now that we have you here on the mic, is there anyone that you would like to, any local leagues or anyone, the people who are donating games or anyone who helped you just organize all this over the last months that you would like to, say thanks to, as we see Chris Warren walk away with about $5 million to Josh Henderson's $7.6 million.
Oh, yeah. Chris Compton, Scott Kuthice, a lot of those guys really helped me with organizing, getting things ready, dotting all the I's and crossing the T's and making sure.
How is the local support down here? How is the local league? Are you a member of a league?
Yeah, I actually play in 2.
Oh, well, what leagues are you in, and where can people go for that information?
We have the Atlanta Pinball League, and we also have the North Georgia that we started because we only have so much space, of course, because we're playing in collectors' homes. So we felt the need to expand that to people in the northern Georgia area that they couldn't get in. We just had people on a waiting list.
That doesn't sound dissimilar to the Free State Pinball Association. It seems like they have one league that's all flies under one banner, but it's in some separate areas, and it's very successful for them. Do you see growth in your league? Do you see more and more interest as events occur and people will get wind of it?
Yep. It's been really good. Let's opening up the second league there. We've got some people off the waiting list, and they're filling up.
And that's what we want to continue to see, as much growth as we can. Continue to get people involved in this game. People bringing their kids in.
So we have Chris Tabaka here with 1.2 million, chasing down a 4.8 and a 7.6. Looks like Steve Bowden is going to be coming in fourth place. Pete, what are the updated standings for, or what are the updating point totals for this particular matchup here?
This group, Josh has 2. The other 3 players all have 4.
So it is wide open here. Brian, you got to sit in for a pretty exciting Game 3 in the semifinal matchup at the Atlanta Pinvasion Tournament in the Southern-Fried Gaming Expo. As I've mentioned many times, we are in the pinball section. There are 4 or 5 other rooms that are filled up with different events and different sponsors and vendors and a whole lot of games. Steve Bowden of FunWithBonus.com is stepping up to Iron Man. Let's see what strategy he employs.
I'm really surprised with all the different Microsoft and PlayStation, all these different companies that we actually got to get on board for the first expo.
Yeah, it's a real impressive lineup. I think you guys did a great job. Do you have, Brian, did you get a chance to play Iron Man at all this weekend?
I did. Very brutal.
Very brutal game, yeah. That's what we were saying whenever we were shocked that Josh chose it. This particular game, more than any other, is one that players have been avoiding. Steve gains control on the left flipper, and it looks like he's also going to take the bogey strategy similar to Josh Henderson, or just fire it into whiplash. I don't know if that was a miss at the right ramp. It's a pretty wide miss, though. I don't expect Steve to miss by that much. He probably made that decision intentionally, but it looks like he's going to Monger now. Actually, we've had a couple shots at all over the playfield here. I'm not sure what strategy we're looking to bring in. Obviously, this close to Monger becomes a priority, so let's go ahead and bring that up and get it out of the way. Now we need 6 shots here in the center of the playfield, and as we mentioned earlier in the X-Men game, you don't want to shoot it straight into the Monger because then it gets affected by the magnet. You want to do what Steve did right there twice in a row, very successfully, and 3 times. You want to shoot it on the right side or all the way on the left side. It's just a safer feed. Shoot that blue nub at the base of the Monger, get into the multi-ball, and you want to bring the Monger back up by shooting either any of the 3 rectangular purple inserts. There's one right up the middle, and then there's one on both the left orbit and the right orbit. These will bring the Monger back up for jackpots, and then after you spell Monger again in the multi-ball, you're going to have a super jackpot straight up the middle. And the game did not treat Steve nicely, but still, he is in 3rd place, and no one really has much into it here on ball 1. 20 to 25 million have been enormous scores all weekend long, and I think if anyone opens it up in any real significant way, they're going to be feeling great about it.
One nice thing about this Ironman is while it's set up very brutally, at the playfield level, the tilt is extremely fair. It'll give the players a chance to save themselves with nudges and things. You saw Steve smacking it pretty hard without even the least bit of a warning.
And that's the way a game like Iron Man should be set up, because it's a game where you know, the game, the ball is out of control a lot, and there's not a lot of safe feeds back to the flippers. You know, you're forced into shooting. You're forced into shooting stuff with the magnet in the middle and the monger there as a primary scoring strategy that are going to put the ball out of control. And you want to be able to move a game like that around. So as a tournament director, Brian made a good decision here, and he set the game up and let the players play it the way it was intended. Which is something I think we've seen with all the games here at the Atlanta Pinvasion tournament. Everything has been playing pretty fair, and you know, like we've said before, at any event, there's always, you know, a switch here or a stuck ball there or something like that. But that's pinball. That's the mechanical action of the game. And whenever you take the time to think through your strategies as a tournament director and you set things up the way they should be set up, you end up with a smooth running event like we have here, which is even doubly impressive because it's a first-year event. And so Josh Henderson's coming back up here with 8 million points. Brian, since we still have you here in the booth, I want to ask, as you're watching things wind down here at the end of the semifinals, and you're kind of exhaling a little bit, are you going to Disneyland after this, or what do you have planned?
I'll probably go back, take a little break, and start planning on the next tournament, actually.
All right.
Well, I know we got a charity tournament coming up in July for the
Project Pinball.
yes,
Project
sorry,
Pinball.
thanks, Pete. But yeah, we're going to gear up for that. That's a really good cause, so we're looking forward to doing that.
Project Pinball is also down here. They were exhibiting at the event. And what do you have a website where anyone could reach that charity and find out more information about them?
I don't off the top of my head.
Well, I'm pretty sure that if someone just types in Project Pinball into Google, they're going to be able to find it here, so that shouldn't be too difficult to find. Chris Warren is stepping up here for ball one at 4.8. Josh didn't really put much on top of the 7.6 that he had after ball one. Everything is still accessible for everybody. Brian, is there anything else you'd like to say before you step out?
Nope, I need to get back to work here. And,
Well, I have one question for you before you go. You based a lot of what you did on the Louisville Expo, which was an excellent tournament and event. Have you thought of any changes that you'd like to do for the next event down here?
I'll probably run the classics the same way, the B division, the way I did the A division. I was really concerned about time, but I think I probably could have done that. And I was a little nervous. This being my first event, I didn't want to run us late in the hours. I was looking at the PAPA information and seeing how long the classics actually took at Louisville. And that's great information they have on the PAPA site too. It gives you a great idea of how long you think your tournament's going to run, roughly. So I'll probably do that. I'll go back. I took a lot of notes. I got a lot of feedback from players and things like that. So I'll kind of go back, look it over, and draw up my plans for the next one.
Well, as a tournament director, notes are your friend, and I have to say that thus far you've made a lot of good decisions, and thank you very much for sitting into the booth. And we encourage all of our visitors to come down here to the Atlanta, or all of our viewers to come down to the Atlanta Pinvasion tournament next year, or attend the
Fried Gameroom Expo.
Southern-Fried, I've said it 15 times today, and I can't remember. Southern-Fried Gaming Expo. Thanks, Brian, for sitting into the booth. We're going to get back to this Game 3 of our semifinal matchup.
No problem. Thanks, Mark. Pete.
We have Chris Warren up right now. He's just moved into Ironmonger Multi-Ball. Gaining some ground here on Josh, who is out just under 10 million. He has the Add-A-Ball possibility there on the right, but drained out before he was able to collect it. Now stepping into the booth, we have Brian Dye.
We're going to get back-to-back interviews here. Brian, how did you made it into the final round here in the A division with, or into the final rounds into the A division on a tiebreaker against was it Derek Fagate last night? Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. It was a pretty exciting match. It was a good game. I had one last push there. Petey yelled out, 2 more minutes. I slid one game in on Attack from Mars. Put up about $4 billion, and I had somebody else help me out a little bit on a game with a shadow right there at the input, Derek and I tied for that last spot, and we went to a game on Ironman, and I was able to pull it through.
So Brian, you're an up and coming pinball player from the great state of West Virginia.
Yes, sir.
Is there many? Are there many games for you to play down there, or where do you find where do you learn new games, and where do you get access?
Well, I live in Morgantown, where the university is. And we have a couple games on location there. We have a bowling alley that's got, Pirates of the Caribbean, and Family Guy, and a Starship Troopers. And that's pretty much it. We have just a very limited amount. Pinball is at this point in time isn't a very big thing in West Virginia. We have a couple guys that do come up to the Pittsburgh League, me being one of them, but. I had to give a lot of credit to the Pittsburgh Pinball League. That's I participate in that league, and I've gone to a lot of tournaments. I've gone to a lot of events, and everybody in that league has been extremely helpful in teaching me games and allowing me to play with their private collections that come in the league, and just showing me the ins and outs. And, getting to these tournaments and helping me get that experience to kind of get to the next level. So,
well, speaking of experience, how is your experience here at the Southern-Fried Gaming Expo?
Wow.
Are you going to take anything from this and put it into your arsenal for the next time out?
Oh, absolutely. Brian ran an absolutely fantastic tournament. The bank was very varied, in the types of games. I think World Challenge Soccer, everybody thought at first that, what is this doing in here? But it ended up being a really great game, and a lot of people played it. But I think the big thing I'm going to take from this tournament is especially I learned a big lesson from Steve Bowden there in that first game of Metallica. I walked up and put a 20 million ball one, and everybody else was kind of struggling, and I really kind of needed Steve to not do well. I hate to say that about Steve, but he walked up on ball 3, had made zero progress towards anything. Got Sparky once, had a pretty solid multi-ball, and then started over and just started chopping wood, and got to that second Sparky multi-ball and just blew it up. Ended up with 108 million from a 3 million point ball 3.
Steve is an incredible player, and he's one of the people that reminds you frequently no lead is ever safe whenever you're at a PAPA circuit event. There's always someone here in your group that is going to be able to take the game to task, and sometimes you don't know when it's going to happen, and sometimes maybe it doesn't always happen, but the capability is always there. So do you find yourself with I don't want to say a lack of pinball machines in West Virginia, do you find yourself coming down here and having to learn rule sets on the fly?
That's interesting that you asked that. I've never played an X-Men before, and that was the second game in our bank today. And I haven't been able to play a Mustang either. So those were 2 games in that first group. So I didn't know them, but I tried watching Steve and watching Josh Henderson, who was also playing really well. I tried watching what they were doing and pick up on the things that they were doing to try to get the most out of my, what little I could at that point. But a lot of the games on, in here, World Challenge Soccer was, one you had to kind of learn on, and everybody, was really talking about that game a lot this weekend. So yeah, there's a little bit of a learning curve, but when you're playing with some of the best in the world, you can kind of pick up on those things really fast and try to imitate those as best as possible.
And once again, we're down here at the Atlanta Pinvasion Tournament in the Southern-Fried Gaming Expo. I'm Mark Steinman, and in the booth with me is Pete Hendricks and Brian Dye. Brian's going to be sitting with us here through the end of this Ironman game. And let's get back to the action here. We've got Josh Henderson on ball 3, game 3, and everyone is still in this. We have it's a matchup between Chris Warren, Chris Tabaka, Steve Bowden, and Josh Henderson. Josh has 2 points. Everyone else has 4 points. So Josh is highly unlikely to take first, but he's hoping to. Yeah,
he would have to. He has to win.
Yeah, he has to win.
So things aren't looking too up for Josh right now. Chris Warren steps up here with 9.8, and I think did he just get like 250 points from hitting the flipper?
It had been awarding a. There was one switch it was awarding because I know when Chris Tabaka started his game, he already had 1,170 points.
Yeah. Okay.
There was a little discussion of that over by the TV.
Well, the rules on that are going to be insignificant play on. So Warren here at this stage of the game doesn't need much to take a lead, but he wants to distance himself from everyone, and there's the lead right there. Well, not yet, but with bonus he has it. But what he wants to do is set himself up in a position where he's distancing himself from player 3 and player 4, and then
Unfortunate.
So he takes over the lead, does not distance himself, but with the way this game is playing,
Well, he's guaranteed himself 1 point. He needs both players. He needs both Chris Tabaka and Steve Bowden to pass him, or he's moving on.
and is Chris Tabaka stepping up here with bogey ready to go?
It looks like it.
Yes, it is.
And there could be some big points in there. I would be shocked if he did anything but just try and loop those ramps back and forth.
And he's been doing an excellent job of going back and forth, alternating between those ramps on the fly. I don't want to jinx him by any means, but he's really locked into those 2 ramps.
Brian, how's the feed from the halfway shot from the right ramp been doing well? Has it been coming down to a safe position, or has it been going down the middle?
The few times that I've been able to hit it this weekend, I mean, it seemed like a fair feed back down, I was always really kind of conflicted as to do I try to live catch it, do I hold the flipper up, because so many times on this game, this is such an outlay hungry game, and especially with how it's set up pretty difficult. So my thought process was if I hold my flipper up here and it's gonna just bounce up, roll up the slingshot down the out lane. So you have a couple decisions to make there, but from my experience with it, it was kind of 50-50. It's a coin flip if it doesn't go all the way. So he's still got
This is definitely one of those games where there's lots of great information in the screen, so I'm sure he was looking for Grand Champ maybe?
Trying to backhand the left ramp.
No,
He's not shooting for drones.
I wouldn't think so. I wouldn't think so. Not with bogey lit.
I don't understand what the decision-making process is at this point, to be perfectly honest with
There
you.
it is. That's the shot. He's just got to cash
And
it
get
in
it
now.
up. Yep. All right. Make it happen. It's go time.
That post pass is pretty tough to make, too. There are a lot of people talking about how they've been having a hard time getting that over there.
So he's wanting to start on the left ramp. Doesn't look like he wants to take a clean shot from the left flipper to the right ramp. Here's that feed. Oh, and dangerous.
That was exactly it. And that's been the killer.
And that's not going to be enough. So he is in 3rd place. Pete, what are the numbers?
At this point, it comes down to Chris Warren has moved on. At worst, he will finish with 6. It's basically between Chris Tabaka and Steve Bowden.
So if Bowden passes Henderson, then he's in. If he doesn't, then Henderson moves on.
No, Henderson can't move on. If Bowden passes Tabaka, he's on.
Okay, right.
So the number he's looking for is 9.5 or 9.6.
So it's between players 3 and 4.
Yes.
So he needs 5.4 million, and
doesn't really have much progress here.
This will be interesting. Steve is a player who thinks through his games a lot. I have a feeling that, I have a feeling he's going to be looking at this play field and talking and thinking it out here before he plunges.
Now, one thing he was saying before he plunged his first ball, he said that the ramps were awarding double bogeys for some players. I'd never seen it, but we were busy with the interviews and stuff. Watching the other players play after that, I'd never seen it.
So he's saying that one shot to the ramp would sometimes award 2.
Right.
Okay. Well, that could...
If that is truly the case and you can get double points from a ramp...
Then absolutely shoot the ramps. I wonder if that played into Chris Tabaka's decision to only start on the left side.
Right.
I would say more likely it's just the fact that right ramp can be death, and he doesn't want to start it without some momentum on the ball. But you never know. Sometimes these players, will combine aspects of a situation and make decisions based on collective information rather than independently. And that's not a good start here, but that's not going to end it. Steve needs 5 million points here.
Do you go for Monger here?
Ooh.
Yeah, I think he is.
Yeah, here.
There he is.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he was only 2 away.
And he got 2 out of that.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he got it off the plunge and then off the ball save.
Plus, he got the first M. Did it hit it coming across there? Or?
I know we were notified earlier in the weekend that sometimes Monger would just spot letters. It's very touchy, and the vibrations of the game will sometimes award it. I don't think it's a champion pub situation where you can just shake it and get hits on the boxer or anything like that, but sometimes whenever it moves up.
Rising up and have hit vibrate the switch.
Ooh, oh no. And he brought it back in. And he
Fantastic nudge.
And did you notice he took the shot at the drone, and now he has War Machine, or not War Machine, but it is War Machine.
He can bring the two, but yeah, that's right decision.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but he locked out.
He has locked out War
But
Machine.
it doesn't even matter.
No.
He has Monger going, and all he needs is another 2.5.
You got to bring him up. Super will take it.
Super will do it. Just take your time.
One to go.
No reason to rush. No reason to rush.
Okay. Going down. Trap up. No, but he'll double Grace shot.
He nails it.
And there it is.
Nails it.
Yep, and that's going to send Steve Bowden through to the final round at the Atlanta Pinvasion tournament. Fantastic play. And just for good measure, sticks it up into the War Machine.
Great patience. He was aware. He got the shot off just in time.
And he has the victory.
Yep.
Excellent job by Steve Bowden there.
Takes it over the top. First place for Steve Bowden, so Steve's going to end up with 8 points. And Chris Warren is going to sneak through with 6, correct?
Yep. Chris Warren will be at 6. Josh will finish with 3. And Chris Tabaka will have 4.
We're going to go ahead and take a jump over to Mustang.
As a reminder, Adam Lefkoff will be through. He had 8 coming into this game. Trent had 4, and both Escher and Timmy had 1 each. So Escher or Tim have to win.
Trent would have to lose. Trent would have to take 4th.
And or finish no worse than 2nd.
Right.
3rd could create a tiebreaker. Well,
Timothy Street's on the game now. Trying to get control here. Looks like he's trying to shoot there for those middle group of targets.
Trent was player 2, so right now he is in 3rd place. I believe Escher is player 3, so we may have that tiebreaker right here.
That'll do it. That's the end of the game.
If I have the right lineups here, Escher would have won. That moves him to 5. Adam would be 2nd, which puts him at 10. Trent 3rd, goes to 5. And Timothy finishes with 1. The discussion's going on right now about the tiebreaker.
Yeah, we're actually double checking the rules because it used to be a random draw, but Doug's going to double check because we're not 100% sure if it's random draw anymore. We think we may have actually changed the rule to be high seed chooses. And the issue is that I know we were discussing that as a possibility, but no one is sure if we actually. No one here is sure if that was actually finalized, so we're just going to make sure we make the right decision and read the rules as they're printed here in the facility.
While they're looking that up, I can give you the 4 finalists for the B division. They're going to be Tony Pierce, Joseph Ganu, Chris Compton, and Ray Smith.
So, Brian, you drove down from West Virginia.
I did.
And whenever you go back, is the league going to be waiting for you, or do you have a break after this before your next competitive event?
Next weekend, I believe if I'm correct, we have the Pittsburgh Pinball Open coming up, and they're at the Slovak Club in Parks Township in Pennsylvania. I'm kind of in a weird place. I have an examination coming up for my job, so I have to kind of start thinking about that too. that's got to be done by the end of the month. So, there's definitely going to be some more competitions in the future for me. I definitely like to make it to the Florida circuit event, and at least a couple more circuit events here on the East Coast. Just coming out and playing and having a good time.
So how did you get into pinball initially?
That's a really good question. I mean, as a kid, I always, I like to go into game rooms, at the mall and stuff. My grandparents would take me all the time. And there for a while, I was, obviously away from it. Pinball became just one of those things that I didn't really think of all that much, especially with, the consoles that came out, the PlayStations, the Game Boys, the Xboxes. And I was into that for a really long time. It was interesting. One night, I had some friends over, and we hopped on Netflix. We were all pretty bored, and we saw the box art for a documentary. I'm not sure if you've seen it or not. It's called Special When Lit, which is a pretty fantastic documentary. I really enjoyed it.
Filmed at the PAPA facility a few years ago.
And that's the next thing there. So going through the documentary, I see this segment on the PAPA World Championships, and they start talking about this guy named Keith Elwin and how he was winning all these world championships, and they pan over to the building and it says Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and I'm like, wow, that's pretty close. I wonder what this place is like. And this is before I knew that PAPA was only open twice a year, and it just so happened to be that same weekend that I had watched the documentary, Pinburg was going on. So I was able to come up and hang out at the facility. Obviously, I didn't compete. I didn't even know what competitive pinball was at that point, until I got there. And while I was there, I saw a flyer for last year's Pittsburgh Pinball Open, and that was actually my first competitive event, and here I am.
So I did get verification on the tiebreaker rules. We double-checked, and the rule was changed officially. We did finalize it, and the tiebreaker is chosen by the high seed, but the high seed can only choose a game that they have not yet played that round.
That makes it more interesting for sure.
Pretty nice thing we can see here. Apparently a bounty hunter in the universe has found the PAPA circuit belt. It has been returned.
We sent off our scouts. Brian, earlier in the broadcast, we were discussing how Darth Vader had actually stolen the circuit belt. There's proof of that on the PAPA website. You can go there to check it out. And anyone who wants to follow along in the bracket, be sure to do so at papa.org. There's also a bunch of video tutorials and just some other interesting things here to check out, pinball and gaming related. And it looks like we're going back to Iron Man.
That's fine. Apparently the tiebreaker is going to be on Iron Man. Since you were in this situation yesterday, Brian, what thought process do you go through stepping up into a game that's very mean and your pinball or tournament life is on the line?
Yeah. So I think, this is where, me coming up is kind of, I don't want to say an inexperienced player at this point, but someone who has a little bit less experience than, than the Stephen Bowdens and the Trent Ongensteins. You walk up to a game that's been mean all weekend, and you just have to have that. You have to have a confident mentality that, you're going to be able to take the game down, that you're going to be able to make the shots. And, what I try to tell myself, or what, just stay calm and focus on those shots and, pay attention if your shots are too late, too early, and really try to hone in on it. You can't let it get into your head, and it's difficult, especially, when you walk up and you're player 4 and you see the first 3 people take, house balls to the left out lane, it's tough. But you really have to go into that game thinking, I'm going to blow this thing up. I'm going to make this happen.
Look, last night, did you come in with a strategy in mind on how you were going to attack this game, or was it just take one shot and see where that leads you?
I walked into it with a strategy. I wanted to get, Whiplash started, or at least partway started, and start hitting ramps for bogey, and then sorry about that, and get bogey started, and then try to stack a couple different things. And I wasn't hitting the ramps very well. I had a lot of rejections from the right ramp, so I eventually decided to go for Monger multi-ball. I was able to start it and get partway through it. I didn't get the super. But that was the strategy that I went into with it, especially being a two-player game, and I knew he was kind of struggling a little bit too.
So sitting in the booth with us here for a little bit is a voice that many of you will recognize. It's Steve Bowden of FunWithBonus.com.
Hello.
Steve, what happened on Metallica?
I know. Which Metallica game? The good one or the disappointing one? Yeah.
Start at the beginning and go
start
through
at the
it.
beginning.
Yeah.
Okay, the good one. Okay, you saw my first 2 balls was meant failing hitting the chair. Believe me, I was aiming for the chair the whole time. It's the size of a house, and I was missing it. But the side effect was I was hitting coffins, right? So I'm hitting coffins. I'm missing the chair, but I'm hitting coffins. So what ended up on ball 3 was, okay, let's just get this chair because whatever. Come on. Once I have the chair, then score enough, get at least a 2x playfield, and have enough activity to start coughing. All right, and once it started getting close, I'm like, okay, I'm close, I'm good. I got my 2x. I heard him say fuel, which means my other 2x is ready. I got it. Then I'm okay. Work that coffin. Work it. Get the jackpots as they come. And then once I saw the coffin was ready, I said, okay, let's bring it in. Let's try and bring it in before the other balls drain, and I got it. So just keep riding the wave.
So, Steve, I have a question for you here. You were just playing in a group in the quarterfinals here with Brian Dye. Brian is a relatively new pinball player. As someone who's experienced like yourself, who's been in this situation and who has won circuit events in the past and won many major events at a high level, what kind of advice would you give to a new player, or even specifically here to Brian? What have you seen, and what could you offer?
Well, first of all, patience, right? I mean, I guess that's a little obvious, But yeah, I mean, I'm sure as you've learned, that it's never over. You've already seen, all right, Metallica, I had, 3 million?
3 million on ball 3, and that's...
I should have been done, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's never over, especially on Metallica when you can blow it up like that. You saw Iron Man, it was over. That's Iron Man.
Yeah.
Everybody knows what it is. It's a dice roll and a half every time you flip. But, I got into a situation where, okay, just keep building onto it. Just keep building onto it. Sometimes some luck will come in. I mean, I hit the drone target and lived and got credit for a manga, which changed everything. So, as long as you take each situation as it comes, and you're never out, really.
Right.
You're never out.
One of the things that we were saying about you, Steve, earlier in the broadcast is that no one has ever seen you rattled. You always seem to be, fairly level-headed, and you always seem to think through your games. Is this something that you're cognizant of whenever you're playing?
I'm trying to remind myself to stay calm. I guess a little bit, I guess I can say that's just how I am. I mean, I don't know. I mean, if I win, great. If I lose, should have done better. Get them next time. Luckily, right now, there's always another tournament. So, but like I said, in any pinball game, you can really blow it up. So as long as you keep an even keel and just keep thinking and keep trying to stay in control as possible, which, again, I try to work on because I realize that my style of play, I could be more controlled, and sometimes I'm not, and sometimes I'll catch myself being out of control, and then I'll say, okay, get back in control while bad things are happening. Okay, try to get back in control, and then start again, But yeah, I mean, just as long as I can stay even keeled and I keep trying to, and
well, Steve,
it'll work.
We'd like you to stay with us through this tiebreaker if you could.
Absolutely.
You're going to be advancing on into the final rounds here at the Atlanta Pinvasion Tournament at Southern-Fried Gaming Expo. Up now on Iron Man, we have Trent Augenstein of TiltAmusements.com playing up against Escher Levkov. And Escher didn't have much into it on ball 1.
Very short ball 1.
Trent had with the way this Iron Man's playing, a pretty decent ball 1. But I would say it's still anyone's game.
Absolutely.
It still is. You see that Escher has not used up his bogey yet. So that can be pretty key if he wants to go for it now. It depends on when he wants to play that card. If he wants to maybe set up bogey and then use that on top of a monger maybe, that's good. There's pluses and minuses to that. Sometimes monger gets in the way of bogey shots, and multi-ball in general can. But, that's the thing about this Iron Man is what makes it it's a simple game, but it's also a complicated game in terms of strategy because every move you make could be the last one.
Unfortunately.
Unbelievable. And that was just it looked like it was a shot at bogey just to load up a ramp.
Right.
Right. And just a little slip up, and Iron Man will punish you for it.
Absolutely.
I mean, I don't know how someone to say I was making on this. I guess, well, I reminded myself that this game is the loosest of all the tight games, and it should be. I mean, it's Iron Man. You have to give it some play.
Right. So this is a question for both of you. How do you all feel about Iron Man? It's been advertised that this is the new Vault Edition game coming out from Stern.
Oh, yeah.
They're going to remake and re-release. Ironman. Does that surprise either one of you guys? Or are you excited about this? Or are you disappointed in it?
It didn't surprise me. I mean, it makes sense. I mean, because how many did they originally make? They didn't make a lot of them. It didn't really sell. It didn't get the respect that it really deserved when it first came out. And then all of a sudden, people just started realizing, wait a minute. This game is simple but challenging. Brings in the new players with the mongers sitting there. You know the mongers right there to hit me. You know, so it brings in all the new players, but yet it has a complicated enough rule set for strategy.
Right.
And so it's a game that I think is finally going to get the respect it deserves.
I'll touch on that just a little bit before we jump back into this Iron Man game. My view of it is, it's pretty practical, actually. I mean, Stern's been in business for as long as they've been in business for a reason.
Absolutely.
They make good decisions, and they make the money they make because they're businessmen, and they know what's right for them. So, in my opinion, I'm going to trust Stern to make the decisions that's going to get the most money into their coffers because they're business, and that's what they should do, and that's what people should want them to do,
right,
because they want them to stay in business and to be able to keep innovating. So if re-releasing Iron Man, an older game, is going to make them successful, you know, if they do this a time or two, then by all means, I support the decision. And it looks like Escher is not going to be advancing into the final round. Tough break for the fantastic up-and-coming young player. Trent's going to go ahead and just plunge off this ball 3, and it looks like we're going to be heading into the final round here. We have you, Steve, Adam Lefkoff, Trent Augenstein, and who is the Chris Warren? Is that correct? Is going to be player 4?
That's player. That should be. Yep. That should be player 4.
So what seed?
Steve,
you're number 9 seed. Looks like Lefkoff is going to be the high seed. We'll have to wait and see what games he's going to be picking. I'm interested. He's guaranteed me that we're going to World Challenge Soccer, but I'm not sure if he's going to put it on the line here in the finals. He also told me that last night when we were playing in the Classics tournament that he was going to take me to Genie all 3 straight times. And
did he end up doing? He didn't do that, right?
No,
okay.
he didn't.
That was no way. But I could definitely see him pull out World Challenge Soccer. I could definitely see him pulling that out. I guess he's played it enough during qualifying.
Yeah, it's a sneaky game, and people seem to like it. So that one may not necessarily be a joke. Looks like Brian Broyles, tournament director, is up here ironing out the tiebreaker. The tiebreaker scoring situation, and we're going to be moving on to game choices here pretty soon. Steve, I don't know if you want to step off here and get your mind right for the final round. I will say that I wish you luck, and I recommend that all of our listeners go to funwithbonus.com and check out the inside of Steve's brain,
right,
I guess.
I try to post every day, anything from the hobby. I try to post at least once a day just to keep it active, just to keep things moving, and anything I see, anything interesting or any random thoughts I might have just might show up there, Big updates to the new Pinball Dictionary coming.
All right.
As soon as I get the time to really iron out some of the suggestions I've received over a few weeks. So if I've gotten your suggestion, it's noted. Believe me.
Steve, you are welcome on air with us anytime at PAPA TV. Thank you very much for sitting in, and best of luck to you in the final round.
All right, thank you.
Good luck, Steve.
Well, Brian, it looks like we're going to have a pretty exciting matchup here. Adam Lefkoff is going to be driving the bus. We're going to have a 3-game round for anyone who for anyone who's checking in late and doesn't understand the format. I'll go over it here real quick. We're going to be playing 4 players, 3 games, and first place in each game is 4 points. Second place is 2 points. Third place is 1 point, and last place on each individual game is going to count as 0 points. So the best any player can do in a round is taking first place on all 3 games and getting a score of 12. The worst anyone can do is a 0. So these 4 players here are getting their minds right.
Right.
And it looks like Joshua Henderson is going to be sitting into the booth with us for a little bit. And Brian Dye is going to be stepping up and replaced by Pete Hendricks. So, Brian, thank you very much. Have a good time on your drive back to Morgantown. I'll be heading that way myself. And hopefully I'll bump into you sometime at the PAPA facility down the road. So we have Pete Hendricks and Joshua Henderson just jumping into the booth. Pete, you've already been in here a whole bunch, so I'm going to jump on over here to Joshua. Josh, how are you feeling today? How do you feel the tournament has went for you, and what are your thoughts?
I'm feeling very good right now, and I think it was a pretty good tournament overall. It was a close game on that Ironman. That was like my last one, but I think so far I'm pretty proud about how far I went.
So Joshua, you're always in that list of up-and-coming young players, if not even at the top of it. You're one of the players that everyone expects, and well, not even expects, because you've already accomplished so much. You're one of the best players in the world. How does that equate to your everyday life? What is pinball to you? How often do you play? How did you get into it? Just give me your story a little bit.
I got into pinball because my dad would take me to arcades and bowling alleys and stuff, and my dad started to realize that I was getting some high scores, and he felt that personally I could take it to a competitive level. So he started enrolling me into kids tournaments, and eventually, when I started winning a bunch, my dad decided that it was time to step it up and take it to adult tournaments, and I've been playing there ever since. In terms of pinball in my personal life, I have a few games at my house to practice on and stuff, and my friends also enjoy playing pinball and stuff.
Do you find that the younger generation, is there a younger generation of players around you? Do you find that, whenever you're hanging out with the friends, you just, get some food and whatnot, and that your friends want to hang out and play a few games with you? Or whenever you beat them into dust, does that kind of let the air out of the tires?
I mean, I totally agree. There's a lot of... I think there's a lot of up-and-coming young pinball players. There's a ton. I've met a lot of fantastic people. And, it's just amazing how there's a lot of people at a young age and are doing really well.
Just for anyone who may not know, Josh, why don't you say your name and where you're from?
My name is Joshua Henderson, and I'm from Plainfield, Illinois.
And we're sitting with Pete Hendricks, also in the booth, and Pete's from Washington, Pennsylvania, outside of Pittsburgh, and I'm Mark Steinman, and I'm from the Laurel Highlands region of southwestern Pennsylvania, and all of us are down here at the Southern-Fried Gaming Expo in Atlanta, Georgia. We're waiting on the final round to get started. They're doing game choices here. Joshua, how did you feel about the bank of games here today? Do you have a particular favorite here? Is there any games here you wanted to avoid? Is there anything unusual about the alignment here?
I think the one game I felt really confident on, I like the Stearns personally, and I really liked how Metallica played. X-Men was okay. Mustang, when I first played it, I felt okay on it, but then because I have a Mustang in my house and I've been practicing on it, but, after a close game I had in the first round, I decided not to go back to it. And I avoided World Challenge Soccer because I didn't feel like I can get the highest scores on that. Attack from Mars, that was another challenging game.
So being a young player, do you find yourself having any trouble with the older games because you're playing against players who may have been practicing on these games for decades? Has that ever come into your mind? Do you ever intentionally take players to new games because you feel like it's a level play field, or do you feel like you have kind of caught up?
Yeah, I do bring people to newer games because I feel very confident on them. And I do agree. I'd say probably I'm weakest at the classics because I have people who are playing me and they're way older than me and they've grown up with the games and they have more experience.
So we have Adam Lefkoff stepping up here for ball one of game one of the final round, playing on Attack from Mars. This is one of the more popular games in all of pinball. It's one of the games that you see at a lot of tournaments, and it's one of the games that I think most players are familiar with and enjoy playing. Josh, do you have any particular strategy advice? If you could give it to Adam right now, what would you do?
I'd say one thing is total annihilation, because total annihilation, you can get lots of points and that kind of stuff. Of course, you got to make sure you get your lit shots. Multi-ball is also pretty good. As for the saucer, I wouldn't recommend going for it during normal play. It's probably best to just lower it and then play a multi-ball mode, and then you got the saucer to get it out of the way without worrying about getting it down the center drain.
And just to give a brief rundown of those modes that Josh is talking about, total annihilation would be whenever, as we've discussed earlier in the broadcast, you shoot every major shot, the left orbit, left ramp, and right orbit 3 times to finish it off. And that starts a multi-ball. I believe is it 4 balls? Or is it a 4-ball multi-ball? Does anyone know?
Yes.
It's a 4-ball multi-ball. And then the traditional multi-ball is the lock lane just to the left of the saucer. It looks like Adam is going the total annihilation route, which was, I believe, the first strategy that you suggested. And what we're going to see Adam try and do here is to get all 4 of those major shots 1 shot away, and then he's going to want to collect the hurry-ups Oh, no, I stand corrected. He's lighting the lock. Let's see what he does here. He's going that route.
Get control here.
Yeah.
Now, this attack from Mars, the mystery award is always 50 million. There is a ROM out there that brings back into play the other mystery awards, such as Strobe, Multi-Ball, and things like that, but this one did not have it, so you didn't see many players shooting the stroke of luck.
It seems like the attack from Mars here has been playing pretty fair over the weekend. We've seen a couple scores up in the 10 bill range, and I think Adam actually had a 7 billion point score on it earlier in the finals. So not a whole lot into ball one there. He's going to have about 400 million points to come out of that. I got to say, Adam's probably not real happy with that. He made some progress towards total annihilation, and he got his locks lit, but in the final round of a major event, and everyone behind you can blow it up, he's probably hoping he would have got more. So we have Chris Warren stepping up. Chris Warren's player 2. Checking out the flippers here and getting ready to move in. There's 2 options off of the plunge. You can do the regular skill shot, which will send it up into the pop bumpers, and it'll feed down the right side or into the scoop, or you could do what he did, which is hold in the left flipper and super skill it around to your left flipper. And after you do the super skill shot, if you plunge while holding the left flipper, that is, you will have a limited amount of time to shoot any major shot on the game. And if you successfully do that, it will count all of those inserts. It will automatically light them for you to reduce the number of shots that you have to acquire to get to total annihilation, which is the 4-ball multi-ball that we were talking about earlier.
Or the other option is you can shoot the saucer wall, and that brings it down automatically. You don't have to hit it 3 times.
So Trent Augustine is stepping up here, and Trent's probably feeling pretty good seeing what's in front of him. Again, 3-ball game. 3 balls may not sound like a lot, but a lot of these players take it as 3 1-ball games, and so if you're capable of doing billions of points on any 1 ball, hey, having 2 more sounds pretty good.
But as you saw right there, Trent hit the super skill shot for the right loop, and it finished it completely. It's 3 less shots he'll need for total annihilation if he's choosing to go that route.
Josh, do you have any experience playing any of these players?
Yeah, I've played Trent Augustine. He's a great player, and I've played him in a lot of tournaments. Adam Lefkopp, I've played him in a few of the tournaments in Colorado. They're all great players, and I've had some experience playing them.
What are some recent tournaments you've been to that have been, that have worked out well for you?
In terms of,
have you placed well at any tournaments recently? Just what are some recent successes you've had?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember because I haven't been to a lot of tournaments. I've been taking some time out.
Well, right now, out on the IFBA website, there is video of the Chicago State Championships between you and Dave Heggie Mark and Adam did commentary on.
Yeah, I think that worked out well for you, didn't it?
Yeah, and then there was also the United States Championships at IFPA, and the team won against Europe. Was on that team.
So here we see here we see Trent moving into multi-ball. And the goal in this particular multi-ball is to shoot all the major shots for all of the individual jackpots, and then after those are successfully completed, it will light a strobing jackpot that will move from left to right and back across all of the major shots, including the lock ramp. So Trent's going to want to stay in control here, work his way methodically through these jackpots.
Just trying to make some shots.
Yeah. Took a couple pot shots there. Now I'm thinking he wants to get back into control.
Yeah.
Oh, nice flipper save there. That ball looked like it was heading down the center, but he managed to bring it back in and put that one up into the right orbit. Well done there. So he has 2 more to get to the supers. And Attack from Mars is known for having an unusually long grace period after this multi-ball. I've seen players drain out and successfully hit 2 jackpots in single ball play in the grace period. So now that strobing super jackpot will go from left to right and back, and you'll see a lot of players wait for it to be on one of the orbits because it's a safer shot. So Trent goes ahead and takes a pot shot on the right ramp, which I'm going to go ahead and say is fairly unusual. Most players will want to hit it on the orbit like that right there.
Nice shot.
So he gets the super jackpot, 250 million in the grace period, and he's He's laying it down here on ball one. This is what we expect from these players in the finals. Nice loop pass from the left to the right. And now Trent is probably going to either move back into multi-ball or towards total annihilation. We're going to see how he's feeling. Looks like he bricked it off the center, but I'm thinking he's probably going lock ramp and just trying to get those lit.
One nice thing about getting that super jackpot during the grace period, if he gets back to multi-ball, his jackpots will be a lot larger.
I believe
the super will be $500 million if he gets to that point again.
I believe they double, or is it the super that doubles whenever you're back, or after you successfully complete it?
I think, well, they almost double. The first time through, the base is 50 and goes up like 10 million each time. I think the second time it starts at 100 and goes up 10 for each, something like that.
Now Trent's not too far away from total annihilation here, so great ball one for Trent. Again, still great comparatively speaking. Still, like I've said, we've seen several games so far that have been 7, 8, 9, 10 billion on this. 1.5 is looking really good right now for a ball one in the current situation, but it's not unachievable. It's not so far out there that Steve can't come up here and double it.
While we're waiting for Steve, Josh, they often say that like the youth aren't scared. They have no fear when they're playing games or things like that. Do you find yourself feeling that way while playing pinball? Say you have one shot left and it's a dangerous shot. Do you take that shot or do you continue to take the safe approach?
I don't know, sometimes like during, while I'm playing a game, I don't have a lot of time to think, and that's one of the things I need to work on. Sometimes if there's like a multi-ball lit and I can potentially, that could potentially get my score up and that could prove a game and change the outcome of the game in my favor, I might go for it. Like on that Ironman, I had that the War Machine multi-ball lit, and I tried to make that because I knew I would get a lot of points off of that. And I would
right, that'd be a case of that, where that is a punishing shot if you do miss it, especially on this Ironman. Tough drain there for Steve. Not a very good start, but he still has 2 more balls, and as we've seen, Steve is very good at coming back on ball 3 if he needs to.
All right, so Trent's in the driver's seat. Adam's doing okay. He's got his locks lit, and he's got some decent progress towards the Bill hurry up for total annihilation. He's walking up here with authority. Seen him come, rocking out to his music, getting the blood flowing. Let's see what Adam can lay down on ball 2. So in this particular situation, it looks like his saucer's already down. Going right to the locks. I was actually curious to see if he would trust the feed out of the stroke of luck. Do either of you have experience with how that's been feeding out throughout the course of the weekend? Has it been fairly safe, or has it been dangerous?
It's been fairly safe, yeah.
Okay. Nice pass over there. Working back towards multi-ball. That tilt's not really going to affect his score in any dramatic way. That's just a little bit of anger. And you know what? Hey, if that gets him comfortable again, then, and if that's what it takes for him to, to get back in his groove, that's fine.
It only takes 1 ball.
Yep, it just takes 1 ball. Well, Josh, I want to say thank you for sitting in with us. I want to say you're welcome, to chat on PAPA TV anytime. Doug Polka is going to be sitting back down here with us, and we're going to finish the day as we started it with Pete, myself, and Doug. So once again, before you head out, is there anyone you would like to say hi to back home?
I'd like to say hi to my dad in Texas. I don't know if he's watching this or not, but I just want to say thank you for the support for pinball and for coaching me and everything. I'd also like to give a shout out to my friend Derek. He's a great player. He was in a tiebreaker and he almost got into the tournament. He's a fantastic player, and I just want to give my best regards to him.
And that would be Derek Figante,
yes.
Another fantastic player who has had a lot of success on the PAPA circuit and elsewhere. So, Josh, thank you very much. And as I said before, you're welcome anytime. And
Thanks,
have a
man.
safe trip home.
I'm not sure when the day is going to be, but I'm sure we're going to be seeing your name in the rafters at the PAPA facility sometime.
Thanks, guys.
Well, Pete, looks like Chris Warren is going to take his time here and let the tilt bob settle down on Attack from Mars, and I don't blame him.
Yeah.
This game, it has one of the tighter tilts in the bank. It's not unfair, but it has one of the tighter tilts, as it should, because every major shot in the game feeds safely back to a flipper. Typically, games like that, where if you hit your shots, you're safe, are set up with a tighter tilt.
Right. If you miss your shot, you should be punished for it. Make it and don't have it be an issue.
Nice loop pass there to open the saucer with a super skill shot. And then a quick shot up the right ramp. The right ramp is typically the toughest of all the major shots, I would say, whenever you're working towards total annihilation. So, taking a pot shot at that during the ball save, good decision. Here we go. I have to guess he's going lock, just like everyone else. And he's going to try and chase down these last 3 locks to see if he can put some points on the board and catch back up to Trent Augenstein and even Adam Lefkoff at this point.
Nice backhand there into the lock.
Adam Lefkoff is in kind of a deceptive, I would say deceptively good situation. It's not really a good situation, but he has 1 ball left, but he's not far away from some pretty significant points. Of course, being not far from something and actually putting it together are 2 different things, but Adam's a tough player. Won Classics last night. He's been doing well, so we'll see what he can bring. I have faith. Chris Warren's moving on to lock number 2 here. Only 1 more shot to get into the party zone. Bunch of balls shooting out of the trough, putting some points on the board. He's got the hurry up at the center saucer right now. You can see it flashing, the big red flashing arrow, but that's really not interesting at this point. Welcome back to the booth, Doug.
Now there's some interesting flipper play there. It seemed he was going on the fly from the right flipper, but once he added on the left flipper, he took his time and found the shot.
So another interesting strategic move he did here, you'll see a lot of people do on Attack from Mars. He made sure he got the wall down on the saucer before he started the multi-ball, because now you can actually destroy that 1 saucer while you're in multi-ball.
Or potentially even dirty pull and destroy 2 very quickly. Dirty pull being whenever you have 2 balls, usually 1 on each flipper, you would destroy a saucer with 1, and then as the saucer is raising back up, you would park the second ball behind it and stick it there. And that was a big nudge. It's he's probably not happy about it, but we're watching on the camera. The game's moving forward, and
it doesn't take much to tilt this one.
If you've been playing the game, you know where that tilt is, and it's not giving you much leeway.
He's still in second place, so we haven't seen anyone on the broadcast really open this game up, but it is there. I think we're going to see Trent take his time as well, because he doesn't want to walk up the same situation Chris was in after Adam shook the game. Sometimes games, it may not necessarily even be that the tilt is incredibly tight. It may be that that the plumb bob mechanism swings a lot, and affectionately they're referred to by some not so affectionate names, but there are certain times the mechanisms will just swing for minutes at a time, and there's nothing you can really do because you can't open it up and look inside the box, so you really don't know how long to wait, and there is pressure from the other players in the tournament. Just no one's going to be allowed to wait 10-15 minutes between a ball, nor would you want to.
Most tournament directors will just give you a reasonable amount of time, which usually is somewhere around 2 minutes.
Yeah, I know in the past the shot clock I've put up has been 3 minutes, but in virtually all cases, if a player says, I just need another 30 seconds or something for whatever, we're going to give it to them. It's just, as Doug says, reasonable. And Trent's going to shoot left orbits for the rest of the day.
Amazingly 4-way combo. Wow.
That is
nice.
Pretty consistent. And
it's shots like that feel really good, though, when you start stringing them together like that.
So he has 2 more shots to get to total annihilation, and then he's going to have what I believe is a 300 million hurry up at the center saucer.
Well, he'll collect it automatically.
Yeah, there it is. So total annihilation is going to start. We're going to see a bunch of balls coming out here, and it's time to profit.
This is a 4-ball multi-ball where all the shots are worth jackpots. The lock shot will collect a jackpot that builds up based off of the other jackpots that you've collected.
What we see happen a lot in Total Annihilation is you'll see players cradle a ball in the right flipper and then just loop the right orbit. They'll just shoot it up there and park it in the pops. And because a lot of times the ball will fall into the stroke luck scoop, which will kick back conveniently to the lower left flipper, which can then can be sent back up the right loop, and just repeat that pattern over and over.
And as an added bonus, if that's what Trent is trying to do, he did light super jets. 3 million a pop bumper. Doesn't seem like much, but it does add up very quickly when the balls are up there a lot.
Yeah, especially in a mode like Total Annihilation where you could drop 2 balls up there. This shot in a tough drain. I'll take him out of his total annihilation.
Still a quick $500 million there.
Yeah, I have to think he wanted more from that, but he'll take it. And hey, only 2 more inserts to rule the universe. Probably a ways away from that. One of those inserts is to blow up all the saucers in Mars. That's not something you see a whole lot.
Tough to do on tournament settings.
Yeah, on tournament settings.
Especially when you're not going for saucers.
Right. An interesting bit of trivia. I believe the Rule of the Universe insert, which is the hot dog shaped thing right above the flippers, is the hot dog insert from Funhouse. I believe it was repurposed into Attack from Mars.
When you think Attack from Mars, you really think hot dogs.
You think hot dogs.
So when you look at the scores here, it looks like Trent just has a super commanding lead, but there's tons of points to be had in this game if you've ever played Attack from Mars before, including a billion-point hurry-up if you can get to that point.
Which I don't think Adam is far from. He's, I think he's 4 more shots, and I have to feel like seeing this game from Trent, or this ball from Trent, it's something he's going to be considering.
And Trent had a relatively mild total annihilation score at only $500 million.
Now, if I remember correctly, I believe Chris Warren has already locked himself out of the Bill hurry-up.
Nice. Trent's definitely going to take a minute after that. So after you've been through your total annihilation, would you be shooting back for the locks or working towards the next one if the shots are feeling good for you?
If the shots are feeling good, I'm going back for a total annihilation. I mean, if you can get into a rhythm where it's like left ramp, right ramp, and as we saw with Trent earlier, he was in the rhythm of those loops.
See, I have to disagree. I feel like if I'm playing this game in a tournament setting, I recognize the value of total annihilation, but I'm trying to dial in on that lock ramp and just lather, rinse, repeat. Just do that as many times as I can over and over. And if I happen to just spray a few balls, in different areas and get close to total annihilation, then I'm not going to lock myself out of the Bill hurry up intentionally. If I'm within a handful of shots, or if the amount of shots left for total annihilation is less than the amount of shots left for the next multi-ball, I'll move towards that because hey, that's the lowest hanging fruit at that point. But those, if you repeat multi-ball over and over and over, it builds up, and you can put up some enormous scores doing nothing but that.
So as we were watching that multi-ball there, there's show you the importance of a good cradle separation. Trent had all 3 balls on that right flipper, had a poor cradle separation, and it ended up to him draining out a multi-ball.
And you do make a good point, Mark. On a lot of games, if you're repeating multi-balls, it gets harder and harder each time you try to get to it. On Attack from Mars, after the first multi-ball, it is always 6 shots. Light lock, collect lock.
And in most tournaments, it's just on that the first time through.
Right out lane drain, but a good ball by Trent.
Nice ball by Trent. Trent's bonus would have, it would have been close for 4th. Or no, it would have been 3rd rather. Would have been close for 3rd. I'm sorry, I'm crazy. It would have been 4th.
It would have been last place, actually.
Right.
He would get no points for the bonus.
No, well, his bonus...
His bonus is beating Steve right now.
Yeah, his bonus is beating Steve.
But we know that's not going to stay that way.
This is like the rare discussion of Trent 2 in the IFPA rankings. Trent 2 is actually my favorite player in all of competitive pinball, and Trent goes to do so many events, and he's so successful that if you take Trent's his second set of rankings, like 16 through 30, he's still, I think, in the top 50. So like Trent 2 is actually an incredibly good player.
Just slightly worse than Trent 1.
It's a sign of consistency for sure.
Trent is known around the pinball tournament circuit as a bit of a pinball nomad. If you've been to any type of serious competition in your area, Trent has probably been there.
Yeah. So Steve trying to get things under control here, and that'll do it. Going to take a shot at the lock here and move towards his first multi-ball and see if he can dial in on this lock ramp and start opening things up.
He's already got his shield down.
We're going to look for 3 clean shots to that lock right there. There's one. Then he's going to roll this over to the right flipper and then take a second shot. Now we're going to try and go for number 2.
I see right there. He let it roll over and he trapped it up to make the clean shot, whereas Chris was
There's number 2.
just firing at it without stopping it. Different strokes for different folks.
And here's number 3. Cradle, take your time. Get your mind right. Get ready to put some points on the board. Come on, Steve. Hit it. There it is.
There it is.
Here
Perfectly
we go.
done.
It's party time. Get to blow up some saucers here. Great DMD animation. Attack from Mars has some of the best dot and artwork in all of pinball. I have to say that
The sound calls are amazing on this game.
yeah, really good. Just an all-around fantastic package. And the we're not going to get to see it, but the extra ball animation of the Martian get hit in the head with a ball is one of my all-time favorites. So he gets the right ramp out of the way, which is one of the more difficult ones. What does he have left here? Just the right orbit, which
And
is
middle.
yeah, right orbit and the lock ramp.
Is that the end of it?
That's it. Wow, fell out of this.
But he's pulled himself to second place at this point, and he's still in play. One warning there.
Yeah. You know he wanted more out of it than that. I'm actually a little surprised at how difficult this seems to be playing. And, you know, I would say it's the nerves because it's the finals and whatnot, but I got to be honest, I just don't believe that with these players. I mean, these guys have been here so many times and they're all so good, they expect to be here. I don't think that nerves are going to come into play.
Chris may be nervous. You don't see him up at this level very often, but you, Steve, Trent, Adam, this is an every week occurrence for those guys.
Oh, and yeah.
So you can't tell from home, but there are no rubbers on those outlane posts. So it's just a dead bounce against steel. So normally, whichever way the ball's rolling is the way it's going to go.
If you have rubbers on those outlane posts, a lot of players are skilled enough to nudge it back into play or just get it out of the area entirely, or nudge it into the in lane or get it out of the area entirely. But as Doug says, with no rubbers on the post, not a whole lot you can do.
Now Adam stepping up. He's a lot of progress, both towards the regular multi-ball, just needing 2 more locks, and to total annihilation. He's about 5 shots away there.
He is locked out of the billion. I didn't think he had that last right orbit, but he did.
But even still, if he can get the other 3, that's 500 million.
Mm-hmm.
Probably be looking for some quick points here. He's got his shield down on his saucer already, so I'd probably go for those locks.
Hey, just let's blow up some saucers, Adam. Come on, right up the middle.
You saw how well that worked for me earlier, didn't you?
That can be a lucrative strategy, but
It's hard
very, very risky.
It's hard to survive.
Especially on a game where you can't do a lot of nudging.
Okay, here we go.
Going for the 5. Oh.
He's going for the 500 million. He just wants to start any of these. He needs 2 shots to total annihilation, and he has a 500, and that'll give him an extra 500. So he's prioritizing that. But
the hurry up timer's running down though,
Yeah.
and
it'll reset.
Did not make it.
If he hits anything, it'll reset. Oh, yeah. All right. So he got that one going. He says no, not
Take a multi-ball, though.
not totally ideal, but yeah, let's just take a multi-ball and get it going.
So now on the Attack from Mars multi-ball, usually the first ball that returns to me, I try and pick up as many jackpots as possible before the chaos of the other balls get in the way.
Yeah, you'll see players going for the right ramping. That it's the most seems to be the most difficult anyway.
The first shot's always got to be that right ramp, and then you want to. I think the second one comes down and I just rip it up the orbit and get it over with.
Got in a little bit of trouble with his control there.
I would say if I had to say,
And oh,
No. Still got a ball in play though. So at this point, he's only 2 shots for total annihilation. So I think that's where you're headed.
right ramp.
Boom. Oh, off the post. That's tough. That's a tough one. As a tournament player, though, you really have to take that out of your mind because there's 2 more games to play.
Yeah, Adam's very likely going to take a goose egg on this game. That's probably not going to be enough for him to get anything.
now if you're Chris at this point, do you take the easy points and take the simple skill shot?
Yeah, I punch the pops for sure.
Absolutely. You get
I mean-
you get what's sitting right there for you to grab. and then you can start climbing.
He's nowhere near his lock, like his lock multi-ball. To be honest, I'd short plunge and then hope it goes stroke of luck and left flipper, and I'd just toss it back up the right orbit, try and get some cheap points just to make sure.
There's that simple shot, or to go for the super skill saucer. And
I mean, he's exceptionally close to 2 points here, so all he has to do is get it into the pops probably twice. And I mean, I don't even know what the right orbit is worth. What is it, 25 million?
I'm not sure.
Nobody shoots that for points.
Well, but at this point, it actually matters.
It actually matters at this point.
I mean, I'll shoot a slingshot if it's gonna win something for me.
To that point, the A and the N he needs to hit to light Martian multi-ball.
Yeah,
I don't think we'll
let's-
see him going for those.
Yeah, all right, Martian multi-ball, that's the play. I'm with you, Doug.
Hey, stroke of luck's 50 million.
Yeah.
That's true. That will get him almost to third place.
I gotta say, I think the play, especially since the orbits aren't locked out and they won't come back down, the play is just get it into the
You
pops.
take that short. You take the
Yeah.
automatic points.
Yeah. I mean, maybe I would think about it if the orbits were closed out and it would loop back around to the flippers, but even then I'd still probably just, try and do it.
An attack from Mars is not like other games where you're going to get an inconsistent feed out of the pops. It's either going to the scoop or it's coming down the right orbit, so it's normally controllable.
Let's see what he does. He's going super skill shot.
Yep, there is no ball save
No
on
ball
the
save
super
on a
skill
super
shot.
skill shot.
And that is a
That
mental
was
mistake.
A huge mistake.
So Adam gets a point. Adam gets a point, and Trent's coming up here with, at this point, what is a commanding lead with 4.5 billion points.
Yeah, I gotta say that was definitely a mental breakdown.
It's a
there.
mental error. Yeah, that's just definitely. It's kind of excruciating to see, actually. That was rough.
It hurts. It hurts watching it.
All right, so we're waiting on Trent to come up here and try and distance himself. And one of the secondary things that playing out this ball does, being being player 3 here as opposed to player 4, is I guess you could say there's an element of Trent icing out players, but again, I'm not sure if that's really going to do anything. But one thing it's definitely doing is just getting Trent comfortable. I mean, he's doing what he does. He's playing well. He's he's blowing up games, and he's setting himself up for game 2. And I know everyone says, well, you got 2 more games to play, just don't think about it. But the fact is, whenever you're hitting your shots and
You always feel better.
Yeah, and you're on, then it's go time. Yeah. And that was the most unusual flipper pass I think I've ever seen.
You can also use this time to practice new skills, I guess.
Yeah, like five-way combos.
Who needs total annihilation? Apparently Trent does.
There he goes. But let's not forget, player 4 is no slouch either.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've seen him come back a time
So
or two.
put those points up while you can.
Yeah, I mean, how many times have we already said at this broadcast against Brian Dye? 3 million to 100 million on ball 3, player 4. Steve is definitely capable of putting up 5 billion points.
And Steve is the Iceman. I don't think he gets rattled. I think he steps up, and I think a lot of players would psych themselves out coming, 1 billion to 6 billion. I don't think that affects Steve very much. He worries about his game.
Steve the Iceman Bowden.
And Trent drains out, double drain down that left out lane, but a
Nice.
very solid game there.
Nice game.
5.6 billion. That would have been in the top 10 during qualifying.
So Steve has nothing to go for here but first place. So that may change your mindset a little bit of how you approach this ball.
Yeah, well, you're only 2 shots away, or 3 shots away from the multi-ball, so that's probably step 1. But I would definitely go. I mean, yeah, it's multi-ball.
As you could, they're standing right here in front of us, and Trent just shared a little bit of a drink with Steve. Maybe he's passing some pinball mojo.
Or he poisoned him.
Well, Trent's drinking it
One of those
too,
two
so unless he has an endurance to iocane powder.
Super skill or regular skill?
He took
skill.
regular.
Yeah. Probably doesn't want to lock himself out of the billion when it comes to it.
And he probably doesn't want to pull.
Yeah, do what
do what
Warren
Chris did and lock himself out from getting the multi-ball. That's
right. Because
it's kind of sitting
he's going to
there
go,
for him.
I'd say, backhand here, and there it is, locking it in. Now he's going to roll over, shoot the lock ramp, light it, and we're back in multi-ball town. This is real well thought out play. T is not a jackpot.
If the T was a jackpot, I would be in this final.
It would change things for sure.
Steve showing that
Nice
just
shot.
how well the players know when they've played these games. He knew he was late even before the ball was anywhere near the lock shot, but he quickly recovered and made the shot that he needed. Let the multi-ball fun begin.
Yeah, I think I said earlier the multi-ball pattern was a right ramp orbit, but it's not. It's right ramp block ramp. I think is probably the route that most players go. So I would have to.
You think that?
Double drain there.
I would have to put the lock ramp as the second most difficult of the jackpots to get.
I don't know. Normally, if I've chained together a couple lock shots like Steve did there, I'm feeling pretty confident on that one, and I might not necessarily go for it with the ball save.
Thing is, you've hit that lock ramp 6 times, hitting it a 7th. You should know where it's at by that point.
Fair enough. I think, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if maybe it's just, personal preference, just kind of get the ones up the middle of the play field out of the way because that's where balls are rattling around the most often, or, I don't know, just personal preference.
It could be the game, too. Oh,
and there was the T target jackpot.
Yeah.
So Steve unable to improve his position, but...
Gets 2 very big points, though.
2 points per second is usually okay.
Trent with the win, taking the 4 points. Adam sneaking out 1 point.
Adam eking out 1 point for sure.
And Chris with a tough luck 0.
So that goes back to what you were talking about earlier, Mark, about, being a competitive pinball player at this level isn't just about making shots. It's about making the correct decisions.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like the accuracy is a prerequisite. You have to have flipper skills. You have to have accuracy. And you also can't make bonehead decisions. And I'm not saying what Chris Warren did was a bonehead decision, but it kind of was. I mean, if he would have just plunged it into the pop bumpers, then he very likely would have got 1 point. And if he would have, safely fed it out of the stroke of luck and put it right back up there, he'd be sitting here, definitely with 1 point. And then,
this sounds weird for Attack from Mars, but I don't even know that it was a bonehead decision as much as it was not having the game knowledge there.
Yeah,
because he seemed surprised that he didn't have a ball save on.
Oh, so you're saying it just wasn't really a decision at all? He was
expecting a ball save on.
Well,
that.
actually, what is lowering the saucer worth? Because I mean, if he would have went super skill anything, that would have done it. So maybe his thought process was, well, all I have to do is hit 1 shot, and that's going to put me over the top.
It looked like he was going super skill saucer, and but there really wasn't much effort to save it after it missed.
He definitely let it drain, I believe. He was expecting a ball save there that just wasn't there to be had. So it should also be pointed out that this is a PAPA Circuit event. So besides the thousands of dollars of prize money that are on the line, the winner of this event gets an automatic buy into the PAPA Circuit final next March.
And I don't believe any of these players have that win yet this season. So somebody definitely will be locking their way in. Their next game is going to be World Challenge Soccer. While they're getting ready for that, there was also a circuit event held last weekend. Keith Elwin was the winner. So he's guaranteed his spot in the circuit final next year. Not that that wasn't going to happen anyway, but...
So World Challenge Soccer, I will quite comfortable in saying I know virtually nothing about this game besides what I've learned this weekend.
Well, we saw right there, Adam took the plunge, got all the targets, and he has multi already finished. If he can knock down all the targets on ball, if the insert's on ball, he'll have a 3-ball multi-ball ready.
So, Pete, you were just saying he knocked all the targets down once. So one of the skill shot options over there is to just collect all the targets.
Correct.
And what that does is starts one of the 5 modes, and his mode happened to be multi.
Well, before the plunge, you can choose which
Oh.
one that it's on. So
Okay.
you can use the flippers to cycle through them. Oh, I haven't seen too many people trying to backhand that middle ramp there to get the world letters, but
It seems like a pretty tough, deep backhand.
yeah.
Is it possible? Have you seen anyone successfully do it?
I haven't seen anyone do it. I wouldn't even be willing to try it unless he's trying to backhand the last target up there and just missing to the left.
Yeah, I would say that's probably more
Yeah.
likely because he's played this game a ton all weekend. So he has to either he has a plan, obviously.
Yeah.
You know.
He's been picking this game.
He
Yeah.
started a round there, a special round, and he just timed it out, being it's not worth very many points. And now he'll work towards the next set of drop targets.
A whole 1,000 points for the mystery. That's huge.
What did you say the middle award was, Pete? The red one?
But it was a special round. Maybe there's a special it or something, but
It's not.
I don't know.
important.
I was like Adam. I just timed it out.
Yeah.
There's the first one, the purple one. That's an extra ball one. You have to hit 6 targets in like 6 seconds, so it's difficult. I timed that one out. The last one is a target one where the targets are worth 10 million. That one's okay to go for, but Adam not making huge progress to World Challenge Soccer. He may be sticking with the multi-ball strategy.
So I saw that he had 10 million in bonus there as well. What's that based on?
You get 1 million in bonus for each letter in World Challenge Soccer that you collect. You collect World from the middle ramp. Challenge is the target by the goal, the one that's in front of the goal that looks like a goaltender. And Soccer is the right loop, though you can't collect it on the left loop somehow. If you spell out World Challenge Soccer, you'll have the 100 million point bonus.
Pete, what is your fascination with Gottlieb games?
It was just when I started playing, it seemed the places that I played at almost always had Gottliebs, and they just were a lot of fun to play on. But I guess I got used to playing Gottlieb flippers, and when a Williams game would come in or a Sega game, it was wow. That's why I like Gottliebs.
Shouldn't be long before someone makes an animated GIF of that.
That was remarkable. Now let's see what Chris can do with his second life. Now see, he had it fall up in that upper left hole there, and he got a soccer letter. I'm sure when we have the PAPA Circuit End of the Year Awards, that's probably going to be a nominee for Moment of the Year or Save of the Year.
It only matters if you turn it into something.
Yeah, it's basically an extra ball.
He has completed World.
Now, do you actually have to hit the challenge targets or just get it up there?
I believe you have to hit those targets in the middle to get challenged. If it goes past it, you're collecting a goal, which is worth 1 million points.
No, he started that center target round. This is where you said you would time this one out. You wouldn't really shoot
It's
for
10
that.
million. You're shooting it straight up the middle. It depends on what your goal is. If your goal is World Challenge Soccer, the 100 million is a lot better than the 10. I would be timing it out. But he's got the World done. 5 letters in challenge, halfway to soccer. Good progress there.
Now, his score is not very different from Adam's, yet he's in a much better situation.
It all depends on what strategy you're going for. Adam is setting up nicely for multi-ball.
Okay.
But I myself personally, I'd rather be in Chris's spot.
Once again, spelling that World Challenge Soccer gets you 100 million. So there's a lot of points there. There's a lot of work to be done, but it's a lot of points.
So Trent's walking up here, game 2 of the finals at the Atlanta Pinvasion Tournament in the Southern-Fried Gaming Expo. I'm Mark Steinman. I'm sitting in the booth with Pete Hendricks and Doug Polka. We're on game 2, and this is World Challenge Soccer. Trent Augenstein, who's playing right now, has 4 points from the first game. Steve Bowden has 2 points. Adam Lefkoff has 1 point, and Chris Warren has no points.
At this point in the tournament, do you think that anybody has a significant advantage with game knowledge on a game like this? I mean, everyone had a chance to play it in qualifying if they chose to. Throughout the weekend, people have had a chance to discuss the rules.
Well, right there, it looked like Trent may have had a little more knowledge. He hit the middle target, but it was lit for 10 million. Looking at the playfield, I'm guessing maybe he had the 3 soccer balls in a row. But I mean, he saw it and he went right for it.
Wicked outlane drain there.
Not a whole lot of progress towards World Challenge Soccer, but in the lead.
Steve Bowden will be stepping up as player 4. Should be noted as well, I don't know if you guys pointed out while I wasn't here, that this game has lightning flippers on it. It doesn't have your typical Gottlieb flippers on the lower half of the playfield.
Lightning flippers being just a little bit shorter than normal flippers. Gottlieb, a lot of players, have a love it or hate it type of attitude towards Gottlieb flippers because they're different mechanisms. They feel different. Pete, being someone who grew up playing a lot of Gottliebs, I would say that it might even put you in an advantage because you're just a bit more used to them. But it to me, as a competitive player, I always find it shocking at how different just simple changes like that can be, or how different they can make the experience between manufacturers.
Right.
So here we go. We're coming up. Adam Lefkoff, having chosen this game, is currently sitting in 3rd place, but no one really has a whole lot into it. At this point, I would have to say that Chris Warren, as player 2, is probably in the best situation, even though...
On ball 1, Adam got his multi. Now he's put the insert on ball, so he'll have multi-ball lit if he doesn't miss this skill shot, which he doesn't. Okay, now his strategy makes more sense to me. So you can choose the mode you're entering at the beginning of each ball. Right. Okay. Because the other 2 awards are meaningless in this tournament setting. So right now he's started multi-ball. He'll plunge the second ball, and he missed it, so he'll only have a 2-ball multi-ball. If he would have plunged the ball into the hole at the top, it would have been a 3-ball multi-ball. What he's looking to do here right now is to knock down all 10 drop targets. 2 to go on the left there. If he does knock them down, he'll have a choice. He can shoot the goal for a goal jackpot, which builds towards a goal to...
Wow.
It came over the flipper from the back. You do not see that often.
The pinball gods are smiling on you when that happens.
Wow. So this is 2 pretty sizable breaks for Adam in the final rounds, getting his single point in the first game, and now what is essentially a free ball back into play in a very unusual fashion in game 2.
That ball was gone, and that's unusual when you see the bars beneath the flippers as well.
Oh, and he doesn't do much. Maybe, that's karma there.
Oh, man. All for naught.
And at this point now, he's not in a very good spot. He has no progress, no huge progress to World Challenge Soccer. His multi-ball is done.
So unless you light one of those jackpots, you really don't get a ton of points out of that multi-ball.
That is right.
So player 2 will be Chris Warren. He's stepping up to the game in a minute.
We also have what appear to be the B Division finals going on over here on Ironman. We will see if we can get an update on that for anyone who's interested. I don't think we've actually given the B Division scores in quite a while.
I can tell you the four players that are in it, but I don't know where they stand. Once again, the 4 players that are in the B finals are Tony Pierce, Joseph Gnu, Chris Compton, and Ray Smith.
I believe those are all local players. So lots of good representation.
Chris
from
definitely
the,
is.
Southeast.
Ray is.
So Chris is continuing his progress towards World Challenge Soccer.
Now, he already finished World, so that the middle ramp shots not really doing him any good.
So at this point, the right loop, the soccer shot, does that feed back to the right flipper?
Yes.
So he's going to want to go basically right orbit and then challenge.
Now, every so often, you will get a penalty kick on the right orbit, which he has lit right now. Instead, it will go up and then come back down to that upper flipper for a shot into the goal. So until he can get that turned off, he can't make progress on soccer on the right side. I'm not really sure how he would turn that off.
Well,
and there's his World.
Yeah.
So he'll restart that target, hurry up, center target. I mean, 10 million's not much to sneeze at.
When you're going for 100 million, though, I don't know that I would be taking that shot.
He's 1 letter away from challenge. A lot of on-the-fly play right here, though.
Tried to live catch it. Didn't get it quite right, but he's in a pretty good position, I would say, with his progress.
16 million guaranteed before you plunge your ball. That's a pretty good spot to be in.
Trent Augenstein stepping up, player 3.
So the three soccer balls that are lined up. Now this is what lights the 10 million shot straight up the center.
Yeah, I believe that is the case because that's the second time Trent's done that. Now he has the multi-ball lit.
Combo right into it.
Now he finished World and then shot it into the multi-ball hole, but because he's in the middle of the center target round, he did not get the multi-ball. Now he was able to.
Oh,
wow!
He's getting a lot of vertical action on the left side of the game there.
Will that multi-ball remain lit for the next ball?
I believe so, but I don't know for sure. Or even, because Trent hasn't got a multi-ball yet, if he chooses, he could choose mystery on ball 3 and get instant multi-ball.
So I would think that's even more incentive for you to go after spelling World Challenge Soccer rather than doing the multi-ball when there's almost a gimme on ball 3.
When I was qualifying on this, I was a couple letters away from World Challenge Soccer. I intentionally took the middle one, which is increased goal value. While it did nothing, it didn't start any mode, and it didn't start any multi-ball.
It didn't lock you out of anything,
Right.
is what you're saying.
I was able to go finish World Challenge Soccer.
Trent did manage to take the lead slightly with his ball.
So Steve Bowden sitting here in last place with 2 points after game 1.
Collecting a big 1,000 there.
Oh.
Not much into it through 2 balls for Steve.
That bounce pass did not work there.
So if Trent comes in, Trent's really wanting to put it away here. He's got a chance to...
If Trent wins this game and Steve does not finish second, we're done.
Well, to be clear, we will play a third game, but we just know who the winner is.
Yeah, we'll
Not
sort out.
completely done.
Of course, we will sort out second through fourth. But point being, it is on the line for Trent here. He does have an opportunity, having won game 1, to finish it out here in game 2.
Trent will get the biggest state of Georgia statue as opposed to the smaller states of Georgia statues.
Yeah, very unique trophies here at the Southern-Fried Gaming Expo. They're acrylic cutouts of the state of Georgia.
I believe you took one of those home last night, Mark.
Yes, I did. I got one of the smaller ones, though. Sadly, I didn't get the big one that they're after now.
I do got to say, though, as someone who finished third in B Classics, I believe my
So Adam is moving on here, just trying to get something going, doing whatever he can to, to keep the tournament available to him. He's got 1 point after game one. He's had some opportunities. He's just got to make the most of them.
Hey, he has the world. Center target there will be worth $10 million.
Oh.
It seems like he's in a tough position because he wasn't really working towards progress to World Challenge Soccer, and now coming onto ball 3.
He's got world done. He's 2 letters short of challenge. There's challenge.
Charge.
Now, he has a challenge mode lit in both of the holes. I don't know what that does, but might be worth something.
But that locks you out from collecting letters, correct?
I imagine it does, yeah.
He's going to take it.
Oh, let's find out. Score 1 goal to win match.
As always, soccer's usually low scoring.
And he has 8 seconds to do it, and
There it is.
There it is. Nice shot.
Okay.
And it got him
nothing.
a lot of goals.
Oh, how many goals was that?
We haven't talked about it this game. There is, you're also collecting goals along with points. If you reach 50 goals, there is a mode called Super Riot, which is, we'll say it's worth lots of points. I don't know, 2 or 3 maybe.
Yeah, they were saying someone last night got to Super Riot in qualifying and scored 500 million points.
That would have been Drew Sedolia, I believe.
So he's 34 more goals away from Super Riot. I don't think that's on his mind at this point.
Now he's working, he's 1 letter away.
And we're going. So Spelling World, just to recap, Spelling World Challenge Soccer puts him into a mode worth 100 million points.
He would have collected 100 million at the bonus.
Wow.
What a tough break there.
Okay.
Good ball, but
good ball. He's got a chance. He's still alive. Chris Warren stepping up here as player 2. Adam Lefkoff is currently done with World Challenge Soccer. He has 1 point after the first game, and he's in first place in game 2. Chris Warren has 0 points after the first game, and he's stepping up here playing his ball 3.
He needs a pretty big ball here for the entire tournament.
Because Chris hadn't taken multi-ball, he took the mystery award on the plunge and got the instant multi-ball. The only thing is it can only be a 2-ball in this case. He doesn't have the opportunity to add the 3rd ball. And we're done.
No ball save.
He has just finished challenge. And we know he's got world, so it's just a matter of soccer.
It has to be singular focus right now on getting that done.
Nice nudge there. He's getting it under control.
Trent Augenstein looking on. Trent's currently player 3. And Trent's in the driving seat right now, having won game 1.
And here's that goal challenge. One neat thing at Gottlieb games from this era, their timers, you can actually, if you look down at the goals, you can see it counting off really fast. They use their inserts as clocks on. You can look down while you're
soccer balls were counting down. I saw that.
Nice novel use of the play field.
Yeah.
So Trent looking on, having just watched Chris Warren put up close to 87 million. Trent is currently in 3rd.
So his multi-ball is lit from the last ball as
now
well.
it'll be an interesting decision. Does Trent take the mystery instant multi-ball and have it be 2? Or is he daring and goes for the 3?
In his current situation,
I think I take the 2. I take the gimme.
Come on, shoot some dangerous stuff.
I take the gimme.
Go for it. Do it.
Your thoughts and he did not. He's going for the tough one. Now time this out. There he goes. Okay, he's not going to time it out. Can't start Monty Ball in a mode, Trent.
This is the points round, so I assume he wants
Did
the
he
points.
just discover that you can't start it? So,
I believe he has. Yep, there he goes. Now one easy shot into that right scoop air. And he's going towards soccer still. Or he feels
going
more
to soccer, or
comfortable
did he
shooting the
miss the
left
shot?
one.
Yeah.
There. Now, like Adam earlier, he plunged the hole up at the top, so this will be a 3-ball multi-ball for him.
So Trent's looking good here. He's positioning himself to put up a good score on game 2 here, and also positioning himself to potentially win the Southern-Fried Gaming Expo Pinball Tournament Circuit event here on game 2 out of 3 in the final round.
And, okay. Back to business. Now he has that middle target lit right now. The 3 soccer balls in a row. That middle target's worth $10 million to him.
Yeah,
I think he's trying to figure out how much bonus he has. Like Stern, this Gottlieb has no good information.
he has. Where are his challenge letters?
I think that's what he's trying to figure out. I don't remember.
I think the only time they show is when you actually shoot one of them.
Right. And yeah, it only shows you which one you shot. So. No, apparently he knows more than we do.
Okay. So he still has to spell.
He has $10 million in bonus.
He's got a pretty long way to go against.
But that middle target right there was $10 million. I missed it. But at least he knows where he's at.
That's a lot of shots still to get there.
Yeah, it's an awkward game to just try and grind out 30 million points. It seems like the points in this game either come in massive bunches or just excruciatingly slow.
Seems like
All right, so
down the middle.
he does not come back. So game 3 is going to matter.
So now Steve Bowden's going to step up, down by 75 million. How many points did Steve get out of the first game?
Steve got a second in the first
Steve
game.
is second place.
So first place would be huge here for him if he could pull it out.
Yeah, if he takes first place here, if he manages to get that 100 million, then he would move into the lead.
And he still has multi-ball in play, either through targets or through the mystery.
I'm Mark Steinman. I'm sitting here in the booth at the Southern-Fried Gaming Expo with Pete Hendricks and Doug Polka. And we're watching the Atlanta Pinvasion tournament. This is the finals. This is game 2 of 3. And the final round is between Trent Augenstein, Steve Bowden, Adam Lefkoff, and Chris Warren.
While we're waiting for Steve once again, I just want to give a lot of credit to the tournament and show organizers here. It's just been a fantastic event, well run from start to finish.
They've had a lot of great guests here this weekend. Besides Billy Mitchell, they've had John Trudeau here earlier this weekend. Barry Osler was here. Walter Day. And, many other great celebrities. They took a lot of time into getting some great people here for panels and autograph signings, and it was a very well put together event.
Yeah, they put a lot of thought into it, and I think they'll be rewarded in the future. I think they're going to end up with some nice sized crowds. Well, guys, what do you expect? Assuming we move on to Game 3, and what do you think the choice is? Where do you think Adam's going to go? Any guesses?
I would think Adam would go to Metallica.
All right, we'll find out. I'm going to say he goes to 8-Ball Deluxe.
Oh, I'll take Dirty Harry. Though it's off right now, so I'm wondering if something broke on it during the B finals, maybe?
I actually already know what he's going to pick. So.
What is he going to pick?
He's going to go for Dirty Harry.
Okay.
Or so I've been told.
Yeah, he's been playing that a lot and playing it well. So we'll see. Looks like Steve Bowden here needs about, 75 million to take the lead and make things very interesting. Take over the lead not only in this game but also in the finals.
So he took the mystery right into his multi-ball here.
Now the multi-ball jackpots, they are a big climb, but if he can do it, he could win the game right here.
What is the jackpot progression?
I think the first, if he takes the point approach, which Why wouldn't he? The first jackpot is 30 million. The second is 100.
Wow.
30 million will be huge.
And he has that one drop target left on the right side.
So that's a 30 million point drop target?
No, he'd have to. Would have had to shot the ramp.
Okay.
After knocking down that drop target.
So at this point, we are back to staring at progress through World Challenge Soccer. We haven't seen anyone complete it yet in the final round.
And we're not going to.
We're not going to. All right, Steve takes last in game 2.
That sets up a really interesting final game.
So Adam's the winner. He gets 4 points, moving to 5. Trent takes second. That moves him to 6. Chris got third. That's 1 for him. And Steve got 4th, 2. So it's a 3-horse race here.
Yeah, it looks like Chris is not going to be the winner.
And Steve, the best Steve can do is get himself a tiebreaker. East versus West, Adam and Trent.
So right now, Brian Burrows, the tournament director, is gathering the scores. I'm sure Adam's contemplating what his selection is going to be. I'd like to give out a shout out to Tilt Amusements, which is run by one of the finalists here, Trent Augenstein. He supplies Papa with a lot of our games and has been a big supporter for us for years. Also like to remind everyone of the PAPA 17 World Championships coming up in August is our next circuit event. We're going to crown a new world champion unless Bowen Cairns can successfully defend his title. Looks like Adam is about to step up to Dirty Harry. He's taking a short walk.
While we're waiting, the PAPA website has a announcement coming out next Sunday at noon.
Big announcement.
Huge announcement. I heard a rumor that it was that you were actually going to attempt to actually qualify for an A division. Is this true?
No, that is by far not true. My skill set does not enable me to play in any A division of any kind. I prefer E and F divisions when possible.
The second rumor I heard it could possibly be is that Mark was going to announce that the tilt cam has finally been completed.
I think I can put a no on that one as well, although I know it is in development and we're currently exploring many options there.
And last it was that somebody was going to win the Pittsburgh Pinball Open, and Papa already knew who it was even before the finals are finished.
So they're going to announce it before the finals of the tournament then?
That's the rumor I heard.
That might happen. I'll put the odds at about 50%.
We have an X.
Going to X-Men for the finals. So
okay.
Adam throwing a curveball, taking everybody over to X-Men. I think he's concerned about the safe house kick out on Dirty Harry because earlier today it was occasionally kicking it out right into a slingshot, which for some players was resulting in an instant drain out one of the out lanes. So you definitely wouldn't want to rest your tournament life on that kick out.
So I just went over to listen to eavesdrop on the discussion of what game we were going to, and it legitimately came down to a coin flip between Dirty Harry and X-Men, and we are headed to X-Men.
Coin flip, interesting way of deciding.
Yeah, it was kind of funny, actually. Whenever they were discussing what game he wanted to go to, I was listening in, and he said, no matter which one I pick, if I lose, then I'm going to regret it and think I made the wrong decision. So he just wanted to take it completely out of his own hands. And he just said, all right, fate is deciding. And he just declared what was what, and he flipped a coin. He said, all right, X-Men it is. He said, now I can feel good about the outcome no matter what.
Yeah, somehow I feel if he loses, he still won't feel good about it.
Well, at least he has someone to blame.
And we start up the game, we see Magneto attacking the UN.
So we've already seen, one game of X-Men today. In the finals here,
the Southern-Fried Gameroom Expo are going to come down to Game 3. And I'm sure you guys just went through the standings. It's Trent 6, Adam 5, Steve Bowden at 2, and Chris is at 1.
We were actually speculating on what the big announcement is next week on the PAPA website.
Yeah, I don't know. I've heard something about that, but I recommend people tune in to find out.
Pete said it had something to do with the tilt cam, but I didn't think that was it.
I don't know. Maybe that two-headed thing there has, maybe he's working on the tilt cam.
Magneto's a cat who plays space video games? What?
Yeah, big announcement coming. Be sure to check out the PAPA website next Sunday around noon. There's going to be something interesting.
Yeah, if you like Pinburg, I think you'll like this announcement.
It's going to be...
If you haven't been out to the PAPA website recently, go check it out. The layout has been changed to be a lot more user-friendly. Still tons of great information. All the old videos have been moved over or in the process of being moved over to YouTube, so they should be easy to find for good viewing.
Yeah, we had one of the big problems that we had was they needed access to the website on mobile devices, and so we took a few steps to try and rectify that. And then also, the videos used to be split across Vimeo and YouTube, and we decided to just consolidate everything onto YouTube. And it's a little surprising to me how many emails I've received and how many people think that a lot of those videos are new because they just never found them on Vimeo. And I think that in the end, moving everything over to YouTube is going to lead to more viewers and more access for the casual fan who may not even know about the PAPA website but just wants to check something out pinball related on YouTube. So in the end, for anyone who received some of the, I think, 400,000 emails that were sent out,
Mark would like to apologize in advance.
Due to the subscription services for that video dump, I apologize. It is over at this point. We're just going to be updating it a few at a time from here on out. So Adam steps up to ball 1 on X-Men here. Looks like he has his locks lit, and
well, you always start with the first lock lit, and then you have to light 2, 3, and 4.
Let's see where he goes with it. Right into Magneto.
And now he'll need to hit both the left and right target there to light the lock for Magneto, but first up, some Wolverine. Or Weapon X. Now he got that rather quickly. He doesn't have the mystery lit yet in the scoop for the Atta-Ball. He doesn't want to drain out quickly and not get that opportunity.
So which odds do you need to hit to get the Atta-Ball lit?
As you roll over the in lanes, if you do it enough times, it will light the scoop for a mystery award. The first time it's just one set of in lanes. He has the Atta-Ball. But as it progresses, the more in lane completions you have, that'll light your villains as well. Some players will try to make sure that the Blackbird, as it's called, is lit before starting the multi-ball, so they have an easy shot in to get.
You just dump the ball in there and get that automatic Atta-Ball.
Right. That was not a huge Weapon X. Not terrible either.
So Adam's been playing well all weekend. You know he's focused. He won the Classics tournament, which finished last night after midnight. He's been playing a lot of pinball. You know he's tired. He's been basically standing for 30 hours over the last, 2.5 days.
One of the unique things in the Classics tournament last night, he was playing Chris Warren, and Chris Warren was on Time Fantasy. Ball 1 had 1,000,000 points. We had like 40 seconds of time snail time left.
It was 99 seconds.
Adam went up to him and just said, "You win. Let's move on to game 3." Even before plunging a ball, he had that much faith that he could win the deciding game. At that point, he was coming from the losers bracket. Chris was in the winner.
The fatigue and the timing, he said he did the math and he figured out that for him to come back from a deficit that large would take, in the amount of time it would take to grind through those points, and he just says it's not worth it. I just want to move on to the next game. And he actually weighed in his mental state and how tired he was and made a strategic decision, and it paid off.
Gutsy call.
It paid off. He won.
There we see he's lit his next Magneto lock, started Juggernaut, and then a tough drain there.
You can see we have a small crowd here watching one of the screens we put up here, watching the same broadcast as the people at home. Everyone's curious, and then there's another 4 or 5 rooms of a bunch of fun occurring around here. I think I counted there's 70 pinball machines in the room on the other side of the divider,
Including some I've never seen before. There's been a couple games here that I've never played anywhere before.
One that I had fun with, they had a no good gophers. Yeah, no good gophers. No, the Williams golf game.
The
No good gophers.
yeah, that's no good.
Oh, that is no good gophers.
You're a Gottlieb man. You're thinking of teed off.
That's
or,
what I'm thinking of. Yeah, teed off. No, it was a no good gophers with 3 Powerballs in it.
Oh,
Oh,
interesting.
jeez.
So Chris Warren stepping up to this game. He does not have a shot to win this event. Is that correct?
Yes.
But he can improve his standing, so there's still a lot to play for.
Yeah, not only for circuit points, but for money, for Whopper points. There's you always want to put your best foot forward.
Just the experience of playing at this level. I mean, that's a nice check mark on the resume, as you could say. In the final, I beat Trent Augustine, Adam Lefkoff, Steve Bowden. Sure, it was one game of X-Men, but I beat him.
I'll take any win I can get over those guys.
Trent weighing his options here.
Trent runs tiltamusements.com. He's a pinball distributor. Sells a lot of games.
Stern's largest, right? In the U.S. at least?
I know he has been in the past. I don't know if he still has that title, but I know that typically he moves a lot of games.
If you ever see Trent's van, there's probably 3 games in the back of it.
Yeah,
just about anywhere he goes.
On the way to someone. I think he sold games here, actually.
He was also responsible for some of the games that were brought down for the tournament use. That Cruel Iron Man is his.
I would be interested in knowing what he was thinking about there. It was pre-plunge. There really wasn't much all that spectacular about either of the 2 players in front of him. Is there something he's thinking through, or is it just getting his mind right?
Maybe just thinking through the shots. I would think with it being ball 1 and the 2 players in front of you not really putting up big scores, you're just going to go with your normal strategy to start the game.
Doug, I don't know if it was you, but who we were talking about the redirects off of Wolverine. He just had a redirect off of Wolverine right into Magneto.
Yeah, you were talking about the Wolverine
There it is.
Gambit.
That's it.
There it is.
That's the combo. It's Wolverine Cyclops side ramp.
And you saw he got the points for the Cyclops Storm combo. It was, 375 or something. Combos aren't chump change. And there,
All right.
lock target into Wolverine to start the multi-ball.
How many shots to Wolverine does it take to get to the super jackpot on this one?
Go ahead, Pete.
I don't know who
I don't know the rules to Wolverine incredibly well, but what I do know is that shooting Wolverine lights the other shots for it essentially lights the jackpots at all the other shots, and then they go out and you have to reshoot Wolverine to relight them. I don't know how deep into the progression you have to go before the points start getting big. All I know is that whenever I play Wolverine, I don't typically end with anything all that sizable.
You saw an interesting shot there. Trent was cradled up, and he backhanded the ball into the scoop. That gave him his last in-lane rollover. And every time it goes in the scoop, it counts for 1. And then he trapped up again and shot the scoop to get the atta-ball. He took his time, thought it through, knew what he wanted to do, and now he's got 3 balls trapped up.
What he's doing here is trying to get 1 ball loose so he can keep the other 2 cradled up and shoot jackpots with the other one.
Might actually be trying to...
I think he's just trying to get as many... he already has villain lit for after this multi-ball, but there's the separation. And we're back.
Oh, nice.
Clean 250,000 there on the right ramp.
Trent
He's
approaching this multi-ball very methodically.
Relighting everything there by shooting Wolverine. Was it the storm ramp that was 700,000? Did anyone happen to notice that the first time through? I know one of them was
I did not see that.
was up there.
He collected the 6x multiplier from the mystery scoop. I believe the mystery scoops are in a specific order. It's add a ball if it's available, and the rest seem to be following a pattern. So at some point here, you should get our hold bonus will be an option, and hold bonus X will be an option.
This is a perfect example. There's a 700,000.
700.
I'm not sure what differentiates between why that's 250 or 700. Maybe someone in the chat room can chime in and let everyone know. This is a perfect example of a player who's just working a strategy one piece at a time, being incredibly selective with what he's doing, staying in control at all points. It would be very easy for him just to, drop the right flipper and just get everything out there all over the place. And, you may say, oh, he got real fancy there and he lost his balls. But that was after he took, how many shots and collected how many successful jackpots. And I don't know. If I'm a player with the skill set of Trent, with the history of Trent, I'm going to put my skill set up against randomness any chance I can. And if I can get balls in control and keep them in control, I'm going to do it. Even if it means occasionally I'm going to up and over a ball, from a cradle into an out lane, I'm going to go ahead and do it. So that ends ball one for Trent, and he's looking the best out of anyone so far. Didn't put a whole lot into Shadow King there. That can be a pretty lucrative move. Still pretty wide open at this point. Steve Bowden is coming in. Steve has 2 points. Trent has 6 points. Lefkoff has 5 points, and Chris Warren has 1 point.
So Steve needs a 4 in this match, and Trent to finish with a 0 in order for him to have a chance to win the event.
Yeah, Steve needs some help.
And Adam would have to finish third.
Yeah, Steve needs a pretty he has a pretty narrow window of success, but it is possible. We've seen crazier things happen. But at the same time, like we were saying before, it doesn't really matter. It's not what he's thinking about at this point. He's not thinking about help. All he wants to do is just play X-Men, get the best score he can, and let the rest of everything fall where it's going to fall. And ball saver. Didn't make any big move on that. He saw the grace period. He knew it was there. Made a strategic, calm play, just letting the ball go down, not shoving the machine or risking a tilt or even any dangers. That one he did save, and saved
nice
well.
move.
Nice move. Cost him a double. Giving the game a chance to set. Letting balls draining down.
Letting the ball saver work for him.
Yeah, he knows he started multi-ball off of Wolverine, so.
So once again, a great save, and see what you can make out of it.
This is a high level of knowing what state your game's in.
Mm-hmm. He will not shove the game or move it in any way while there's multiple balls on this playfield.
And a ball save.
It does seem like, though, on X-Men that it is almost always worth trying to save the end of your ball, because the bonus doesn't really seem to add up to anything significant.
Wow.
Yeah, I know a lot of players feel that way about, well, there's a lot of games that way. Creatures from the Black Lagoon is a game with, pretty pitiful bonus. But then you get even another game in this qualifying bank, Shadow. I mean, tilting your way, that's a game where it's the exact opposite. Yeah, you're getting hundreds of millions of points in bonus, and as players, you just have to know where the points are in the game. Just because the display is telling you, oh, you got 70 million on this, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's already tallied up in your score. Something that comes with experience, and just really it's something that comes with just getting burned by it.
Yeah, Twilight Zone's another great example of that. You're collecting your modes and you're getting your points, and it all comes in your bonus.
Adam with a punch too hard there, but he's able to get it under control. Great patience there to let the ball bounce back over to his left flipper. And then he shot it into the Brotherhood target. And he has Brotherhood multi-ball lit. Well, actually, that was a remarkable shot. It was the Brotherhood target through Rogue and into
the lock
to start the lock and the multi-ball.
Speaking of unorthodox combos.
Just like you draw it up.
And I'm sure that's what that thumbs up was for.
So Adam needs this right now. Wants to hang a big one here on ball 2.
You can definitely put up a big score in Magneto multi-ball. It's very different than Weapon X multi-ball.
And as we saw from Chris Tabaka earlier, if you can get to the Super, it's $6 million.
So is there a Weapon Y and a Weapon Z, or is Weapon X just,
I think after they created Weapon X and he went crazy and murdered them all, they stopped making them. It's probably a wise decision.
Were there also, was Weapon W a failure and they just needed to move beyond it?
Right there, you on this display, you saw Deadpool. He is, I guess, a character that helped the X-Men, and in the game he will do the same. When Adam starts a villain, the villain mode will be a lot easier because he has Deadpool collected.
I think we need to make it a mandatory night down at the PAPA facility where we have to watch all of the movies that are that these themes are based off of.
As long as we don't have to watch the 2 Wolverine movies, I'm okay with that.
We're going to have to watch The Shadow, though.
What about the Jurassic Parks?
No. All right. Maybe not.
And the Star Wars Marathon?
It's funny because I've talked to quite a few people that the only reason that they've seen some movies is because there's a pinball machine. Like I specifically recall a conversation I just had with a league member who had never seen Congo before, but because there was a pinball machine and he liked it, he watched Congo. And now he'll never do that again.
How'd that turn out for him?
Let's just put Flash Gordon on an instant.
So there's the
loop.
Magneto super jackpot.
Yeah.
5.2 million, that's huge. Adam's actually having a really good multi-ball here. And he's playing a lot of it on the fly.
Mm-hmm. Which is unusual for him.
That vaulted him into the lead there.
Okay, control
Now
up.
you cradle up and you think about your next move.
And that was it. Most likely we'll be seeing Brotherhood here.
Take that multi-ball. So what's the objective in the Brotherhood multi-ball?
Hit the lit shots.
Seems simple enough.
That's really funny. I mentioned this earlier, but I was talking to Brian Shepard about how to play Mustang, and I said, "What do you do?" He said, he just put 130 million on it. And he said, "I have no idea." He said, "I just, there was some stuff flashing, and so I shot it." And it's kind of funny how the rules can be incredibly complicated, but if you are looking for a simple strategy, just shoot whatever's lit.
Pinball Basics 101 for the lit shot.
You see one shot, like right now it's Beast. It probably gives you further progress than the other shots, but because he has Deadpool, he is going through these, the Brotherhood like they're standing still. He has one left.
So how do you go about engaging Deadpool? What?
If you have get 10 combos, Deadpool's available. And he's got 4 million points for finishing the Brotherhood and start over.
Climbing up to 41 million. And hanging it out there. Trent's watching. Trent has a 1-point lead on Adam right now in the overall standings. Trent obviously capable of doing this, but Adam is feeling pretty good.
So Pete, you know the rules of the game pretty well. So what are the advantages to having a hero running and a villain running at the same time?
A hero running and a villain running? Outside of for simple points, there really isn't much more. Usually the villains will have almost every shot lit. You can use the the villain shots that you need to complete the heroes, but the heroes really aren't worth that much. Adam drains out there down the right outline. It was a huge ball. It was 2 very monstrous moldy balls. You got to feel very good about that. I mean, outside, you want to try if it's not a dangerous shot, you want to try to complete your heroes because they help your Magneto multi-ball jackpots, but it's not something to focus on. Like to finish Beast, you have to shoot it back through the bumpers. It's not something that you really want to do. Whereas finishing Phoenix is shooting the right loop. That's probably a lock shot for you. That one probably is worth it. There's different settings. You can. Some games are set where you can stack heroes. In that case, you just worry about getting them started as opposed to finishing them. But on this one, you have to do them one at a time. Chris getting his Wolverine multi-ball going here. And he'll have a villain ready coming out of it. The biggest thing that you'll have hear people say what to do in this game is try to have a villain running when you start a multi-ball so that all the shots are worth more.
So you still make progress towards the villain even though you're in the multi-ball.
Right. You can make progress, but you can't start it, but you can go the other direction. You can start a villain, get in a multi-ball, and use the multi-ball to collect the villain shots. And it's just in time.
He got the out-of-ball
Good
there.
job.
Just as he drained.
It's being smart, knowing it was available and using it to its maximum.
Keeping a ball safe as well during multi-ball, knowing that he had it cradled there. If the other ball drained out, then it's just a pot shot at the scoop. You know, if he has all the balls flying around in different parts of the playfield, that option's just not available because it may be stuck in pop bumpers and may be in the middle of a ramp somewhere.
Or heading down one of the out lanes.
Right. Like that.
Yeah. Looked like he tried to use the one to hit the other one, and then it ended up resulting in both leaving.
All right, Trent staring up at 46 million points here with 9.5 to his own credit.
Lefkoff threw Gauntlet down by putting up 46.
Mm-hmm. Now Trent has made some good progress towards the 2 villain multi-balls as well. So he's in a pretty good shape.
Lefkoff took off his white glove and smacked Trent in the face with it. And here we go.
Trent just firing balls up the middle, heading straight to. And this is what we were just talking about. Trent got a bonus hold. He's going to start a mode, Sentinels, and then he'll be looking to get into multi-ball as quickly as possible.
So he's going to shoot for Magneto here then, right?
It looked like he was going for the right loop there because they were giving one of the Sentinel shots as well, but yeah, there it goes.
Right into Magneto.
Lots of point possibility here for Trent.
I will say one of the things that I don't like about the virtual lock is that you lose that awesome magnet animation. I don't really know what else to call it, where the balls spin on the Magneto mech.
Which is in the premium and LE versions. There's actually a spinning disc underneath the Magneto magnet, and when you lock all the balls, it holds them on the disc and it flings them off in all kinds of different directions. It is a really cool effect. So Trent's struggling a little bit to get control of these balls.
Did he already add a ball?
I haven't seen.
I don't think he has the Blackbird lit even.
Yeah.
Okay, he collected the Blackbird right before the multi-ball started, so I doubt he had it lit.
And there's almost that Wolverine to Cyclops combo.
They finished Sentinels there, a 9 million point round.
Okay.
He's going to time out Cyclops here.
So what's the benefits of timing out Cyclops?
As he's hitting shots towards other X-Men, he can finish them as well.
So when you're in the mode, you cannot do that.
Right. On this setting, on other, it all depends on the game settings.
So now, having collected your Magneto once and your Wolverine once, what would you be shooting for?
I would be going for the targets on the sides, going for either the villain multi-balls, either the Hellfire Club or the Brotherhood. And that's appears to be what Trent's doing. He's one Brotherhood target away from lighting it. The thing about that is once he gets that target, villain's automatically lit. He doesn't have to go through all the in lanes to get it, and shot right into the scoop there to get it started. See if he can have as good of a multi-ball as Adam did with it. Now Adam had Deadpool helping him, so his jackpots and progress were a lot faster than what Trent's going to be able to do.
Trent now has a ball safely trapped on the left flipper.
And he collected the Blackbird there, but we weren't able to see what he got because of the animation.
Doesn't look like an Atta-ball.
No.
But during this multi-ball, he's gotten enough combos. He has Deadpool now. One of the nice things about multi-ball is you can collect the combos during it, and while he didn't start with it, it's here, and his progress to this the Brotherhood Super is going to go a lot quicker.
Out the right outline.
Didn't quite make it all the way back to Adam's score, but definitely putting a dent in it. 16 more million to go.
Now he's working on Hellfire. Those are dangerous shots. That side-to-side movement can be a real killer.
So I've seen people go for the Hellfire to Brotherhood combo.
He lit Hellfire, and here it is.
Is there a reason that they're shooting Brotherhood first rather than Hellfire?
Brotherhood seems to be the safer shot. Hellfire has those two targets right by the scoop. Oftentimes you can hit it into the targets and then it catches on the scoop and bounces in a weird direction, or it'll bounce up towards the bumpers. Whereas Brotherhood, it's an angled shot. You're shooting up at it and then it's heading towards the middle of the play field. Both still dangerous, but I'd say Brotherhood's the safer of the two.
Once again, we're at the Southern-Fried Gaming Expo. I'm Doug Polka, along here with Mark Steinman and Pete Hendricks. Looking at the finals in the A division. This is game number 2. Where do we stand currently with points, Mark?
Trent's at 6 points, Steve has 2 points, Adam has 5 points, and Chris Warren has 1 point. Right now, it's looking like the two top players, Trent and Adam, are both running away with this X-Men game, or at least as of yet, that's the case. So it's looking like whoever wins between Steve and, or it looks like whoever wins between Trent and Adam are going to have a leg up. Steve still can potentially come back and win, but he's going to need a lot of help.
I stand corrected. This is game 3. I believe I said it was game 2. This is the final game, unless a tiebreaker is called for. So Trent's still in his Hellfire multi-ball.
He just got the Atta ball, but a whole lot of draining out. But he still got 2 in play here, so you can see on the display there's a status bar as to how he's progressing towards the completion of the mode in the Super Jackpot. He's about halfway done.
So I just want to point out that Trent made a move there that I see a lot of experienced players make, but not a whole lot of novice players make. He had a ball cradled on the left flipper, and the ball was coming down the left in lane, and instead of just shooting away that ball that was in control, he let the ball coming down the in lane, the second ball run into the first, and they both came to a stop. And by not panicking and not just flipping away and firing balls off into the playfield, he came back under control. So often I see players think that one ball coming down a ramp or coming down an in lane is going to be a dangerous thing, but they just stop, and then you can take your time, you can gather yourself, and
there's also some game knowledge involved there too, because depending on the flippers on the game, you can get a stop or you can actually get it pushing off a ball down the middle. So that's Trent knowing the game and knowing the Stern flipper mix and how they're going to react off of that specific ramp.
Now as Trent's working towards his second Magneto multi-ball, he'll have to hit each of the 2 targets one time for each lock. He's just relit the lock again.
So Trent has progressed through all of the major multi-balls in the game, so now he's going to go back after Magneto. Is that the correct move?
At this point, yeah, I mean, they're all still in play, really. It takes a few more targets for Brotherhood and Hellfire the second time through. He was 6 hits away from Wolverine. Plus still all the dangerous targets for Brotherhood, or for Magneto. He's in a very good position, though.
So Steve Bowden is stepping up here with 2 pretty big games hung on him, knowing that he needs to win.
Yeah, unless he wins out completely, he has no chance of taking home the championship here in Atlanta.
He's also going to need a huge ball from Chris to get past the other 2, but he can only control what he needs to do, and he's done it many times before.
What he did there is he short plunged, and the ball never hit a switch, so the game's going to serve it back into the shooter lane for him.
The reason he's doing that is because he wants the right feed, or he wants the players do it for a variety of reasons. Usually it's because you want to control the ball and get a controlled shot at a particular part of the playfield, or you want to get a specific feed
He didn't like it again.
coming out of the plunger lane.
And it's a matter of timing here. Like, he knows he has to do something with that right flipper to get it to go over. If he just lets it roll down, it's going to hit the bumpers and be in play. So he used the upper right flipper to get it towards the middle of the play field. He has control. Now, if he happens to brick a shot that doesn't hit a target, he gets still have the ball safe. Unfortunately, he shot it right into Magneto, and
I wouldn't say all for naught, but it's not the outcome he wanted.
Right. 3 away from Brotherhood. There's the lock clip.
And
now
I thought it made it up around.
Yeah, I did too.
It gave him credit for the shot. He started rogue, but he did not get the lock.
He's going for the lock up the middle.
Double
danger.
and there it is.
Wow. Not what he wanted to do, but
It didn't even seem like that major of a move. I mean, I could see a 1 warning out of that, but
Yeah, there was sometimes the plumb bob, it just builds up, gets swinging in weird ways. Maybe the plumb bob is off center a little bit. You see that a lot on the Sterns, on the newer Sterns. You see they'll go double danger, and then there'll be a long period where there's nothing, and then it'll tilt, and it almost feels like a phantom tilt sometimes, but it's it's not.
it draws you in too. You make that good move, and you get the quick double danger, and you get the ball on a flipper, and you're like, all right, I'm safe, and then it hits you, drops your ball. Doesn't seem fair.
with the whole championship hanging on the line here, Adam will be taking his time, making sure that tilt bob is stopped. You don't want to handicap yourself any way possible at this point.
Yeah, I would be shocked if Adam stepped up here without taking a nice, healthy weight. He does not want to dive right into this and face the same, double danger fate that Chris Warren faced earlier. Checking out the flippers, getting ready to go. Game on the line, championship on the line between Adam Lefkoff and Trent Augenstein are the 2 most likely candidates right here. Trent has 42 million, Adam has 46 million. Steve Bowden is still in the game at player 4, but he needs help from the first 2 players. Oh, he needs help from everybody.
Adam successfully plunges to the lower right flipper.
Hey, still
Did the Hellfire Brotherhood combo
Yeah.
there. There it is again.
that is just some exceptional shooting.
Oh no.
He's in a little trouble.
Oh, no.
He's in trouble.
And he got
He's gonna
away
go.
with it. I think at this point he's probably safe. If he gives it even the slightest nudge, though, that's still swinging. He's in danger.
I don't think you'll see Adam pushing the game at all.
Yeah, sometimes even just flipping the flippers or just like little hand movements. You don't expect it to, but it moves the game.
The other thing you see players do a lot of times is they'll get the double danger early and then they'll get into multi-ball and they won't really be nudging the game, but they'll just get into flipping the game and tilt it off.
Yeah.
Being aware, remembering that you do have those 2 tilt warnings. Sometimes the warnings could have happened a long time ago in the ball, and
Think he takes a lock?
All I know right now is it doesn't look like he cares about finding the mutant.
but he found the mutant. 2 million points and 3 bonus X. Now this, our special's worth points.
Mm-hmm. Standard tournament setting.
Oh, outlane. Yeah, I'm sure that's what he wants.
Well, it's a good last-ditch amount of points for him. Shadow King can be pretty lucrative on this game.
We actually spent, Bone and I spent 45 minutes, it had to be, one day trying to shoot the kickback on Whitewater from underneath the flipper. Or no,
Doing the
and
drain up around?
Yeah.
Oh,
There's the
and he turns
special.
out the left. He did pick up a special, though.
And that was worth.
it's a low percentage play, though. I don't think we were ever going to see Adam try and raise the right flipper and shoot that special.
You don't see people see it in tournament play.
Well, Trent will have a lot of work to go. 18 million. But first,
So, correct me if I'm wrong, but if Chris Warren doesn't do some damage here, then that will eliminate Steve.
that is correct.
Well, you got nothing to lose here. I mean, if you're Chris, you're stepping up, you're
Yeah.
in last place.
So,
You leave it all out there.
so Chris has to get at least 60 million points. Basically, Chris has to come in second for Steve to have a chance.
That is correct. So at this point, just you know you can't win. You just play. You have fun. Make Birmingham proud.
A lot of strong play by the locals down here in Atlanta. Real nice community down here.
Yeah, most of the games I know for this whole festival were crowdsourced, and the quality of games they got here was pretty amazing.
Moving into Magneto Baldy Ball. This will be Chris's first. It's such a long road to hoe, you know, whenever you're staring up at 60 million points and you don't have much going, and but you know you got to start somewhere. Just I don't know if mentally Pete or Doug, I don't know if either of you guys just set intermediary goals.
I find myself down by a lot of points quite frequently when I'm playing pinball. So normally when I'm stepping up, and that's the case, it's like Pete said, I step up and I'll have an intermediate goal in mind, but really I'm out there. Anytime I'm competing, I'm also trying to have a lot of fun. So if I'm having fun, it's great. You can set up short-term goals, maybe pick up a multi-ball or something like that. Sometimes I'll literally take the process of I'm going to shoot the most dangerous thing on the playfield as many times as I can, just because it just keeps it fun.
Earlier from that Attack from Mars game, I knew that I had to win, and I knew I had no progress towards anything on ball 3. That's why I went all saucer, and it almost paid off. Timothy played great and ran me down, but sometimes it's just go ahead, take the absurd strategy.
When all else fails, shoot dangerous stuff.
Right. I mean, you got to realize you're not going to get the billion points or whatever in one shot. You're going to have to lumber on some of these games, but what approach do you want to take to get
there's
there?
the out of ball.
I do like Chris's approach to this multi-ball. He's playing it really controlled. We
Yeah.
haven't seen a lot of that from him in the finals. I don't know if that's just because the circumstance dictated it or not, or the games were just playing that hard. But
I know he's got to be upset about nice stage of the flipper
staging
there.
that flipper.
He's got to be upset about losing his out of ball or losing his ball saver with all 4 balls cradled. just fell into the scoop there, and he essentially just had to let it time out. That's not ideal. Just touching on that last topic, I know a lot of hockey goalies will they'll break down periods into 5-minute increments, and so they're not looking at a 60-minute shutout. What they're looking at is 12 5-minute shutouts. They only think about the next 5 minutes, and it's one thing that it just helps you keep perspective. It helps you keep your focus. So as Chris falls,
be it for Chris.
yeah, as Chris falls out of this game of X-Men here, that means Steve Bowden cannot win, and it is all coming down to Trent Augustine. If Trent beats Adam, if Trent gets 60,144,251 points, then he will be the champion.
Is that 1 point sling that he needs?
Yes. 250 and a half points.
And he has good progress to a whole bunch of different things here.
Trent knows a lot of these games so well. He could probably tell you exactly what he needs to do to get there. He could probably tell you how many shots he needs to get to 61 million.
The skill shot in to get his second lock and cradle up here. He's going Magneto apparently.
Oh boy.
Oh, nice
And you
save.
don't have a choice. You had no choice. And
Gonna get away with it.
sometimes the hard move is safer on the game than doing just a gentle nudge or going after it, in two small ones. Sometimes the big move will, you'll be rewarded for that whenever a smaller one would have tilted out.
And he's fearless. He shot that up the middle, almost tilted out, and he's still going for the exact same shot.
Yeah, at this point, he's at the mercy of the magnet.
Oh, didn't get credit for that. There it is.
Lock 3 lit. Get control. Missed it.
I was going for the orbit.
Adam's on pins and needles now as well. If Trent,
That counts, even though it was in the middle of the mode.
And a nice double flipper save there.
if Trent does not come back, then Adam Lefkoff will be our champion.
One target and a lock shot. Can he? Here's the magnet. Oh, wow. Magnet to the right upper flipper.
It's under control.
And up the middle or to the right? He goes to the
On the
right.
orbit.
There it is.
Let's play some multi-ball.
$800,000 right out of the gate.
Yeah, he's had 4 different X-Men runs, so he's got points everywhere. There's the Atom ball. It's early, but
So he still needs 13 million, and he still has a ball saver.
ball saver gone. 4 in play.
Now we expect to see him. I would expect to see him come under control here at this point.
Down to 2 balls, gonna trap up.
Yep. So he still needs 11 million and change.
Still a long climb to the super, so
Checking his bonus. Oh no.
Good recovery.
there you
we
go.
go.
Nicely done.
This is the final game of the Southern-Fried Pinball, or the Southern-Fried Gaming Expo circuit event, the Atlanta Pinvasion Pinball Tournament. I'm Mark Steinman, sitting in the booth with Pete Hendricks, Doug Polka, watching Game 3 of the finals. Trent Augustine needs to come back to beat Adam Lefkoff's score, or Adam Lefkoff will win the championship. If Trent comes back, Trent will be the champion. At stake is a lot of cash, a big trophy, and an entrance into the PAPA Circuit Final. Trent being very methodical here.
Now he's lit the
Collecting the in
Blackbird.
lanes.
Knowing Trent, he probably knows what the award's going to be.
He's shooting at it.
Got a roll in there. It's a 6x bonus.
That's
It's not going to hurt.
not chump change.
Oh, he drains out of his multi-ball.
Still needs 9 million points,
Wow,
minus whatever he
scary.
has in bonus.
3 more. 3 more scary shots. 2
Wolverine
more.
is a scary one to go for, too.
Right decision now.
Wow. This is the big one.
Oh, Wolverine to the out lane.
And Adam Lefkoff.
That'll lock it up.
Adam Lefkoff has just won the PAPA Circuit event, the Atlanta Pinvasion at the Southern-Fried Gaming Expo. Steve Bowden cannot win the championship. He has been eliminated.
What we have here is if Steve can catch Chris, he's third. Otherwise, they will have a playoff for third.
So while we have an extra minute here, I just want to take a minute to thank everybody who's helped out with the event here. Pete, Mark, of course, Elizabeth Cromwell, Virginia Hendricks, Brian Dye, all the local scorekeepers. We had a ton of volunteers this weekend to help the tournament run smoothly.
Probably the biggest worker of all this weekend was Brian's wife, Amanda. I don't think she ever stopped running around trying to help out, whether it was taking entries or scorekeeping.
So Steve Bowden's stepping up here. So if Steve comes in, then he could potentially get 6 points. He could. Are we staring at a tiebreaker?
If he doesn't catch Chris, they would both have 2. Be a tie for third.
I believe Doug just ran off, and he's going to go try and find Adam. We're going to get him over here on the mic so we can talk about his double victory down here in Atlanta. He swept the event. He won the Classics tournament last night in fairly epic fashion, coming back from the losers bracket and beating Chris Warren twice. Chris Warren also had a great event here, making the final 4 of the main division and also finals, finishing second last night.
Trent had the opposite. He's second here today and 4th yesterday.
Yeah. I think Steve will take any Final Four he can get, but he feels deep down like he could have won it all, and I believe him. He definitely could have, but it just wasn't in the cards for him down here in the Deep South.
Also, he's playing for some circuit points here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as we mentioned, there's definitely circuit points on the line. There's IPA ranking points on the line. There's a lot of cash on the line. There's nice-sized trophies. Asher Lefkoff, another great player, is smiling, hugging his dad right there behind Steve off camera. You can't see him.
We'll get a word with Adam after this game's completed.
Right. Even in the middle of the tournament, Adam had to take a moment and forget about being a competitor and be a father. Escher took his loss in the playoff pretty hard. And Adam set everything aside and had his priorities straight, and I guess in a way he's being rewarded for it. He's played awesome pinball all weekend. A very deserving winner. Taking nothing away from any of these other 3 who've had wonderful weekends.
So our next circuit event will be California Extreme. Will be taking place out in Santa Barbara, California in July. For more details, head to type California Extreme into Google. I believe it's CaliforniaExtreme.org is the website, or you can find access to it at papa.org, or like I said, just do a search. That's also another fantastic arcade and pinball show, and we recommend anyone on the West Coast, or anyone really, head out there and do what they can to get in and buy tickets, have a good time. And then after that, we're coming back home to the PAPA facility in August for the PAPA 17 World Championships.
Following that in September, the first international circuit event is in Fraser Valley, Canada.
Yeah, Fraser Valley. We're heading up to Abbotsford in Canada. Really looking forward to that one. It's a great arcade. Also recommend. There's a lot of real fun, solid circuit events on the calendar this year. We recommend anyone who's interested in these to head out and head out to all of them, enjoy yourself, bring your family, and check out all the information you can on the website.
Steve taking his time, finishing up strong, starting the Sentinels villain mode. And we may just have that tiebreaker. Yes, we will. So, final results. Adam wins that game. He ends up with 9 points. Trent gets second place on that game, ends up at 8. Chris would have third, 1 point that game, 2 total. Steve took a fourth and is also at 2. While the tiebreaker is getting decided here. There's more information there about the Fraser Valley Flip Out, Abbotsford, Canada, September 26th through the 28th. Check out FraserValleyFlipout.com for more information.
As Pete mentioned, that will be the first international circuit event for our friends up north.
I think Adam Lefkoff is going to jump into the booth here. We're going to get an interview with our champion.
Thank you for attending the first annual Southern-Fried Gameroom Expo. We hope you had a great time. We appreciate your
Making some announcements in the background about the Southern-Fried Pinball Expo, or the Southern-Fried Gameroom Expo. It seems like everything is coming to a close here on the other side of the booth. Our tournament is almost done. I believe we still have a tiebreaker. Sitting in the booth with me now are 2 fantastic pinball players from Colorado. We have Adam Lefkoff and his son Escher Lefkoff. Guys, how are you feeling today?
Pretty good, actually.
Yeah, you're a little disappointed, son, when you lost in the tiebreaker to Trent. I was rooting for Escher on that one. How about you, Mark?
I don't pick favorites, guys. So are you glad you made the trip?
Yeah, definitely.
I was born and bred here, grew up in Atlanta, had my friends, the guy I shared a locker with in 8th grade was here to watch this. So it was pretty special.
That is pretty, a lot of people don't know that about you. You spent a lot of time throughout your life in Atlanta.
Yes, and then I spent a lot of time shedding my southern accent afterwards. Atlanta's great. If it wasn't quite so hot and humid and the traffic wasn't quite so...
very traffically.
Yes.
So Escher, how does it feel to watch your dad win a major tournament?
Well, he didn't just win it. He sweeped it because he won the classics and he won the. It was really fun to watch.
Are you proud of him?
Yes, very.
Adam, how about you? How does it feel?
I've made Final Four a couple times. I've finished 4th. I finished 2nd to Donovan Stepp last year. And I finished 3rd, so this is the first time all I care about is that little crown next to my name. I always wanted a crown on the website. You going to get that website updated this year?
Yeah, we already did actually. We just changed over.
Wow.
And
for Northwest, and then you'll get this one in quick because I need to see that crown. It's not real till it's on the website.
Yeah.
Do you have any questions about the game? I'll go back and listen to what you guys had to say. What's the special worth, by the way, on X-Men? When I drained out on ball 3, I got the special, and I walked away and didn't look, but I beat Trent by like 4,990,000.
I'm not sure, but there was debate of whether or not you were going to raise your right flipper and just try and shoot underneath it to shoot the outlane and bounce up and get the special that way.
We got that on film, right?
It looks like there's a tiebreaker for 3rd, 4th here on Mustang.
Mm-hmm. Oh, really?
Yep.
Between Steve Bowden and Chris Warren, who played excellent. Both of them played really well this weekend, and Trent too, also.
Yeah, it's really been a lot of high quality play. And Adam, you've been on an absolute tear, even just from Classics last night. The Classics finals last night finished after midnight, and it seems like you never let up. Every single game you played, you put your best foot forward, and then you follow it up with on very few hours of sleep and come out here and march your way through all 3 rounds of a PAPA final. And you have 9 points in the final. It was a decisive victory. I mean, it's got to take a toll. It's got to take a toll on your body. You've been standing up for what, 30 hours or so? In the last 2 days,
and lots of pacing too. But I really appreciate that, Mark. That's very nice of you to say, and especially when I travel with Escher, the boy gets up early. So we don't sleep in our room, do we?
Well, another thing that's on top of him, being he had a surgery only like 2 or 3 weeks ago, so.
Yeah, I think before you came down, you were mentioning you may not even play.
No, I wasn't going to play because I had a double hernia from IFBA. Josh and Zach, thankfully they covered it on their insurance plan, moving all the games to Denver and back, and to Lions and back for the Spring Classic and then the IFBA World Championships last month. Finally, whatever was inside wanted to come out, and so I had surgery 2 weeks ago.
Wow. Well, I tell you what, after all the hard work you went through helping run, those several events out there in Colorado, it's got to be nice for you to get over here and be able to at least relax a little bit and actually play and not necessarily have to worry about running stuff. And it looks like it helped. It looks like it helped your game just to be able to focus on enjoying yourself.
Yeah, it was nice. I did a lot of scorekeeping because I like to meet all the local fellas and gals, and I met a really lot of nice people here. I don't know what your experience was with the tournament directors.
Very positive.
Sure. Did you meet some nice people?
Yeah, a lot of people saw me from Pinburg.
Yeah, and they did you get to do any autographs?
No.
Oh, that's too bad.
Escher, why don't you tell me a little bit about your tournament experience? Are you, are you happy with the way you played and with the outcomes?
Yeah, I'm really happy when I played, except for at the end there on Ironman. I really wish that I could have got to at least bogey and hit those ramps and, made Trent play his last ball.
Were you nervous at all on those shots, or you just couldn't find the ramps?
I just couldn't find the ramps.
Before we shift over to start watching this tiebreaker here at Mustang, is there anything, or is there anyone that either of you guys would like to say hi to back home, or anything else you'd like to say?
I would like to say...
say hi to Blockminer if he's watching.
Oh, yeah, so I have a friend. It was like, if you're watching this, hi, and I'd also... like to say hi to my mom too, who's probably watching this.
Adam?
Escher covered everyone. His sister Ainsley, and they're
think
probably
Ainsley's
not watching, but I'll send him a text and let him know that we had some good luck today, and we need to talk about Mustang. It's his first Mustang game on camera, maybe.
Yeah.
So
I'll tell you what. How about Adam, with the weekend you just had? How about I take a back seat and we'll have an all Escher an all Lefkoff announcing booth here for the last 2 balls
okay,
of Mustang.
Son, you know Mustang much better than I do. Right now it looks like Steve, is he playing regular multi-ball?
No, he's playing his how this game works is that if you get the mode, it's the lower, as you can see there's a 2x3 grid on the bottom, and on the middle, see it's flashing right now. If you hit all the targets down, you can kind of see them. You see the shift in the giant car underneath.
Yep.
There's like a few targets. Hit all of them down and you get a multi-ball for a little while.
And then how does the multi-ball work? What let's see, jackpots, do they get bigger? He just lost
they don't get any bigger. You just hit down the target and you get,
what's the super worth on the left if
you get it? It's only 600,000, so it's not great.
Has anyone ever played that Mustang multi-ball by spelling the word Mustang?
I was playing on the Hall and Andre. On normal, you spell Mustang and it keeps for each player.
Yeah.
And
you share it between players.
Share it.
Oh, that's
but
interesting.
I don't think in tournament mode. I don't think it
No,
does.
you definitely don't in tournament mode. I
but
figured
I saw
out
it happen. It's
left lane lights it, because I started doing left orbit to the scoop and it would spot me a letter, and I got all the way. I spelled Mustang. I just couldn't get the G.
Yeah.
So the big thing in this game is when you pull the trigger on the multi-ball. You got to get your drops down on balls. We're still on ball 2 here. Yeah, we're still on ball 2. Neither player has their multi-ball qualified. Looks like Chris Warren needs to drop one more set.
As you can
Is
see,
he shooting it?
No, he's going for his mode, it looks like.
Oh, that's
what
interesting.
mode is he playing?
Upper right corner is, boy, those outlanes are really tough on this Mustang.
It looks like he hit the loops on this one. Police Pursuit, it looks like. That's what it is.
I've never played that one. All right, so here we are. Last ball. Steve's in the lead. He still doesn't have his multi-ball lit yet.
And he's already used his other multi-ball.
So you go for...
I would suspect he would start this mode, because this
But
mode
look, he's
is
only on gear 1.
he's only on gear 1. I would suspect that he would play this
Which
mode.
mode is this? Stunt driver.
This is stunt driver. Stunt driver is you hit the gear targets and you hit the ramp on the left side,
Yep, left ramp.
and then I think you have to hit on the right side. So
You know what? Who was it that said that just hit the yellow arrows?
that's probably what you do. You just hit the yellow arrows.
Actually, it's the stunt one that goes up to the little mini Mixmaster, like on Creature. You hit it once under, and then it drops it down, and then you hit it up.
I don't know if it actually does anything yet.
It's a nice dead bounce there.
That was.
With the steep flippers on Mustang, it's a little hard sometimes to tell.
If it's gonna bounce or not.
So it's really,
Oh, ooh.
we might need to see some more Mustang and tourney play, because it's very interesting that, neither player is really going for their multi-ball right now, which
They're
is
going
unusual.
For modes
Yeah.
Because
Good points.
ooh, that was up. So he shifted a gear there.
All right, so he's at gear 2. Is it 3 that it lights or gear 4?
3 lights, and then the second multi-ball it's 4, then 5, then 6.
Did he play a multi-ball already?
No,
at gear
he
3?
hasn't. He
Okay.
played his other multi-ball.
So he's going to
though.
do rally race, which I've done a few times. It seems like there's a few targets lit. It's a nice
Yeah.
live catch there. I don't know, is it the yellow arrows or the?
It's the yellow arrows.
What are the nitrous targets? Those purple targets.
They're just flashing. How they work is that if you hit all of them, you get you light your toolbox, and your toolbox will add a ball during multi-ball.
Oh, so that's really useful.
So it's kind of like on Metallica. You want to hit those targets to
So it's
light
sort of
your
like
add a ball.
It's like your picks.
Yeah. Oh, that's a hard
can you
drain.
light it? Yeah, that was a tough sling drain there. Let's see what he's got.
He's got like 25 million.
Which is not a bad score for not playing multi-ball, really.
Yeah. 23, 24 million.
Let's see what Chris has. It doesn't show your gear until you plunge.
He's on gear 2, I remember.
Okay.
So he just needs to drop 1, and I think
Well, he wants to do that during ball saver.
he's on gear 2. It looks like.
Oh no,
he
he's
has his multi-ball still going.
Oh, he's just trying to get his multi-ball going, or he just started it, right?
Yeah, so he's on gear 2, so that means he has to hit 4 door more. Oh, is he gonna get that back?
Oh my goodness.
He
Steve
needs to-
Bowden saying, "Yep, that's how it goes."
Yep.
That was a pretty late ball saver right there.
No, it was not late. He drained.
And there, right there, is a Mustang drain, right? That's
Yeah.
the gap is bigger and the flipper's a little steeper. So Steve Bowden takes 3rd, and Chris Warren, who was also in the finals of the Classics,
Yes.
also played very well this weekend, will take 4th.
Well, guys, I want to thank you both. Escher, great job on the mic. We hope to have you sometime in the future. Adam, as you know, you're always welcome. You both played excellent this weekend, and Adam, with the sweep from Classics through Main Division, it was an impressive performance. Thank you both so much. And this is Mark Steinman signing off from the Southern-Fried Gaming Expo. Adam, any final words before you want to jump out?
I just want to say thank you, Mark, for coming and bringing the cameras and doing the PAPA TV, because we had Northwest last weekend, and there was no way to watch, and it was horrible trying. It was old school, as Keith Elwin said. It's like you telegraph to get information, and now everyone got to watch, so we really appreciate the effort of PAPA. You want to say who? You've probably already
Yeah, we've been
all
through
the
it, but
Pittsburgh guys.
Elizabeth Cromwell, Doug Polka, Steve Eckert, Kevin Martin. There's a lot of great people at the PAPA facility that help out.
And it's awesome. It's tremendous, and thank you so much for doing it all.
Yes.
We're signing off here from Atlanta. Thanks for watching, everybody. It's been a fun 5 hours. We will talk to you, or we will see you again soon. Bye.